Thus Delacroix, speaking purely as a psychologist and denying to the mystical revelation, which he attributes exclusively to the normal content of the subliminal mind, any transcendental value, writes with entire approval of Saint Teresa that she set up externally to herself the definite God of the Bible, at the same time as she set up within her soul the confused God of the pseudo-Areopagite, the one of Neoplatonism. The first is her guarantee of the orthodoxy of the second, and prevents her from losing herself in an indistinction which is non-Christian. The confused God within is highly dangerous. Saint Teresa knew how to avoid this peril, and, served by her rich subconscious life, by the exaltation of her mental images, by her faculty of self-division on the one hand, on the other by her rare powers of unification, she realized simultaneously a double state in which the two gods, i.e., the two ways of apprehending God, transcendence and immanence, were guarantees of each other, mutually consolidating and enriching one another. Such is the intellectual vision of the Trinity in the seventh habitation. It is probable that Saint Teresa, confronted by this astonishing analysis, would have objected that her Trinity, unlike that of her eulogist, consisted of 3 and not 2 persons. His language concerning confused interior and orthodox exterior gods would certainly have appeared to her delicate and honest mind both clumsy and untrue. Nor could she have allowed that the unconditioned one of the Neoplatonists was an adequate description of the strictly personal divine majesty, whom she found enthroned in the inmost sanctuary of the castle of the soul. What Saint Teresa really did was to actualize in her own experience, apprehend in the ground of her soul, by means of her extraordinarily developed transcendental perceptions, the 3 distinct and personal aspects of the Godhead, which are acknowledged by the Christian religion. End of first half of Part 1, Chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, a study in the nature and development of spiritual consciousness, by Evelyn Underhill. Second half of Part 1, Chapter 5. First, the Father, pure transcendent being, creative source and origin of all that is, the unconditioned and unknowable one of the Neoplatonists, who is neither this nor that, and must be conceived, pace Monsieur Delacroix, as utterly transcendent to the subject rather than set up within the soul. Secondly, in the person of Christ, Saint Teresa isolated and distinguished the Logos or creative word, the expression or outbirth of the Father's thought. Here is the point at which the divine substance first becomes apprehensible by the spirit of man, that mediating principle raised up between heaven and earth, which is at once the mirror of pure being and the light of a finite world. The second person of the Christian Trinity is for the believer not only the brightness or express image of deity, but also the personal, inexhaustible, and responsive fount of all life and object of all love, who, because of his taking up in the incarnation of humanity into the Godhead, has become the bridge between finite and infinite, between the individual and the absolute life, and hence in mystic language, the true bridegroom of every human soul. Thirdly, she recognized within herself the germ of that absolute life, the indwelling spirit which is the source of man's transcendental consciousness and his link with the being of God. That is to say, the Holy Spirit of divine love, the real desirous seeking for the real desired, without whose presence any knowledge of or communion with God on man's part would be inconceivable. In the supreme vision of the Trinity which was vouchsafed to Saint Teresa in the seventh habitation of the soul, these three aspects became fused in one. In the deepest recesses of her spirit, in that abyss where selfhood ceases to have meaning, and the individual soul touches the life of the all, distinction vanished, and she saw God in a point. Such an experience, such an intuition of simple and undifferentiated Godhead, the unity, beyond those three centres of divine consciousness which we call the Trinity of Persons, is highly characteristic of mysticism. The German mystics, temperamentally miles asunder from St. Teresa, described it as the attainment of the still wilderness or lonely desert of deity, the limitless divine abyss, impersonal, indescribable, forever hid in the cloud of unknowing, and yet the true country of the soul. These statements, which appear when thus laid down to be hopelessly academic, violently divorced from life, were not for St. Teresa or any other Christian mystic abstract propositions, but attempts towards the description of first-hand experience. By some mysterious manifestation of the truth, she says, the three persons of the most blessed Trinity reveal themselves, preceded by an illumination which shines on the spirit like a most dazzling cloud of light. The three persons are distinct from one another. A sublime knowledge is infused into the soul, imbuing it with a certainty of the truth that the three are of one substance, power, and knowledge, and are one God. Thus that which we hold as a doctrine of faith, the soul now, so to speak, understands by sight, though it beholds the blessed Trinity neither by the eyes of the body nor of the soul, this being no imaginary vision. All the three persons here communicate themselves to the soul, speak to it, and make it understand the words of our Lord in the Gospel, that He and the Father and the Holy Ghost will come and make their abode with the soul which loves Him and keeps His commandments. O my God, how different from merely hearing and believing these words is it to realize their truth in this way! Day by day a growing astonishment takes possession of this soul, for the three persons of the Blessed Trinity seem never to depart, that they dwell far within its own centre and depths, though for want of learning it cannot describe how. It is conscious of the indwelling of these divine companions. Mystical writers constantly remind us that life as perceived by the human minds shows an inveterate tendency to arrange itself in triads, that if they proclaim the number 3 in the heavens, they can also point to it as dominating everywhere upon the earth. Here Christianity did but give form to a deep instinct of the human mind, an instinct which made Pythagoras call 3 the number of God, because beginning, middle, and end were contained therein. Thus to Hindu thought, the absolute Godhead is unknowable, but he disclosed 3 faces to man: Brahma the creator, Shiva the destroyer, Krishna the repairer. And these 3 were one. So too the Neoplatonists distinguished 3 worlds: the sensible or phenomenal, the rational or intellectual, the intelligible or spiritual, and 3 aspects of God: the unconditioned absolute, the logos or artificer, and the divine essence or soul of the world, which is both absolute and created. Perhaps we have in such triads a first sketch of the Christian Trinity, though falling far short of the requirements of man's spiritual experience. The dry bones await the breath of more abundant life. Corresponding with this diagram of God's nature, the Platonists see also 3 grades of beauty: the corporeal, the spiritual, and the divine. Man, that thing of threes, of body, soul, and spirit, of understanding, memory, and will, follows in his path towards unity the threefold way, for our soul, says Lady Julian, is made Trinity-like to the unmade blissful Trinity, known and loved from without beginning, and in the making one to the Maker. We still tend to analyze our psychic life into emotional, volitional, and intellectual elements. Even the subject and object implied in every experience required a third term, the relation between them, without which no thought can be complete. Thus the very principle of analogy imposes upon man a Trinitarian definition of reality as the one with which his mind is best able to cope. It is easy for the hurried rationalist to demonstrate the absurdity of this fact, but he will find it a very different matter when it comes to disproving it. I could wish, says St. Augustine, that men would consider these three things that are in themselves, to be, to know, and to will. For I am, and I know, and I will. I am knowing and willing, and I know myself to be and to will, and I will to be and to know. In these three, therefore, let him who can see how inseparable a life there is, even one life, one mind, one essence. Finally, how inseparable is the distinction, and yet a distinction. Surely a man hath it before him. Let him look into himself and see and tell me. But when he discovers and can see anything of these, let him not think that he has discovered that which is above these unchangeable, which is unchangeably, and knows unchangeably, and wills unchangeably. In a well-known passage, Julian of Norwich tells us how she saw the trinity of the divine nature shining in the phenomenal as well as in the spiritual world. He showed me, she says, a little thing, the quantity of an hazelnut, in the palm of my hand, and it was as round as a ball. I looked thereupon with the eye of my understanding, and thought, what may this be? And it was answered generally thus, it is all that is made. In this little thing I saw three properties. The first is that God made it. The second is that God loveth it. The third is that God keepeth it. But what is to me verily the maker, the keeper, and the lover, I cannot tell. Julian, a simple and deeply human Englishwoman of middle age, dwelling alone in her churchyard cell, might well be called the poet of the Trinity. She treats this austere and subtle dogma, of which the medieval mystics write with a passion little understood by those who look upon it as orthodoxy reduced to mathematics, with an intimacy and vigour which carry with them a conviction of her own direct and personal apprehension of the theological truth she struggles to describe. I beheld, she says, of a vision which is close to that of St. Teresa in the seventh habitation of the soul, and more lucidly if less splendidly expressed. The working of all the blessed Trinity, in which beholding I saw and understood these three properties, the property of the fatherhood, the property of the motherhood, and the property of the lordhood, in one God. In our Father Almighty we have our keeping and our bliss as anent our natural substance, which is to us by our making without beginning. And in the second person in wit and wisdom we have our keeping as anent our sent soul, our restoring and our saving, for he is our mother, brother, and saviour. And in our good Lord, the Holy Ghost, we have our rewarding and our meed-giving for our living and our travail, and endless overpassing of all that we desire, in his marvellous courtesy of his high plenteous grace. For all our life is in three. In the first we have our being, in the second we have our increasing, and in the third we have our fulfilling. The first is nature, the second is mercy, and the third is grace. The high might of the Trinity is our Father, and the deep wisdom of the Trinity is our Mother, and the great love of the Trinity is our Lord. And all this we have in nature and in our substantial making. Again, in a passage of exquisite tenderness, as verily as God is our Father, so verily God is our Mother. And that showed he in all her revelations, and especially in these sweet words, where he saith, I it am. That is to say, I it am, the might and the goodness of the fatherhood. I it am, the wisdom of the motherhood. I it am, the light and the grace that is all blessed love. I it am, the Trinity. I it am, the unity. I am the sovereign goodness of all manner of things. I am that maketh thee to love. I am that maketh thee to long. I it am, the endless fulfilling of all true desires. So Christopher Hervey, the whole world round is not enough to fill the heart's three corners, but it craveth still. Only the Trinity that made it can suffice the vast triangled heart of man. Any attempt towards a definition of God which does not account for and acknowledge these three aspects is found in experience to be incomplete. They provide objectives for the heart, the intellect, and the will, for they offer to the self material for its highest love, its deepest thought, its act of supreme volition. Under the familiar Platonic terms of goodness, truth, and beauty, they represent the divine source and end of ethics, science, and art, the three supreme activities of man. Thus the ideals of artist, student, and philanthropist, who all seek under different modes the same reality, are gathered up in the mystics one, as the pilgrimage of the three kings ended in the finding of one star. What is God, says St. Bernard? Length, breadth, height, and depth. What, you say, you do after all profess to believe in the fourfold Godhead, which was an abomination to you? Not in the least. God is designated one to suit our comprehension, not to describe his character. His character is capable of division, he himself is not. The words are different, the paths are many, but one thing is signified, the paths lead to one person. All possible ways of conceiving this one person in his living richness are found in the end to range themselves under three heads. He is above all and through all and in you all, said St. Paul, anticipating the counsels in a flash of mystic intuition and giving to the infant church the shortest and most perfect definition of its triune God. Being, which is above all, manifests itself as becoming, as the dynamic omnipresent word of life. The divine love immanent in the heart and in the world comes forth from, and returns to, the Absolute One. Thou, my God, who art love, says Nicholas of Cusa, art love that loveth, and love that is lovable, and love that is the bond between these twain. Thus is completed the eternal circle from goodness, through goodness, to goodness. It is true that to these fundamental respects of the perceived Godhead, that being, becoming, and desire whereto the worlds keep time, the mystics have given many and various names, for they have something of the freedom of true intimates in treating of the reality which they love. In particular, those symbols of the Absolute which are drawn from the great and formless forces of the universe, rather than from the orthodox but necessarily anthropomorphic imagery of human relationship, have always appealed to them. Their intense apprehension of spirit seems to find freer and more adequate expression in such terms than in those in which the notion of space is involved, or which suggest a concrete picture to the mind. Though they know as well as the philosophers that there must always be something symbolic in our way of expressing the spiritual life, since that unfathomable infinite whose spiritual character is first recognized in our human experience can never reveal itself fully and freely under the limitations of our earthly existence. Yet they ever seek, like the artists they are, some new and vital image which is not yet part of the debased currency of formal religion, and conserves its original power of stinging the imagination to more vivid life. Thus the kingdom of heaven, says Law, stands in this threefold life, where three are one, because it is a manifestation of the deity, which is three and one. The Father has his distinct manifestation in the fire, which is always generating the light. The Son has his distinct manifestation in the light, which is always generated from the fire. The Holy Ghost has his manifestation in the Spirit, that always proceeds from both, and is always united with them. It is this eternal unbeginning Trinity in unity of fire, light, and spirit, that constitutes eternal nature, the kingdom of heaven, the heavenly Jerusalem, the divine life, the beatific visibility, the majestic glory and presence of God. Through this kingdom of heaven, or eternal nature, is the invisible God, the incomprehensible Trinity, eternally breaking forth and manifesting itself in a boundless height and depth of blissful wonders, opening and displaying itself to all its creatures as in an infinite variation and endless multiplicity of its powers, beauties, joys, and glories. Perhaps an easier, better, more beautiful example of these abstract symbols of the Trinity than laws, fire, light, and spirit is that of light, life, and love, a threefold picture of the real which is constantly dwelt upon and elaborated by the Christian mystics. Transcendent light, intangible but unescapable, ever emanating its splendor through the universe, indwelling, unresting, and energizing life, desirous and directive love. These are cardinal aspects of reality to which they return again and again in their efforts to find words which will express something of the inexpressible truth. A. Light, ineffable and uncreated, the perfect symbol of pure, undifferentiated being, above the intellect, as St. Augustine reminds us, but known to him who loves. This uncreated light is the deep yet dazzling darkness of the Dionysian school, dark from its surpassing brightness, as the shining of the sun on his course is as darkness to weak eyes. It is St. Hildegard's Lux Vivens, Dante's Somma Luce, wherein he saw multiplicity in unity, the ingathered leaves of all the universe, the eternal Father or fount of things. For well we know, says Rusbroek, that the bosom of the Father is our ground and origin, wherein our life and being is begun. B. Life, the sun, hidden steersman of the universe, the Logos, fire or cosmic soul of things, this outbirth or concept of the Father's mind, which he possesses within himself, as Battista Vernazza was told in her ecstasy, is that word of creation which, since it is alive and infinite, no formula can contain, the word eternally spoken or generated by the transcendent light. This is why, says Rusbroek again, all that lives in the Father unmanifested in the unity is also in the Son actively poured forth in manifestation. This life, then, is the flawless expression or character of the Father, sapientia patris. It is at once the personal and adorable comrade of the mystic's adventure and the inmost principle, the sustaining power of a dynamic universe. For that which intellect defines as the Logos or creative spirit, contemplative love knows as wonderful, counselor, and Prince of Peace. Since Christ, for the Christian philosopher, is divine life itself, the drama of Christianity expressing this fact and its implications in a point, it follows that his active spirit is to be discerned, not symbolically, but in the most veritable sense, in the ecstatic and abounding life of the world, in the rapturous vitality of the birds, in their splendid glancing flight, in the swelling of buds and the sacrificial beauty of the flowers, in the great and solemn rhythms of the sea. There is somewhat of Bethlehem in all these things, somewhat too of Calvary in their self-giving pains. It was this rediscovery of nature's Christliness which Blake desired so passionately when he sang, "I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land." Here then it is, on this pinnacle of faith, at the utmost boundaries of human speech, that mystical theology suddenly shows herself, not as the puzzle-headed constructor of impossible creeds, but as accepting and transmuting to a more radiant life those two profound but apparently contradictory metaphysical definitions of reality which we have already discussed. Eternal becoming, God immanent and dynamic, striving with and in his world, the unresting flux of things of Heraclitus, the crying aloud of that word which is through all things everlastingly, the evolutionary world process beloved of modern philosophers, is here placed once for all in true relation with pure, transcendent, and unmoving being, the absolute one of Xenophanes and the Platonists. This absolute is discerned by mystic intuition as the end of unity in whom all diversities must cease, the ocean to which that ceaseless and painful becoming, that unresting river of life in which we are immersed, tends to return, the Son going to the Father. See, love, the principle of attraction, which seems to partake at once of the transcendental and the created worlds. If we consider the Father as supreme subject, origin, as Aquinas says, of the entire procession of deity, and the Son, or generated Logos, as the object of his thought, in whom, says Rusbroek, he contemplates himself and all things in an eternal now, then this personal spirit of love, il desiro e il vele, represents the relation between the two and constitutes the very character of God. The Heavenly Father, says Rusbroek, as a living ground, with all that lives in him, is actively turned towards his Son as to his own eternal wisdom. And that same wisdom, with all that lives in it, is actively turned back towards the Father, that is, towards that very ground from which it comes forth. And of this meeting is born the third person, between the Father and the Son, that is, the Holy Spirit, their mutual love. Proceeding, according to Christian doctrine, from light and life, the Father and Son, implicit, that is, in both the absolute source and dynamic flux of things. This divine spirit of desire is found enshrined in our very selfhood, and is the agent by which that selfhood is merged in the absolute self. My love is my weight, said St. Augustine. It is the spiritual equivalent of that gravitation which draws all things to their place. Thus Bernard Holland says in his introduction to Boehm's Dialogues, in a deep sense, the desire of the spark of life in the soul to return to its original source is part of the longing desire of the universal life for its own heart or centre. Of this longing, the universal attraction striving against resistance towards a universal centre, proved to govern the phenomenal or physical world, is but the outer sheath and visible working. Again, desire is everything in nature, does everything. Heaven is nature filled with divine life, attracted by desire. The best masters say, says Eckhart, that the love wherewith we love is the Holy Spirit. Some deny it, but this is always true. All these motives by which we are moved to love, in these is nothing else than the Holy Spirit. God wills, says Rusbroek, gathering these scattered symbols to unity again, that we should come forth from ourselves in this eternal light, that we should reunite ourselves in a supernatural manner with that image which is our true life, and that we should possess it with him actively and fruitively in eternal blessedness. This going forth of the contemplative is also in love, for by fruitive love he overpasses his created being and finds and tastes the riches and delights which are God himself, and which he causes to pour forth without ceasing in the most secret chamber of the soul, at that place where it is most like unto the nobility of God. Here only in the innermost sanctuary of being, the soul's last habitation, as St. Teresa said, is the truth which these symbols express truly known. For as to how the Trinity is one, and the Trinity in the unity of the nature is one, whilst nevertheless the Trinity comes forth from the unity, this cannot be expressed in words, says Suso, owing to the simplicity of that deep abyss. Hither it is, into this intelligible where that the spirit, spiritualizing itself, soars up, now flying in the measureless heights, now swimming in the soundless deeps of the sublime marvels of the Godhead. Mystical philosophy, then, has availed itself gladly of the doctrine of the Trinity in expressing its vision of the nature of that Absolute which is found, by those who attain the deep abyss of the Godhead, to be essentially one. But it is by the complementary Christian dogma of the Incarnation that it has best been able to describe and explain the nature of the inward and personal mystic experience. The Incarnation, which is for traditional Christianity synonymous with the historical birth and earthly life of Christ, is for mystics of a certain type, not only this, but also a perpetual cosmic and personal process. It is an everlasting bringing forth, in the universe and also in the individual ascending soul, of the divine and perfect life, the pure character of God, of which the one historical life dramatized the essential constituents. Hence the soul, like the physical embryo, resumes in its upward progress the spiritual life history of the race. The one secret, the greatest of all, says Patmore, is the doctrine of the Incarnation, regarded not as an historical event which occurred 2,000 years ago, but as an event which is renewed in the body of every one who is in the way to the fulfillment of his original destiny. We have seen that for mystical theology, the second person of the Trinity is the wisdom of the Father, the Word of life. The fullness of this Word could therefore only be communicated to the human consciousness by a life. In their Incarnation, this Logos, this divine character of reality, penetrated the illusions of the sensual world. In other words, the illusions of all the selves whose ideas compose that world, and saved it by this infusion of truth. A divine, suffering, self-sacrificing personality was then shown as the sacred heart of a living, striving universe, and for once the Absolute was exhibited in the terms of finite human existence. Some such event as this breaking through the divine and archetypal life into the temporal world is perceived by the mystical philosopher to be a necessity. If man was ever to see in terms of life that greatness of life to which he belongs, learn to transcend the world of sense, and rebuild his life upon the levels of reality. For thou art, says Nicholas of Cusa, the Word of God humanified, and thou art man deified. Thus it is that the Catholic priest in the Christmas Mass gives thanks not for the setting in hand of any commercial process of redemption, but for a revelation of reality. Quia per incarnati verbi mysterium nova mentes nostrae oculis lux tuae claritatis infusit, ut invisibilite Deum cognoscimus, per hunc invisibilium amorem rapiamur. Note, because by the mystery of the incarnate Word the new light of thy brightness hath shone upon the eyes of our mind, that we, knowing God seen of the eyes, by him may be snatched up into the love of that which eye hath not seen. End note. The essence of mystical Christianity seems to be summed up in these lovely words. The Son of God, the eternal Word in the Father, who is the glance or brightness and the power of the light eternity, says Boehme, must become man and be born in you, if you will know God. Otherwise you are in the dark stable and go about groping. The Word, says Rusbroek finely, is no other than see, and this is the coming forth and the birth of the Son of the eternal light, in whom all blessedness is seen and known. Once, at any rate, they say in effect, the measure of that which it was possible for the Spirit of life to do and for living creatures to be was filled to the brim. By this event, all were assured that the ladder of creation was made whole. In this hypostatic union, the breach between appearance and reality, between God and man, was healed. The bridge so made, to use St. Catherine of Siena's allegory again, is eternal, since it was laid before the foundation of the world in the eternal now. Thus the voice of the Father says to her in that vision, I also wish thee to look at the bridge of my only begotten Son, and see the greatness thereof, for it reaches from heaven to earth. That is, that the earth of your humanity is joined to the greatness of the deity thereby. I say, then, that this bridge reaches from heaven to earth, and constitutes the union which I have made with man. So the height of the divinity, humbled to the earth, and joined with your humanity, made the bridge and reformed the road. Why was this done? In order that man might come to his true happiness with the angels, and observe that it is not enough, in order that you should have life, that my Son should have made you this bridge, unless you walk thereon. Our High Father, God Almighty, which is being, says Lady Julian, he knew and loved us from afore any time, of which knowing, in his marvellous deep charity, and the foreseeing counsel of all the blessed Trinity, he willed that the second person should become our mother. It is, of course, this assertion of the quickening communication of grace to nature, of God to man, an influx of ultimate reality, possible of assimilation by all, which constitutes the strength of the Christian religion. Instead of the stony diet of the philosophers, it offers to the self-hungry for the absolute that panis angelorum, the vivifying principle of the world. That is to say, it gives concrete and experimental knowledge of a supreme personality, absorption into his mystical body, instead of the artificial conviction produced by concentration on an idea. It knits up the universe, shows the phenomenal pierced in all directions by the real, the natural, as the vehicle of the supernatural. It provides a solid basis for mysticism, a basis which is at once metaphysical and psychological, and shows that state towards which the world's deepest minds have always instinctively aspired, as a part of the cosmic return through Christ to God. Quivi è la sapienza e la possanza, che la strada intra il cielo e la terra, onde fugia si lunga disianza. Note. Here is the wisdom and the power which opened the ways betwixt heaven and earth, for which there erst had been so long a yearning. End note. This is what the Christian mystics mean to express when they declare over and over again that the return to the divine substance, the absolute, which is the end of the soul's ascent, can only be made through the humanity of Christ. The Son, the Word, is the character of the Father, that in which the ineffable Godhead knows himself, as we only know ourselves in our own characters. He is thus a double link, the means of God's self-consciousness, the means of man's consciousness of God. How, then, asks mystic theology, could such a link complete its attachment without some such process as that which the Incarnation dramatized in time and space? The principle of life is also the principle of restitution, by which the imperfect and broken life of sense is mended and transformed into the perfect life of spirit. Hence the title of repairer applied by Boehm to the second person of the Trinity. In the last resort, the doctrine of the Incarnation is the only safeguard of the mystics against the pantheism to which they always tend. The unconditioned absolute, so soon as it alone becomes the object of their contemplation, is apt to be conceived merely as divine essence. The idea of personality evaporates. The union of the soul with God is then thought of in terms of absorption. The distinction between creator and creature is obliterated, and loving communion is at an end. This is probably the reason why many of the greatest contemplatives, Suso and St. Teresa are cases in point, have found that deliberate meditation upon the humanity of Christ, difficult and uncongenial as this concrete devotion sometimes is to the mystical temperament, was a necessity if they were to retain a healthy and well-balanced inner life. Further, these mystics see in the historic life of Christ an epitome, or if you will, an exhibition, of the essentials of all spiritual life. There they see dramatized not only the cosmic process of the divine wisdom, but also the inward experience of every soul on her way to union with that Absolute to which the whole creation moves. This is why the expressions which they use to describe the evolution of the mystical consciousness from the birth of the divine in the spark of the soul to its final unification with the Absolute Life are so constantly chosen from the drama of faith. In this drama, they see described under veils the necessary adventures of the spirit, its obscure and humble birth, its education in poverty, its temptation, mortification, and solitude, its illuminated life of service and contemplation, the desolation of that dark night of the soul in which it seems abandoned by the divine, the painful death of the self, its resurrection to the glorified existence of the unitive way, its final reabsorption in its source. All these, they say, were lived once in a supreme degree in the flesh. Moreover, the degree of closeness with which the individual experience adheres to this pattern is always taken by them as a standard of the healthiness, ardour, and success of its transcendental activities. Appave in questa forma padare a noi la noma, San Jacopone da Todi. And he who vainly thinketh otherwise, says the Theologia Germanica, with uncompromising vigour, is deceived, and he who saith otherwise lieth. Those to whom such a parallel seems artificial should remember that according to the doctrine of mysticism, that drama of the self-limitation and self-sacrifice of the Absolute Life, which was once played out in the phenomenal world, forced, as it were, upon the consciousness of dim-eyed men, is eternally going forward upon the plane of reality. To them the cross of Calvary is implicit in the rose of the world. The law of this infinite life, which was in the Incarnation expressing its own nature in human terms, must then also be the law of the finite life, in so far as that life aspires to transcend individual limitations, rise to freedom, and attain union with infinity. It is this governing idea which justifies the apparently fanciful allegorizations of Christian history which swarm in the works of the mystics. To exhibit these allegorizations in detail would be tedious. All that is necessary is that the principle underlying them should be understood. I give them but one example, that which is referred by mystical writers to the Nativity, and concerns the eternal birth or generation of the Son or Divine Word. This birth is in its first, or cosmic sense, the welling forth of the spirit of life from the divine abyss of the unconditioned Godhead. From our proper ground, that is to say, from the Father and all that which lives in him, there shines, says Rusbroek, an eternal ray, the which is the birth of the Son. It is of this perpetual generation of the Word that Meister Eckhart speaks when he says in his Christmas sermon, "We are celebrating the feast of the eternal birth which God the Father has borne and never ceases to bear in all eternity, whilst this birth also comes to pass in time and in human nature." St. Augustine says this birth is ever taking place. At this point, with that strong practical instinct which is characteristic of the mystics, Eckhart turns abruptly from speculation to immediate experience, and continues, "But if it takes not place in me, what avails it? Everything lies in this, that it should take place in me." Here in a few words the twofold character of this mystic birth is exhibited. The interest is suddenly deflected from its cosmic to its personal aspect, and the individual is reminded that in him, no less than in the archetypal universe, real life must be born if real life is to be lived. When the soul brings forth the Son, says Eckhart in another place, it is happier than Mary. Since the soul, according to mystic principles, can only perceive reality in proportion as she is real, know God by becoming godlike, it is clear that this birth is the initial necessity, the true and definitely directed mystical life does and must open with that most actual, though indescribable phenomenon, the coming forth into consciousness of man's deeper spiritual self, which ascetical and mystical writers of all ages have agreed to call regeneration or rebirth. Nothing that is within him is able of its own power to achieve this. It must be evoked by an energy, a quickening spirit, which comes from beyond the soul and secretly initiates what he openly crowns. We have already considered the new birth in its purely psychological aspect, as the emergence of the transcendental sense. Here its more profound and mystical side is exhibited, by a process which may indifferently be described as the birth of something new, or the coming forth of something which has slept, since both these phrases are but metaphors for another and more secret operation. The eye is opened on eternity. The self, abruptly made aware of reality, comes forth from the cave of illusion like a child from the womb, and begins to live upon the supersensual plane. Then she feels in her inmost part a new presence, a new consciousness. It were hardly an exaggeration to say a new person. Weak, demanding nurture, clearly destined to pass through many phases of development before its maturity is reached, yet of so strange a nature that in comparison with its environment she may well regard it as divine. This change, this upsetting, is called rebirth. To be born simply means to enter into a world in which the senses dominate, in which wisdom and love languish in the bonds of individuality. To be reborn means to return to a world where the spirit of wisdom and love governs and animal man obeys. So Eckhart Salson. It means, says Jane Lead, the bringing forth of a new created God-like similitude in the soul. He is brought forth, says Eckhart Salson again, in the stable previously inhabited by the ox of passion and the ass of prejudice. His mother, says Boehm, is the Virgin Sophia, the divine wisdom or mirror of the being of God. With the emergence of this new factor into the conscious field, this spiritual birth, the mystic life begins, as the Christian epoch began with the emergence of divine spirit in the flesh. Paradise, says Boehm, is still in the world, but man is not in paradise unless he be born again. In that case, he stands therein in the new birth, and tastes here and now that eternal life for which he has been made. Here, then, are some characteristics of the map which the Christian mystics are most inclined to use. There are, of course, other great landmarks upon it, and these we shall meet as we follow in detail the voyages of the questing soul. One warning, however, must be given to amateur geographers before we go on. Like all other maps, this one, at its best, can but represent by harsh outline and conventional colour the living earth which those travellers trod and the mysterious seas on which they sailed. It is a deliberately schematic representation of reality, a flat and sometimes arid symbol of great landscapes, rushing rivers, awful peaks. Dangerous unless these its limitations be always kept in mind. The boy who defined Canada as very pink was not much further off the track than those who would limit the adorable Trinity to the definitions of the Athanasian Creed. However useful that chart may be and is, within the boundaries imposed by its form. Further, all such maps, and we who treat of them, can but set down in cold blood and with a dreadful pretence of precision matters which the true explorers of eternity were only able to apprehend in the ardours of such a passion, in the transports of such a union as we, poor finite slaves of our frittered emotions, could hardly look upon and live. If you would truly know how these things come to pass, says St. Bonaventura, in a passage which all students of theology should ever keep in mind, ask it of grace, not of doctrine, of desire, not of intellect, of the ardours of prayer, not of the teachings of the schools, of the bridegroom, not of the master, of God, not of man, of the darkness, not of the day, not of illumination, but of that fire which inflames all and wraps us in God with great sweetness and most ardent love, the which fire most truly is God, and the heart thereof is in Jerusalem. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. First half of Part 1, Chapter 6. Mysticism and Symbolism. In our study of theology, we saw the Christian mystic adopting, as chart and pilot book of his voyages and adventures, the scheme of faith, and diagram of the spiritual world, which is accepted by ordinary Christian men. We saw that he found in it a depth and richness of content, which the conventional believer in that theology, the good churchman, seldom suspects, and that which is true of the Christian mystic is also true in its measure and as regards their respective theologies of the pagan, the Mohammedan, and the Buddhist. But since the spiritual adventures of the mystic are not those of ordinary men, it will follow that this map, though always true for him, is not complete. He can press forward to countries which unmystical piety must mark as unexplored, pushing out from harbour to the vast and stormy sea of the divine. He can take soundings and mark dangers, the existence of which such piety never needs to prove. Hence it is not strange that certain maps, artistic representations, or symbolic schemes should have come into being which describe or suggest the special experiences of the mystical consciousness, and the doctrines to which these experiences have given birth. Many of these maps have an uncouth, even an impious appearance in the eyes of those unacquainted with the facts which they attempt to translate, as the charts of the deep-sea sailor seem ugly and unintelligible things to those who have never been out of sight of land. Others, and these the most pleasing, most easily understood, have already been made familiar, perhaps tiresomely familiar, to us by the poets, who, intuitively recognizing their suggestive qualities, their links with truth, have borrowed and adapted them to their own business of translating reality into terms of rhythm and speech. Ultimately, however, they owe their origin to the mystics, or to that mystical sense which is innate in all true poets, and in the last resort it is the mystic's kingdom and the mystic's experience which they affect to describe. These special mystical diagrams, these symbolic and artistic descriptions of man's inward history, his secret adventures with God, are almost endless in their variety, since in each we have a picture of the country of the soul seen through a different temperament. To describe all would be to analyze the whole field of mystical literature, and indeed much other literature as well. To epitomize, in fact, all that has been dreamed and written concerning the so-called inner life, a dreary and a lengthy task. But the majority of them, I think, express a comparatively small number of essential doctrines or fundamental ways of seeing things, and as regards their imagery, they fall into three great classes, representative of the three principal ways in which man's spiritual consciousness reacts to the touch of reality. The three primary, if paradoxical, facts of which that consciousness must be aware. Hence a consideration of mystic symbols, drawn from each of these groups, may give us a key with which to unlock some at least of the verbal riddles of the individual adventurer. Thanks to the spatial imagery inseparable from human thinking and human expression, no direct description of spiritual experience is or can be possible to man. It must always be symbolic, elusive, oblique, always suggest but never tell the truth. And in this respect, there is not much to choose between the fluid and artistic language of vision and the arid technicalities of philosophy. In another respect, however, there is a great deal to choose between them, and here the visionary, not the philosopher, receives the palm. The greater the suggestive quality of the symbol used, the more answering emotion it evokes in those to whom it is addressed, the more truth it will convey. A good symbolism, therefore, will be more than mere diagram or mere allegory. It will use to the utmost the resources of beauty and of passion, will bring with it hints of mystery and wonder, bewitch with dreamy periods the mind to which it is addressed. Its appeal will not be to the clever brain, but to the desirous heart, the intuitive sense of man. The three great classes of symbols which I propose to consider appeal to three deep cravings of the self, three great expressions of man's restlessness, which only mystic truth can fully satisfy. The first is the craving which makes him a pilgrim and wanderer. It is the longing to go out from his normal world in search of a lost home, a better country, an El Dorado, a Saris, a heavenly Sion. The next is that craving of heart for heart, of the soul for its perfect mate, which makes him a lover. The third is the craving for inward purity and perfection, which makes him an ascetic, and in the last resort, a saint. These three cravings, I think, answer to three ways in which mystics of different temperaments attack the problem of the absolute, three different formulae under which their transcendence of the sense world can be described. In describing this transcendence and the special adventures involved in it, they are describing a change from the state of ordinary men in touch with the sense world, responding to its rhythms, to the state of spiritual consciousness in which, as they say, they are in union with divine reality, with God. Whatever be the theological creed of the mystic, he never varies in declaring this close, definite, and actual intimacy to be the end of his quest. "Mark me like the tulip with thine own streaks," says the Sufi. "I would fain be to the eternal goodness what his own hand is to a man," says the German contemplative. "My me is God, nor do I know my selfhood save in him," says the Italian saint. But since this absolute God is for him substance, ground or underlying reality of all that is, present yet absent, near yet far, he is already as truly immanent in the human soul as in the universe. The seeker for the real may therefore objectify his quest in two apparently contradictory, yet really mutually explanatory ways. First, he may see it as an outgoing journey from the world of illusion to the real or transcendental world, a leaving of the visible for the invisible. Secondly, it may appear to him as an inward alteration, remaking or regeneration, by which his personality or character is so changed as to be able to enter into communion with that fontal being which he loves and desires, is united with and dominated by the indwelling God who is the fount of his spiritual life. In the first case, the objective idea, God, is the pivot of his symbolism, the blazing star or magnet of the universe which he has seen far off, and seeing, has worshipped and desired. In the second case, the emphasis falls on the subjective idea, sanctity, with its accompanying consciousness of a disharmony to be abolished. The mystic way will then be described not as a journey, but as an alteration of personality, the transmuting of earthly into heavenly man. Plainly, these two aspects are obverse and reverse of one whole. They represent that mighty pair of opposites, infinite and finite, God and self, which it is the business of mysticism to carry up into a higher synthesis. Whether the process be considered as outward search or inward change, its object and its end are the same. Man enters into that order of reality for which he was made, and which is indeed the inciting cause of his pilgrimage and his purification. For however great the demand on the soul's own effort may be, the initiative always lies with the living divine world itself. Man's small desire is evoked, met, and fulfilled by the divine desire, his separated will, or life becomes one with the great life of the all. For what has been said in the last chapter, it will be clear that the symbolism of outward search and of inward change will be adopted respectively by the two groups of selves whose experience of union with the divine leans 1. To the transcendent or external, 2. To the immanent or internal way of apprehending reality. A third or intermediate group of images will be necessary to express the experience of those to whom mystic feeling, the satisfaction of love, is the supreme factor in the mystic life. According, then, to whether man's instinct prompts him to describe the absolute reality which he knows and craves for as a place, a person, or a state, all three, of course, but partial and inadequate translations of the one indescribable truth, so will he tend to adopt a symbolism of one or other of these three types. A. Those who conceive the perfect as a beatific vision exterior to them and very far off, who find in the doctrine of emanations something which answers to their inward experience, will feel the process of their entrance into reality to be a quest, an arduous journey from the material to the spiritual world. They move away from, rather than transmute to, another form, the life of sense. The ecstasies of such mystics will answer to the root meaning of that much perverted word as a standing out from themselves, a flight to happier countries far away. For them, the soul is outward bound towards its home. B. Those for whom mysticism is above all things an intimate and personal relation, the satisfaction of a deep desire, who can say with Gertrude Moore, "Never was there, or can there be imagined, such a love as is between an humble soul and thee," will fall back upon imagery drawn largely from the language of earthly passion. Since the Christian religion insists upon the personal aspect of the Godhead, and provides in Christ an object of such intimacy, devotion, and desire, an enormous number of Christian mystics inevitably describe their experiences under symbolism of this kind. C. Those who are conscious rather of the divine as a transcendent life immanent in the world and the self, and of a strange spiritual seed within them, by whose development man, moving to higher levels of character and consciousness, attains his end, will see the mystic life as involving inward change rather than outgoing search. Regeneration is their watchword, and they will choose symbols of growth or transmutation, saying with St. Catherine of Genoa, "My being is God, not by simple participation, but by a true transformation of my being." These three groups of mystics, then, stand for three kinds of temperament, and we may fairly take as their characteristic forms of symbolic expression the mystic quest, the marriage of the soul, and the great work of the spiritual alchemists. 1. The pilgrimage idea, the outgoing quest, appears in mystical literature under two different aspects. One is the search for the hidden treasure which desires to be found. Such is the quest of the Grail, when regarded in its mystic aspect as an allegory of the adventures of the soul. The other is the long, hard journey towards a known and definite goal or state. Such are Dante's Divine Comedy and Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, each in their manner faithful descriptions of the mystic way. The goal of the quest, the Empyrean of Dante, the beatific vision or fulfillment of love, is often called Jerusalem by the Christian mystics, naturally enough, since that city was for the medieval mind the supreme end of pilgrimage. By Jerusalem they mean not only the celestial country heaven, but also the spiritual life, which is itself a heaven. Right as a true pilgrim going to Jerusalem, says Hilton, leaveth behind him house and land, wife and child, and maketh himself poor and bare from all that he hath, that he may go lightly without letting. Right so if thou wilt be a ghostly pilgrim, thou shalt make thyself naked from all that thou hast. Then shalt thou set in thy heart wholly and fully that thou wouldst be at Jerusalem, and at none other place but there. Jerusalem, he says in this same chapter, is as much as to say a sight of peace, and betokeneth contemplation in perfect love of God. Under this image of a pilgrimage, an image as concrete and practical, as remote from the romantic and picturesque for the medieval writers who used it, as the symbolism of hotel and railway train would be to us. The mystics contrived to summarize and suggest much of the life history of the ascending soul, the developing spiritual consciousness. The necessary freedom and detachment of the traveller, his departure from his normal life and interests, the difficulties, enemies, and hardships encountered on the road, the length of the journey, the variety of the country, the dark night which overtakes him, the glimpses of destination far away. All these are seen more and more as we advance in knowledge to constitute a transparent allegory of the incidents of man's progress from the unreal to the real. Bunyan was but the last of a long series of minds which grasped this fact. The traveller, says the Sufi Aziz bin Muhammad Nafasi, in whose book The Remotest Aim, the pilgrimage symbolism is developed in great detail, is the perceptive or intuitive sense of man. The goal to which he journeys is knowledge of God. This mysterious traveller towards the only country of the soul may be known of other men by his detachment, charity, humility, and patience. These primary virtues, however, belonging to ethical rather than to spiritual life, are not enough to bring his quest to a successful termination. They make him, say the Sufis, perfect in knowledge of his goal, but deficient in the power of reaching it. Though he has fraternal love for his fellow pilgrims, detachment from wayside allurements, untiring perseverance on the road, he is still encumbered and weakened by unnecessary luggage. The second stage of his journey, therefore, is initiated, like that of Christian, by a casting off of his burden, a total self-renouncement, the attainment of a Franciscan poverty of spirit, whereby he becomes perfectly free. Having got rid of all impediments to the spiritual quest, he must now acquire or develop in their stead the characteristic mystical qualities, or three aids of the pilgrim, which are called in this system attraction, devotion, and elevation. Attraction is consciousness of the mutual desire existing between man's spirit and the divine spirit, of the link of love which knits up reality and draws all things to their home in God. This is the universal law on which all mysticism is based. It is St. Augustine's, "Thou hast made us for thyself, and our hearts can find no rest except in thee." This natural magnetism, then, once he is aware of it, will draw the pilgrim irresistibly along the road from the many to the one. His second aid, devotion, says the remotest aim in a phrase of great depth and beauty, is the prosecution of the journey to God and in God. It embraces, in fact, the whole contemplative life. It is the next degree of spiritual consciousness after the blind yielding to the attraction of the real and the setting in order of man's relation to his source. The traveller's journey to God is complete when he attains knowledge of him. Illumination, in the language of European mystics. The point at which this is reached is called the tavern, or resting place upon the road, where he is fed with the divine mysteries. There are also wine shops upon the way, where the weary pilgrim is cheered and refreshed by a draught of the wine of divine love. Only when the journey to God is completed begins the journey in God, that which the Christian mystics call the unitive way. and this, since it is the essence of eternal life, can have no end. Elevation, the pilgrim's third aid, is the exalted or ecstatic form of consciousness peculiar to the contemplative, and which allows the traveller a glimpse of the spiritual city towards which he goes. The Sufi poet Attar, in his mystical poem, The Colloquy of the Birds, has described the stages of this spiritual pilgrimage with greater psychological insight as the journey through 7 valleys. The lapwing, having been asked by other birds what is the length of the road which leads to the hidden palace of the king, replies that there are 7 valleys through which each traveller must pass. But since none who attain the end ever come back to describe their adventures, no one knows the length of the way. 1. The first valley, says the lapwing, is the valley of the quest. It is long and toilsome, and there the traveller must strip himself of all earthly things, becoming poor, bare, and desolate, and so stay till the supernal light cast a ray on his desolation. It is, in fact, Dante's Purgatorio, the Christian way of purgation, the period of self-stripping and purification which no mystic system omits. 2. When the ray of supernal light has touched the pilgrim, he enters the limitless valley of love. Begins, that is to say, the mystic life. It is Dante's earthly paradise, or in the traditional system of the mystics, the onset of illumination. 3. Hence he passes to the valley of knowledge or enlightenment, the contemplative state, where each finds in communion with truth the place that belongs to him. No Dante student will fail to see here a striking parallel with those planetary heavens where each soul partakes of the divine, not supremely in the absolute sense, as St. Bonaventura has it, but supremely in respect of himself. The mystery of being is now revealed to the traveller. He sees nature's secret and God in all things. It is the height of illumination. 4. The next stage is the valley of detachment, of utter absorption in divine love, the stellar heaven of the saints, where duty is seen to be all in all. This leads to 5, the valley of the unity, where the naked Godhead is the one object of contemplation. This is the stage of ecstasy, or the beatific vision, Dante's condition in the last canto of the Paradiso. It is transient, however, and leads to 6, the valley of amazement, where the vision, far transcending the pilgrim's receptive power, appears to be taken from him, and he is plunged in darkness and bewilderment. This is the state which Dionysius the Areopagite, and after him many medieval mystics, called the divine dark, and described as the truest and closest of all our apprehensions of the Godhead. It is the cloud of unknowing, dark from excessive bright. The final stage is 7, the valley of annihilation of self, the supreme degree of union, or theopathetic state, in which the self is utterly merged, like a fish in the sea, in the ocean of divine love. Through all these metaphors of pilgrimage to a goal, of a road followed, distance overpassed, fatigue endured, there runs the definite idea that the travelling self in undertaking the journey is fulfilling a destiny, a law of the transcendental life, obeying an imperative need. The chosen knights are destined or called to the quest of the Grail. All men are called to their origin, says Rulman Mersenne, and the fishes which he sees in his vision of 9 rocks are impelled to struggle, as it were, against nature, uphill from pool to pool, towards their source. All mystical thinkers agree in declaring that there is a mutual attraction between the spark of the soul, the free divine germ in man, and the fount from which it came forth. We long for the Absolute, says Royce, only in so far as in us the Absolute also longs, and seeks, through our very temporal striving, the peace that is nowhere in time, but only, and yet absolutely, in eternity. So, Many centuries before the birth of American philosophy, Hilton put the same truth of experience in lovelier words. He it is that desireth in thee, and he it is that is desired. He is all, and he doth all, if thou might see him. The homeward journey of man's spirit may be thought of as due to the push of a divine life within, answering to the pull of a divine life without. It is only possible because there is already in that spirit a certain kinship with the divine, a capacity for eternal life. And the mystics, in undertaking it, are humanity's pioneers on the only road to rest. Hence that attraction which the Muslim mystic discerned as the traveller's necessary aid is a fundamental doctrine of all mysticism, and as a consequence, the symbolism of mutual desire is here inextricably mingled with that of pilgrimage. The spiritual pilgrim goes because he is called, because he wants to go, must go, if he is to find rest and peace. God needs man, says Eckhart. It is love calling to love, and the journey, though in one sense a hard pilgrimage, up and out, by the terraced mount and the 10 heavens to God, in another is the inevitable rush of the roving comet caught at last to the central sun. My weight is my love, said St. Augustine. Like gravitation, it inevitably compels, for good or evil, every spirit to its own place. According to another range of symbols, that love flings open a door in order that the larger life may rush in, and it and the soul be one thing. Here, then, we run through the whole gamut of symbolic expression, through transcendence, desire, and immanence. All are seen to point to one consummation, diversely and always elusively expressed, the need of union between man's separated spirit and the real, his remaking in the interests of transcendent life, his establishment in that kingdom which is both near and far. In the book of hidden things it is written, says Eckhart, I stand at the door and knock and wait. Thou needst not seek him here or there. He is no farther off than the door of the heart. There he stands and waits until he finds thee ready to open and let him in. Thou needst not call him from a distance. To wait until thou openest is harder for him than for thee. He needs thee 1,000 times more than thou canst need him. Thy opening and his entering are but one moment. God, he says in another place, can as little do without us as we without him. Our attainment of the Absolute is not a one-sided ambition, but the fulfilment of a mutual desire. For our natural will, says Lady Julian, is to have God, and the good will of God is to have us. And we may never cease from longing till we have him in fullness of joy. So, in the beautiful poem or ritual called the Hymn of Jesus, contained in the apocryphal Acts of John, and dating from primitive Christian times, the Logos, or eternal Christ, is thus represented as matching with his own transcendent, self-giving desire every need of the soul. The soul says, I would be saved. Christ replies, and I would save. Amen. The dialogue continues, I would be loosed, and I would loose. Amen. I would be pierced, and I would pierce. Amen. I would be born, and I would bear. Amen. I would eat, and I would be eaten. Amen. I would hear, and I would be heard. Amen. I am a lamp to thee who beholdest me. I am a mirror to thee who perceivest me. I am a door to thee who knockest at me. I am a way to thee, a wayfarer. The same fundamental idea of the mutual quest of the soul and the Absolute is expressed in the terms of another symbolism by the great Mohammedan mystic. No lover ever seeks union with his beloved, but his beloved is also seeking union with him. But the lover's love makes his body lean, while the beloved's love makes her fair and lusty. When in this heart the lightning spark of love arises, be sure this love is reciprocated in that heart. When the love of God arises in thy heart, without doubt God also feels love for thee. The mystic vision, then, is of a spiritual universe held within the bonds of love, and of the free and restless human soul, having within it the spark of divine desire, the tendency to the absolute, only finding satisfaction and true life when united with this life of God. Then, in Patmore's lovely image, the babe is at its mother's breast, the lover has returned to the beloved. Whatever their outward sense, all true mystic symbols express aspects of this secret of the world, this primal verity. But whereas such great visionary schemes as those of Atta and of Dante show it in its cosmic form, in many symbolic descriptions, particularly those which we meet in the writings of the ecstatic saints, the personal subjective note, the consciousness of an individual relation between that one self and the supernal self, overpowers all general applications. Then philosophy and formal allegory must step aside. The sacramental language of exalted emotion, of profoundly felt experience, takes its place. The phases of mutual love, of wooing and combat, awe and delight, the fevers of desire, the ecstasy of surrender, are drawn upon and made to contribute something to the description of the great and secret drama of the soul. To such symbolic transcripts of intimate experience belongs one amazing episode of the spiritual life history which, because it has been given immortal expression by the greatest mystical poet of modern times, is familiar to thousands of readers who know little or nothing of the more normal adventures incidental to man's attainment of the absolute. In The Hound of Heaven, Francis Thomas described with an almost terrible power not the self's quest of adored reality, but reality's quest of the unwilling self. He shows to us the remorseless, untiring seeking and following of the soul by the divine life to which it will not surrender, the inexorable onward sweep of this tremendous lover, hunting the separated spirit, strange, piteous, futile thing that flees him down the nights and down the days. This idea of the love chase, of the spirit rushing in terror from the overpowering presence of God, but followed, sought, conquered in the end, is common to all the medieval mystics. It is the obverse of their general doctrine of the necessary fusion of human and divine life. Escape from the flame of separation. I chased thee, for in this was my pleasure, says the voice of love to Mechthild of Magdeburg. I captured thee, for this was my desire. I bound thee, and I rejoice in thy bonds. I have wounded thee, that thou mayst be united to me. If I gave thee blows, it was that I might be possessed of thee. So in the beautiful Middle English poem of Quia amore langueo, I am true love, that false was never. My sister, man's soul, I loved her thus, because my world in no wise deceiver. I left my kingdom glorious. I purveyed for her a palace precious. She flight, I follow. I sought her so. I suffered this pain piteous. Quia amore langueo. Meister Eckhart has the same idea of the inexorable following love, impossible to escape, expressed under less personal images. Earth, he says, cannot escape the sky. Let it flee up or down, the sky flows into it, and makes it fruitful whether it will or no. So God does to man. He who will escape him only runs to his bosom, for all corners are open to him. We find in all the mystics this strong sense of a mysterious spiritual life, a reality over against man, seeking him and compelling him to its will. It is not for him, they think, to say that he will or will not aspire to the transcendental world. Hence sometimes this inversion of man's long quest of God. The self resists the pull of spiritual gravitation, flees from the touch of eternity, and the eternal seeks it, tracks it ruthlessly down. The following love, the mystics say, is a fact of experience, not a poetic idea. Those strong feet that follow, follow after. Once set upon the chase, are bound to win. Man, once conscious of reality, cannot evade it. For a time his separated spirit, his disordered loves, may wilfully frustrate the scheme of things, but he must be conquered in the end. Then the mystic process unfolds itself. Love triumphs. The purpose of the worlds fulfills itself in the individual life. End of first half of Part 1, Chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, a study in nature and development of spiritual consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. Second half of Part 1, Chapter 6. 2. It was natural and inevitable that the imagery of human love and marriage should have seemed to the mystic the best of all images of his own fulfillment of life. His soul's surrender, first to the call, finally to the embrace of perfect love. It lay ready to his hand. It was understood of all men. And moreover, it certainly does offer, upon lower levels, a strangely exact parallel to the sequence of states in which man's spiritual consciousness unfolds itself, and which form the consummation of the mystic life. It has been said that the constant use of such imagery by Christian mystics of the medieval period is traceable to the popularity of the Song of Songs, regarded as an allegory of the spiritual life. I think that the truth lies rather in the opposite statement, namely, that the mystic loved the Song of Songs because he there saw reflected, as in a mirror, the most secret experiences of his soul. The sense of a desire that was insatiable, of a personal fellowship so real, inward, and intense that it could only be compared with the closest link of human love, of an intercourse that was no mere spiritual self-indulgence, but was rooted in the primal duties and necessities of life. More, those deepest, most intimate secrets of communion, those self-giving ecstasies which all mystics know, but of which we, who are not mystics, may not speak. All these he found symbolized and suggested, their unendurable glories veiled in a merciful mist, in the poetry which man has invented to honor that august passion in which the merely human draws nearest to the divine. The great saints who adopted and elaborated this symbolism, applying it to their pure and ardent passion for the Absolute, were destitute of the prurient imagination which their modern commentators too often possess. They were essentially pure of heart, and when they saw God, they were so far from confusing that unearthly vision with the products of morbid sexuality that the dangerous nature of the imagery which they employed did not occur to them. They knew by experience the unique nature of spiritual love, and no one can know anything about it in any other way. Thus for St. Bernard, throughout his deeply mystical sermons on the Song of Songs, the divine word is the bridegroom, the human soul is the bride. But how different is the effect produced by his use of these symbols from that with which he has been charged by hostile critics? In the place of that sensuous imagery, which is so often and so earnestly deplored by those who have hardly a nodding acquaintance with the writings of the saints, we find images which indeed have once been sensuous, but which are here anointed and ordained to a holy office, carried up, transmuted, and endowed with radiant purity, and intense and spiritual life. Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. Who is it speaks these words? It is the bride. Who is the bride? It is the soul thirsting for God. She who asks this is held by the bond of love to him from whom she asks it. Of all the sentiments of nature, this of love is the most excellent, especially when it is rendered back to him who is the principle and fountain of it, that is, God. Nor are there found any expressions equally sweet to signify the mutual affection between the Word of God and the soul, as those of bridegroom and of bride, inasmuch as between individuals who stand in such relation to each other all things are in common, and they possess nothing separate or divided. They have one inheritance, one dwelling place, one table, and they are in fact one flesh. If, then, mutual love is especially befitting to a bride and bridegroom, it is not unfitting that the name of bride is given to a soul which loves. To women mystics of the Catholic Church, familiar with the antique and poetic metaphor which called every cloistered nun the bride of Christ, that crisis in their spiritual history in which they definitely vowed themselves to the service of transcendent reality seemed, naturally enough, the veritable betrothal of the soul. Often, in a dynamic vision, they saw as in a picture the binding vows exchanged between their spirits and their God. That further progress on the mystic way which brought with it a sharp and permanent consciousness of union with the divine will, the constant sustaining presence of a divine companion, became, by an extension of the original simile, spiritual marriage. The elements of duty, constancy, irrevocableness, and loving obedience involved in the medieval conception of the marriage tie made it an apt image of a spiritual state in which humility, intimacy, and love were the dominant characteristics. There is really no need to seek a pathological explanation of these simple facts. Moreover, with few exceptions, the descriptions of spiritual marriage which the great mystics have left are singularly free from physical imagery. So mysterious is the secret, says St. Teresa, and so sublime the favour that God thus bestows instantaneously on the soul, that it feels a supreme delight, only to be described by saying that our Lord vouchsafes, for the moment, to reveal to it his own heavenly glory in a far more subtle way than by any vision or spiritual delight. As far as can be understood, the soul, I mean the spirit of this soul, is made one with God, who is himself a spirit, and who has been pleased to show certain persons how far his love for us extends, in order that we may praise his greatness. He has thus deigned to unite himself to his creature. He has bound himself to her as firmly as two human beings are joined in wedlock, and will never separate himself from her. The great Richard of St. Victor, in one of his most splendid mystical treatises, has given us perhaps the most daring and detailed application of the symbolism of marriage to the adventures of the spirit of man. He divides the steep stairway of love, by which the contemplative ascends to union with the Absolute, into 4 stages. These he calls the betrothal, the marriage, the wedlock, and the fruitfulness of the soul. In the betrothal, he says, the soul thirsts for the beloved. That is to say, it longs to experience the delights of reality. The spirit comes to the soul and seems sweeter than honey. It is conversion, the awakening to mystical truth, the kindling of the passion for the Absolute. Then the soul with pertinacity demands more, and because of her burning desire she attains to pure contemplation, and so passes to the second degree of love. In this she is led in bridle by the beloved. Ascending above herself in contemplation, she sees the Sun of Righteousness. She is now confirmed in the mystic life. Their irrevocable marriage vows are made between her spirit and her God. At this point she can see the beloved, but cannot yet come into him, says Richard. This degree, as we shall see later, answers more or less to that which other mystics call the illuminative way. But any attempt to press these poetic symbols into a cast iron series and establish exact parallels is foredoomed to failure, and will merely succeed in robbing them of their fragrance and suggestive power. In Richard's third stage, however, that of union or wedlock, it is clear that the soul enters upon the unitive way. She has passed the stages of ecstatic and significant events, and is initiated into the life. She is deified, passes utterly into God, and is glorified in him. Is transfigured, he says, by immediate contact with the divine substance, into an utterly different quality of being. Thus, says St. John of the Cross, the soul, when it shall have driven away from itself all that is contrary to the divine will, becomes transformed in God by love. The soul, says Richard again, is utterly concentrated on the One. She is caught up to the divine light, the expression of the personal passion, the intimate relation, here rises to its height. But this is not enough. Where most mystical diagrams leave off, Richard of St. Victor's steep stairway of love goes on, with the result that this is almost the only symbolic system bequeathed to us by the great contemplatives in which all the implications contained in the idea of the spiritual marriage have been worked out to their term. He saw clearly that the union of the soul with its source could not be a barren ecstasy. That was to mistake a means for an end, and to frustrate the whole intention of life, which is, on all levels, fruitful and creative. Therefore he says that in the fourth degree, the bride who has been so greatly honoured, caught up to such unspeakable delight, sinks her own will, and is humiliated below herself. She accepts the pains and duties in the place of the raptures of love, and becomes a source, a parent of fresh spiritual life. The sponsor Dei develops into the mater divinae gratiae, the imperative need of life, to push on, to create, to spread, is here seen operating in the spiritual sphere. This forms that rare and final stage in the evolution of the great mystics, in which they return to the world which they forsook, and there live, as it were, as centres of transcendental energy, the creators of spiritual families, the partners and fellow labourers with the divine life. 3. We come now to the symbols which have been adopted by those mystics in whom temperamental consciousness of their own imperfection and of the unutterable perfection of the absolute life for which they longed has overpowered all other aspects of man's quest of reality. The "seek and ye shall find" of the pilgrim, the "by love shall he be gotten and holden" of the bride, can never seem an adequate description of experience to minds of this type. They are intent on the inexorable truth which must be accepted in some form by both these classes, the crucial fact that we behold that which we are, or, in other words, that only the real can know reality. Hence the state of the inward man, the unrealness of him when judged by any transcendental standard, is their centre of interest. His remaking or regeneration appears to them as the primal necessity, if he is ever to obtain rights of citizenship in the country of the soul. We have seen that this idea of the new birth, the remaking or transmutation of the self, clothed in many different symbols, runs through the whole of mysticism and much of theology. It is the mystic's subjective reading of those necessary psychological and moral changes which he observes within himself as his spiritual consciousness grows. His hard work of renunciation, of detachment from the things which that consciousness points out as illusory or impure, his purifications and trials, all form part of it. If that which is whole or perfect is to come, then that which is in part must be done away. For in what measure we put off the creature, in the same measure are we able to put on the Creator, neither more nor less. Of all the symbolic systems in which this truth has been enshrined, none is so complete, so picturesque, and now so little understood, as that of the Hermetic philosophers, or spiritual alchemists. This fact would itself be sufficient to justify us in examining some of the chief features of their symbolism. There is a further excuse for this apparently eccentric proceeding, however, in the fact that the language of alchemy was largely, though not always accurately and consistently, used by the great mystic Jacob Boehme, and after him by his English disciple William Law. Without, then, some knowledge of the terms which they employed, but seldom explained, the writings of this important school can hardly be understood. The alchemic symbols, especially as applied to the mystic life, are full of an often deliberate obscurity, which makes their exact interpretation a controversial matter at the best. Moreover, the authors of the various Hermetic writings do not always use them in the same sense, and whilst many of these writings are undoubtedly mystical, others clearly deal with the physical quest of gold. Nor have we any sure standard by which to divide class from class. The elements from which the spiritual alchemists built up their allegories of the mystic life are, however, easily grasped, and these elements, with the significance generally attributed to them, are as much as those who are not specialists can hope to unravel from this very tangled skein. First, there are the metals, of course the obvious materials of physical alchemy. These are usually called by the names of their presiding planets. Thus, in Hermetic language, Luna means silver, Sol, gold, etc. Then there is the vessel, or athanor, in which the transmutation of base metal to gold took place, an object whose exact nature is veiled in much mystery. The fire and various solvents and waters, peculiar to the different alchemistic recipes, complete the apparatus necessary to the great work. The process of this work, sometimes described in chemical and sometimes in astrological terms, is more often than not disguised in a strange heraldic and zoological symbolism dealing with lions, dragons, eagles, vultures, ravens, and doves, which, delightful in its picturesqueness, is unequalled in its power of confusing the anxious and unwary inquirer. It is also the subject of innumerable and deliberate allegories, which were supposed to convey its secrets to the elect, whilst most certainly concealing them from the crowd. Hence it is that the author of A Short Inquiry Concerning the Hermetic Art speaks for all investigators of this subject when he describes the Hermetic science as a great labyrinth in which are abundance of inquirers rambling to this day, many of them undiscerned by one another. Like him, I too have taken several turns in it myself, wherein one shall meet with very few, for 'tis so large, and almost every one taking a different path, that they seldom meet. But finding it a very melancholy place, I resolved to get out of it, and rather content myself to walk in the little garden before the entrance, where many things, though not all, were orderly to be seen. Choosing rather to stay there and contemplate on the metaphor set up, than venture again into the wilderness. Coming, then, to the contemplation of the metaphor set up, by far the most judicious course for modern students of the Hermetic art, we observe first that the prime object of alchemy was held to be the production of the philosopher's stone, that perfect and incorrupt substance or noble tincture, never found upon our imperfect earth in its natural state, which could purge all baser metals of their dross and turn them to pure gold. The quest of the stone, in fact, was but one aspect of man's everlasting quest of perfection, his hunger for the absolute, and hence an appropriate symbol of the mystic life. But this quest was not conducted in some far-off transcendental kingdom. It was prosecuted in the here and now within the physical world. Gold, the crowned king, or Sol, as it is called in the planetary symbolism of the alchemists, was their standard of perfection, the perfect metal, Towards it, as the Christian towards sanctity, their wills were set. It had for them a value not sordid but ideal. Nature, they thought, is always trying to make gold, this incorruptible and perfect thing, and the other metals are merely the results of the frustration of her original design. Nor is this aiming at perfection and achieving of imperfection limited to the physical world. Quod superius sicut quod inferius. Upon the spiritual plane also they held that the divine idea is always aiming at spiritual gold, divine humanity, the new man, citizen of the transcendental world. And natural man, as we ordinarily know him, is a lower metal, silver at best. He is a departure from the plan, who yet bears within himself, if we could find it, the spark or seed of absolute perfection, the tincture which makes gold. The smattering I have of the philosopher's stone, says Sir Thomas Browne, which is something more than the perfect exaltation of gold, hath taught me a great deal of divinity, and instructed my belief how that immortal spirit and incorruptible substance of my soul may lie obscure, and sleep a while within this house of flesh. This incorruptible substance is man's goldness, his perfect principle, for the highest mineral virtue resides in man, says Albertus Magnus, and God may be found everywhere. Hence the prosecution of a spiritual chemistry is a proper part of the true hermetic science. The art of the alchemist, whether spiritual or physical, consists in completing the work of perfection, bringing forth and making dominant, as it were, the latent goldness which lies obscure in metal or man. The ideal adept of alchemy was therefore an auxiliary of the eternal goodness. By his search for the noble tincture which should restore an imperfect world, he became a partner in the business of creation, assisting the cosmic plan. Thus the proper art of the spiritual alchemist, with whom alone we are here concerned, was the production of the spiritual and only valid tincture or philosopher's stone, the mystic seed of transcendental life which should invade, tinge, and wholly transmute the imperfect self into spiritual gold. That this was no fancy of 17th-century allegorists, but an idea familiar to many of the oldest writers upon alchemy, whose quest was truly a spiritual search into the deepest secrets of the soul, is proved by the words which bring to an end the first part of the antique golden treatise upon the making of the stone, sometimes attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. This, O son, says that remarkable tract, is the concealed stone of many colours, which is born and brought forth in one colour. Know this and conceal it. It leads from darkness into light, from this desert wilderness to a secure habitation, and from poverty and straits to a free and ample fortune. Man, then, was for the alchemists the true laboratory of the hermetic art, which concealed in an entanglement of vague and contradictory symbols the life process of his ascension to that perfect state in which he was able to meet God. This state must not be confused with a merely moral purity, but is to be understood as involving utter transmutation into a new form. It naturally followed from this that the indwelling Christ, the cornerstone, the Son of Righteousness, became for many of the Christian alchemists identified with the lapis philosophorum and with soul, and was regarded both as the image and as the earnest of this great work. His spirit was the noble tincture which can bring that which is lowest in the death to its highest ornament or glory, transmuting the natural to the supernatural, operating the new birth. This, says Boehm, is the noble precious stone, lapis philosophorum, the philosopher's stone, which the Magi, or wise men, find which tinctureth nature, and generateth a new sun in the old. He who findeth that esteemeth more highly of it than of this outward world, for the Son is many times greater than the Father. Again, If you take the spirit of the tincture, then indeed you go on a way in which many have found soul. But they have followed on the way to the heart of soul, where the spirit of the heavenly tincture hath laid hold on them, and brought them into the liberty, into the majesty, where they have known the noble stone, lapis philosophorum, the philosopher's stone, and have stood amazed at man's blindness, and seen his labouring in vain. Would you fain find the noble stone? Behold, we will show it you plain enough, if you be a magus and worthy, else you shall remain blind still. Therefore fall to work thus, for it hath no more but 3 numbers. First tell from 1 till you come to the cross, which is 10, and there lieth the stone without any great painstaking, for it is pure and not defiled with any earthly nature. In this stone there lieth hidden whatsoever God and the eternity, also heaven, the stars and elements contain and are able to do. There never was from eternity anything better or more precious than this, and it is offered by God and bestowed upon man. Every one may have it. It is in a simple form and hath the power of the whole deity in it. Boehm is here using alchemic symbols according to his custom, in a loose and artistic manner. For the true Hermetic philosopher's stone is not something which can be found, but something which must be made. The alchemists, whether their search be for a physical or a spiritual tincture, say always that this tincture is the product of the furnace and athanol, and further that it is composed of 3 numbers or elements, which they call sulphur, salt, and mercury. These, when found and forced into the proper combination, form the azoth, or philosopher's egg, the stuff or first matter of the great work. Sulphur, salt, and mercury, however, must not be understood in too literal a sense. You need not look for a metallic seed among the elements, says Basil the monk. It need not be sought so far back. If you can only rectify the mercury, sulphur, and salt, understand those of the sages, until the metallic spirit and body are inseparably joined together by means of the metallic soul, you thereby firmly rivet the chain of love, and prepare the palace for the coronation. Of these 3 ingredients, the important one is the spiritual principle, the unseizable mercury, which, far from being the metal which we ordinarily know by that name, the mercury which the alchemists sought, often in strange places, is a hidden and powerful substance. They call it mercury of the wise, and he who can discover it, they say, is on the way towards success. The reader in search of mystical wisdom already begins to be bewildered. But if he persevere in this labyrinth of symbolism, he presently discovers, as Basil the monk indeed hints, that the sulphur and the salt, or metallic soul and body of the spiritual chemistry, represent something analogous to the body and mind of men. Sulphur, his earthly nature, seasoned with the intellectual salt. The mercury is spirit in its most mystic sense, the synthesis or holy dweller in the innermost, the immanent spark or divine principle of his life. Only the wise, the mystically awakened, can know this mercury, the agent of man's transmutation, and until it has been discovered, brought out of the hiddenness, nothing can be done. This mercury, or snowy splendour, is the celestial body drawn from the beams of the sun and the moon. It is the only agent in the world for this art. It is the divine human spark of the soul, the bridge between gold and silver, God and man. The 3 principles being enclosed in the vessel, or athanol, which is man himself, and subjected to a gentle fire, the incendium amoris, the process of the great work, the mystic transmutation of natural into spiritual man, can begin. This work, like the ingredients which compose it, has 3 numbers, and the first matter in the course of its transmutation assumes 3 successive colours, the black, the white, and the red. These three colours are clearly analogous to the three traditional stages of the mystic way: purgation, illumination, union. The alchemists call the first stage, or blackness, putrefaction. In it, the three principles which compose the whole man of body, soul, and spirit are sublimated till they appear as a black powder full of corruption, and the imperfect body is dissolved and purified by subtle mercury, as man is purified by the darkness, misery, and despair which follows the emergence of his spiritual consciousness. As psychic uproar and disorder seems part of the process of mental growth, so salve et coagula, break down that you may build up, is the watchword of the spiritual alchemist. The black beast, the passional element of the lower nature, must emerge and be dealt with before anything further can be done. There is a black beast in our forest, says the highly allegorical Book of Lambspring. His name is putrefaction. His blackness is called the head of the raven. When it is cut off, whiteness appears. This whiteness, the state of Luna, or Silver, the chaste and immaculate queen, is the equivalent of the illuminative way, the highest point which the mystic can attain short of union with the Absolute. This white stone is pure and precious, but in it the great work of man's spiritual evolution has not yet reached its term. That term is the attainment of the red, the colour of perfection, or alchemic gold, a process sometimes called the marriage of Luna and Sol, the fusion of the human and divine spirit. Under this image is concealed the final secret of the mystic life, that ineffable union of finite and infinite, that loving reception of the inflowing vitality of God, from which comes forth the magnum opus, deified or spiritual man. This, says the author of A Suggestive Inquiry, is the union supersentient, the nuptials sublime, mentis et universi. Lo, behold, I will open to thee a mystery, cries the adept. The bridegroom crowneth the bride of the north, i.e., she who comes out of the cold and darkness of the lower nature. In the darkness of the north, out of the crucifixion of the cerebral life, when the sensual dominant is occultated in the divine fiat and subdued, there arises a light wonderfully about the summit, which wisely returned and multiplied according to the divine blessing, is made substantial in life. I have said that side by side with the metallic and planetary language of the alchemists runs a strange heraldic symbolism in which they take refuge when they fear, generally without reason, that they are telling their secrets too plainly to an unregenerate world. Many of these heraldic emblems are used in an utterly irresponsible manner, and whilst doubtless conveying a meaning to the individual alchemist and the disciples for whom he wrote, are, and must ever be, unintelligible to other men. But others are of a more general application, and appear so frequently in 17th century literature, whether mystical or non-mystical, that some discussion of them may well be of use. Perhaps the quaintest and most celebrated of all these allegories is that which describes the quest of the philosopher's stone as the hunting of the green lion. The green lion, though few would divine it, is the first matter of the great work. Hence, in spiritual alchemy, natural man in his wholeness, salt, sulphur, and mercury in their crude state. He is called green because, seen from the transcendent standpoint, he is still unripe, his latent powers undeveloped, and a lion because of his strength, fierceness, and virility. Here the common opinion that a pious effeminacy, a diluted and amiable spirituality, is the proper raw material of the mystic life, is emphatically contradicted. It is not by the education of the lamb, but by the hunting and taming of the wild intractable lion, instinct with vitality, full of ardour and courage, exhibiting heroic qualities on the sensual plane, that the great work is achieved. The lives of the saints enforce the same law. Our lion, waiting maturity, is called green for his unripeness, trust me, and yet full quickly he can run, and soon can overtake the sun. The green lion, then, in his strength and wholeness, is the only creature potentially able to attain perfection. It needs the adoption and purification of all the wealth and resources of man's nature, not merely the encouragement of his transcendental tastes, if he is to overtake the sun and achieve the great work. The kingdom of heaven is taken by violence, not by amiable aspiration. The green lion, says one alchemist, is the priest by whom Sol and Luna are wed. In other words, the raw stuff of indomitable human nature is the means by which man is to attain union with the Absolute. The duty of the alchemist, the transmuting process, is therefore described as the hunting of the green lion through the forest of the sensual world. He, like the hound of heaven, is on a love chase down the nights and down the days. When the lion is caught, when destiny overtakes it, its head must be cut off as the preliminary to the necessary taming process. This is called by the alchemist the head of the raven, the crow or the vulture, for its blackness. It represents the fierce and corrupt life of the passions, and its removal is that death of the lower nature, which is the object of all asceticism, i.e., purgation. The lion, the whole man, humanity in its strength, is, as it were, slain to the world, and then resuscitated, but in a very different shape. By its passage through this mystic death, or the putrefaction of the three principles, the colour of unripeness is taken away. Its taming completed, it receives wings, wherewith it may fly up to Sol, the perfect or divine, and is transmuted, say the alchemists, into the red dragon. This is to us a hopelessly grotesque image, but to the Hermetic philosophers, whose sense of wonder was uncorrupt, it was the deeply mystical emblem of a new, strange, and transcendental life, powerful alike in earth and in heaven. As the angel to the man, so was the dragon to the world of beasts, a creature of splendour and terror, a super-brute, veritably existent if seldom seen. We realize something of the significance of this symbol for the alchemic writers, if we remember how sacred a meaning it has for the Chinese, to whom the dragon is the traditional emblem of free spiritual life, as the tiger represents the life of the material plane in its intensest form. Since it is from China that alchemy is supposed to have reached the European world, it may yet be found that the red dragon is one of the most antique and significant symbols of the Hermetic art. For the spiritual chemistry, then, the red dragon represents deified man, whose emergence must always seem like the birth of some monstrous and amazing creature when seen from the standpoint of the merely natural world. With his coming forth, the business of the alchemist, in so far as he may be a mystic, is done. Man has transcended his lower nature, has received wings wherewith to live on higher levels of reality. The tincture, the latent goldness, has been found and made dominant, the magnum opus achieved. That the trite and inward business of that work, when stripped of its many emblematic veils, was indeed the reordering of spiritual rather than material elements, is an opinion which rests on a more solid foundation than personal interpretations of old allegories and alchemic tracts. The Norwich physician, himself deeply read in the Hermetic science, has declared to us his own certainty concerning it in few but lovely words. In them is contained the true mystery of man's eternal and interior quest of the stone, its reconciliation with that other, outgoing quest of the hidden treasure that desires to be found. Do but extract from the corpulency of bodies, or resolve things beyond their first matter, and you discover the habitation of angels, which if I call it the ubiquitary and omnipresent essence of God, I hope I shall not offend divinity. End of Part 1, Chapter 6.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. Part 1, Chapter 7. Mysticism and Magic. It is unnecessary to examine in detail the mistakes, in ecclesiastical language the heresies, into which men have been led by a feeble, a deformed, or an arrogant mystical sense. The number of these mistakes is countless, their wildness almost inconceivable to those who have not been forced to study them. Too often the loud voices and strange declarations of their apostles have drowned the quieter accents of the orthodox. It seems as though the moment of puberty were far more critical in the spiritual than it is in the physical life, the ordinary dangers of adolescence being intensified when they appear upon the higher levels of consciousness. In the condition of psychic instability, which is characteristic of his movement to new states, man is unusually at the mercy of the suggestions and impressions which he receives. Hence, in every period of true mystical activity, we find an outbreak of occultism, illuminism, or other perverted spirituality, and, even more dangerous and confusing for the student, a borderland region where the mystical and psychical meet. In the youth of the Christian Church, side by side with genuine mysticism descending from the Johannine writings or brought in by the Christian Neoplatonists, we have the arrogant and disorderly transcendentalism of the Gnostics, their attempted fusion of the ideals of mysticism and magic. During the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, there are the spurious mysticism of the Brethren of the Free Spirit, the occult propaganda of the Paracelsus, the Rosicrucians, the Christian Kabbalists, and the innumerable pantheistic, Manichaean mystery-making and quietist heresies which made war upon Catholic tradition. In the modern world, theosophy in its various forms is probably the most widespread and respectable representative of the occult tradition. The root idea from which these varied beliefs and practices develop is always the same, and, since right doctrine is often most easily defined by contrast with its opposite, its study is likely to help us to fix more precisely the true characters of mysticism. Leaving, therefore, the specifically mystical era of quietism until we come to the detailed discussion of the contemplative states, we will consider here some of those other supernormal activities of the self which we have already agreed to classify as magic, and learn through them more of those hidden and half-comprehended forces which she has at her command. The word magic is out of fashion, though its spirit was never more widely diffused than at the present time. Thanks to the gradual debasement of the verbal currency, it suggests to the ordinary reader the production of optical illusions and other parlour tricks. It has dragged with it in its fall the terrific verb to conjure, which, forgetting that it once undertook to compel the spirits of men and angels, is now content to produce rabbits from top hats. These facts would have little importance, were it not that modern occultists, annoyed one supposes by this abuse of their ancient title, constantly arrogate to their tenets and practices the name of mystical science. Vaughan, in his rather supercilious survey of the mystics, classed all forms of white magic, alchemy, and occult philosophy as theurgic mysticism, and, on the other side of the shield, the occultists display an increasing eagerness to claim the mystics as masters in their school. Even the threefold way of mysticism has been adopted by them and relabeled probation, enlightenment, initiation. In our search for the characteristics of mysticism, we have already marked the boundary which separates it from magic, and tried to define the true nature and intention of occult philosophy. We saw that it represented the instinctive human desire to know more, applied to suprasensible things. For good or ill, this desire, and the occult sciences and magic arts which express it, have haunted humanity from the earliest times. No student of man can neglect their investigation, however distasteful to his intelligence their superficial absurdities may be. The starting point of all magic, and of all magical religion, the best and purest of occult activities, is, as in mysticism, man's inextinguishable conviction that there are other planes of being than those which his senses report to him, and its proceedings represent the intellectual and individualistic results of this conviction, his craving for the hidden knowledge. It is, in the eyes of those who really practice it, a moyen de parvenir, not the performance of illicit tricks, but a serious attempt to solve the riddle of the world. Its result, according to a modern writer upon occult philosophy, comprises an actual, positive, and realizable knowledge concerning the worlds which we denominate invisible, because they transcend the imperfect and rudimentary faculties of a partially developed humanity, and concerning the latent potentialities which constitute, by the fact of their latency, the interior man. In more strictly philosophical language, the Hermetic science is a method of transcending the phenomenal world and attaining to the reality which is behind phenomena. Though fragments of this enormous claim seem able to justify themselves in experience, the whole of it cannot be admitted. The last phrase in particular is identical with the promise which we have seen to be characteristic of mysticism. It presents magic as a pathway to reality, a promise which it cannot fulfill, for the mere transcending of phenomena does not entail the attainment of the absolute. Magic, even at its best, extends rather than escapes the boundaries of the phenomenal world. It stands, where genuine, for that form of transcendentalism which does abnormal things, but does not lead anywhere, and we are likely to fall victims to some kind of magic the moment that the declaration, "I want to know," ousts the declaration, "I want to be," from the chief place of our consciousness. The true science of ultimates must be a science of pure being, for reasons which the reader is now in position to discover for himself. But magic is merely a system whereby the self tries to assuage its transcendental curiosity by extending the activities of the will beyond their usual limits, sometimes, according to its own account, obtaining by this means an experimental knowledge of planes of existence usually, but inaccurately, regarded as supernatural. Even this modified claim needs justification. For most persons who do not specialize in eccentric sciences, the occultist can only be said to exist in either the commercial or the academic sense. The fortune-teller represents one class, the annotator of improper grimoires the other. In neither department is the thing supposed to be taken seriously. It is merely the means of obtaining money or of assuaging a rather morbid curiosity. Such a view is far from accurate. In magic, whether regarded as a superstition or a science, we have at any rate the survival of a great and ancient tradition, the true meaning of whose title should hardly have been lost in a Christian country, for it claims to be the science of those magi whose quest of the symbolic blazing star brought them once at least to the cradle of the incarnate God. Its laws, and the ceremonial rites which express those laws, have come down from immemorial antiquity. They appear to enshrine a certain definite knowledge, and a large number of less definite theories, concerning the central and supercentral worlds, and concerning powers which man, according to occult thinkers, may develop if he will. Orthodox persons should be careful how they condemn the laws of magic, for they unwittingly conform to many of them whenever they go to church. All ceremonial religion contains some elements of magic. The art of medicine will never wholly cast it off. Many centuries ago it gave birth to that which we now call modern science. It seems to possess inextinguishable life. This is not surprising when we perceive how firmly occultism is rooted in psychology, how perfectly it is adapted to certain perennial characteristics of the human mind, its curiosity, its arrogance, its love of mystery. Magic, in its uncorrupted form, claims to be a practical, intellectual, highly individualistic science, working towards the declared end of enlarging the sphere on which the human will can work, and obtaining experimental knowledge of planes of being usually regarded as transcendental. It is the last descendant of a long line of teaching, the whole teaching, in fact, of the mysteries of Egypt and Greece, which offered to initiate man into a certain secret knowledge and understanding of things. In every man, says a modern occultist, there are latent faculties by means of which he can acquire for himself knowledge of the higher worlds. As long as the human race has existed, there have always been schools in which those who possessed these higher faculties gave instruction to those who were in search of them. Such are called the occult schools, and the instruction which is imparted therein is called esoteric science, or the occult teaching. These occult schools, as they exist in the present day, state their doctrine in terms which seem distressingly prosaic to the romantic inquirer, borrowing from physics and psychology theories of vibration, attraction, mental suggestion, and subconscious activity, which can be reapplied for their own purposes. According to its modern teachers, magic is simply an extension of their theory and practice of volition beyond the usual limits. The will, says the occultist, is king, not only of the house of life, but of the universe outside the gates of sense. It is the key to man limitless, the true ring of Gyges, which can control the forces of nature known and unknown. This aspect of occult philosophy informs much of the cheap American transcendentalism, which is so lightly miscalled mystical by its teachers and converts. Mentaculture, new or higher thought, and the scriptures of the so-called new consciousness. The ingenious authors of Volo, The Will to Be Well, and Just How to Wake the Solar Plexus. The seers who assure their eager disciples that by concentration they may acquire not only health, but also that wealth which is health of circumstance, are no mystics. They are magicians, and teach, though they know it not, little else but the cardinal doctrines of Hermetic science, omitting only their picturesque ceremonial accompaniments. These cardinal doctrines, in fact, have varied little since their first appearance early in the world's history, though, like the doctrines of theology, they have needed restatement from time to time. In discussing them, I shall quote chiefly from the works of Eliphas Levi, the pseudonym under which Alphonse Louis Constant, the most readable occult philosopher of the 19th century, offered his conclusions to the world. The tradition of magic, like most other ways of escape which man has offered to his own soul, appears to have originated in the East. It was formulated, developed, and preserved by the religion of Egypt. It made an early appearance in that of Greece. It has its legendary Grand Master in Hermes Trismegistus, who gave to it its official name of Hermetic science, and whose status in occultism is much the same as that occupied by Moses in the tradition of the Jews. Fragmentary writings attributed to this personage, and said to be derived from the Hermetic books, are the primitive scriptures of occultism, and the probably spurious Table of Emerald, which is said to have been discovered in his tomb, ranks as the magician's table of stone. In Gnosticism, in the allegories of the Kabbalah, in Theosophy, in secret associations which still exist in England, France, and Germany, and even in certain practices embedded in the ceremonial of the Christian Church, the main conceptions which constitute the secret wisdom of magical tradition have wandered down the centuries. The baser offshoots of that tradition are but too well known, and need not be particularized. Like the world which it professes to interpret, magic has a body and a soul, an outward vesture of words and ceremonies, and an inner doctrine. The outward vesture, which is all that the uninitiated are permitted to perceive, consists of a series of confusing and often ridiculous symbolic veils, of strange words and numbers, grotesque laws and ritual acts, personifications and mystifications. The outward vestures of our religious, political, and social systems, which would probably appear equally irrational to a wholly ignorant yet critical observer, offer an instructive parallel to this aspect of occult philosophy. Stripped of these archaic formulae, symbols, and mystery-mongerings, however, magic, as described by its apologists, is found to rest upon three fundamental axioms, which can hardly be dismissed as ridiculous by those who listen respectfully to the ever-shifting hypotheses of psychology and physics. 1. The first axiom declares the existence of an imponderable medium or universal agent, which is described as beyond the plane of our normal sensual perceptions, yet interpenetrating and binding up the material world. This agent, which is not luminous and has nothing to do with the stars, is known to the occultists by the unfortunate name of astral light, a term originally borrowed by the Martyrs of Eliphas Levi. To live in conscious communication with the astral light is to live upon the astral plane, or in the astral world. To have achieved, that is to say, a new level of consciousness. The education of the occultists is directed towards this end. The doctrine of the astral plane, like most of our other diagrams of the transcendent, possesses a respectable ancestry, and many prosperous relations in the world of philosophic thought. Traces of it may even be detected under veils in the speculations of orthodox physics. It is really identical with the archetypal world, or Yesod of the Kabbalah, the perfect land of old Egyptian religion, in which the true or spirit forms of all created things are held to exist. It may be connected with the real world described by such visionaries as Boehm and Blake, many of whose experiences are far more occult than mystical in character. A persistent tradition as to the existence of such a plane of being or of consciousness is found all over the world, in Indian, Greek, Egyptian, Celtic, and Jewish thought. Above this visible nature there exists another, unseen and eternal, which, when all things created perish, does not perish, says the Bhagavad Gita. According to the Kabbalists, it is the seat of life and vitality, and the nourishment of all the world. Vitalism might accept it as one of those aspects of the universe which can be perceived by a more extended rhythm than that of normal consciousness. Various aspects of the astral have been identified with the burning body of the Holy Ghost of Christian Gnosticism, and with the odic force of the old-fashioned spiritualists. Further, the astral plane is regarded as constituting the cosmic memory, where the images of all beings and events are preserved, as they are preserved in the memory of man. The high that proved too high, the heroic for earth too hard, the passion that left the ground to lose itself in the sky, all are living in the astral world. There too the concepts of future creation are present in their completeness in the eternal now, before being brought to birth in the material sphere. On this theory, prophecy, and also clairvoyance, one of the great objects of occult education, consist in opening the eyes of the mind upon this timeless astral world, and spiritualists, evoking the phantoms of the dead, merely call them up from the recesses of universal instead of individual remembrance. The reader who feels his brain to be whirling amidst this medley of solemn statement and unproven fairy tale must remember that the dogmatic part of the occult tradition can only represent the attempt of an extended or otherwise abnormal consciousness to find an explanation of its own experiences. Further, our whole selves, not merely our sentient selves, are regarded as being bathed in the astral light, as in the ether of physics. Hence, in occult language, it is a universal agent, connecting soul with soul, and becomes the possible vehicle of hypnotism, telepathy, clairvoyance, and all those supernormal phenomena which are the subject matter of psychical research. This hypothesis also accounts for the confusing fact of an initial similarity of experience in many of the proceedings of mystic and occultist. Both must pass through the plane of consciousness which the concept of the astral represents, because this plane of perception is the one which lies next beyond our normal life. The transcendental faculties may become aware of this world, only in the case of the mystic, to pass through it as quickly as they can. But the occultist, the medium, the psychic, rest in the astral and develop their perceptions of this aspect of the world. It is the medium in which they work. From earliest times, the occult philosophy has insisted on the existence of this medium as a scientific fact, outside the range of our normal senses, but susceptible of verification by the trained powers of the initiate. The possessor of such trained powers, not the wizard or the fortune-teller, is regarded as the true magician, and it is the declared object of occult education, or initiation, to actualize this supercentral plane of experience, to give the student the power of entering into conscious communion with it, and teach him to impose upon its forces the directive force of his own will, as easily as he imposes that will upon the material things of senses. 2. This brings us to the second axiom of magic, which also has a curiously modern air, for it postulates simply the limitless power of the disciplined human will. This dogma has been taken over without acknowledgement from occult philosophy to become the trump card of metaculture, Christian Science, and New Thought. The preachers of joy philosophy and other dilute forms of mental discipline, the liberal Catholic priest producing a vast bubble of etheric astromental matter, a thought edifice, ethereal, diaphanous, a bubble which just includes the congregation. These are the true hierophants of magic in the modern world. The first lesson of the would-be magus is self-mastery. By means of persevering and gradual athletics, says Eliphas Levi, the powers of the body can be developed to an amazing extent. It is the same with the powers of the soul. Would you govern yourself and others? Learn how to will. How may one learn how to will? This is the first secret of magical initiation, and it was to make the foundations of this secret thoroughly understood that the antique keepers of the mysteries surrounded the approach to the sanctuary with so many terrors and illusions. They did not believe in a will until it had given its proofs, and they were right. Strength cannot prove itself except by conquest. Idleness and negligence are the enemies of the will, and this is the reason why all religions have multiplied their practices and made their cults difficult and minute. The more trouble one gives oneself for an idea, the more power one acquires in regard to that idea. Hence the power of religions resides entirely in the inflexible will of those who practice them. This last sentence alone is enough to define the distinction between mysticism and magic, and clear the minds of those who tend to confuse the mystical and magical elements of religion. In accordance with it, real magical initiation is in essence a form of mental discipline, strengthening and focusing the will. This discipline, like that of the religious life, consists partly in physical austerities and a deliberate divorce from the world, partly in the cultivation of willpower, but largely in the yielding of the mind to the influence of suggestions which have been selected and accumulated in the course of ages because of their power over the imagination, which Eliphas Levi calls the eye of the soul. There is nothing supernatural about it. Like the more arduous, more disinterested self-training of the mystic, it is character-building with an object, conducted upon an heroic scale. In magic, the will to know is the centre round which the personality is rearranged. As in mysticism, unconscious factors are dragged from the hiddenness to form part of that personality. The uprushes of thought, the abrupt intuitions which reach us from the subliminal region, are developed, ordered, and controlled by rhythms and symbols which have become traditional because the experience of centuries has proved though it cannot explain, their efficacy. The powers of apprehension, which normally lie below the threshold, may thus be liberated and enabled to report their discoveries. The fundamental principle, says A.E. White, speaking of occult evocations, was in the exercise of a certain occult force resident in the magus, and strenuously exerted for the establishment of such a correspondence between two planes of nature as would effect his desired end. This exertion was termed the evocation, conjuration, or calling of the spirit, but that which in reality was raised was the energy of the inner man, tremendously developed and exalted by combined will and aspiration. This energy germinated by sheer force a new intellectual faculty of sensible psychological perception. To assist and stimulate this energy into the most powerful possible operation, artificial means were almost invariably used. The synthesis of these methods and processes was called ceremonial magic, which in effect was a tremendous forcing house of the latent faculties of man's spiritual nature. This is the psychological explanation of those apparently absurd rituals of preparation, doctrines of signs and numbers, pentacles, charms, angelical names, the power of the word, which made up ceremonial magic. The power of such artifices is known amongst the Indian mystics, who, recognizing in the mantra, or occult and rhythmic formula, consciously held and repeated an invaluable help to the attainment of the true ecstatic state, and not ashamed to borrow from the magicians. So too the modern American schools of mental healing and New Thought recommend concentration upon a carefully selected word as the starting point of efficacious meditation. This fact of the psychical effect of certain verbal combinations, when allowed to dominate the field of consciousness, may have some bearing upon that need of a formal liturgy which is felt by nearly every great religion. For religion on its ceremonial side has certain affinities with magic. It too seeks by sensible means to stimulate suprasensible energies. The true magic word or spell is untranslatable, because its power resides only partially in that outward sense which is apprehended by the reason, but chiefly in the rhythm, which is addressed to the subliminal mind. Symbols, religious and other, and symbolic acts, which appear meaningless when judged by the intellect alone, perform a similar office. They express the deep-seated instinct of the human mind that it must have a focus on which to concentrate its volitional powers, if those powers are to be brought to their highest state of efficiency. The nature of the focus matters little. Its office matters much. All these figures and acts analogous to them, says Levi, all these dispositions of numbers and of characters, i.e. sacred words, charms, pentacles, etc., are, as we have said, but instruments for the education of the will, of which they fix and determine the habits. They serve also to concentrate in action all the powers of the human soul, and to strengthen the creative power of the imagination. A practice, even though it be superstitious and foolish, may be efficacious because it is a realization of the will. We laugh at the poor woman who denies herself a ha'porth of milk in the morning, that she may take a little candle to burn upon the magic triangle in some chapel. But those who laugh are ignorant, and the poor woman does not pay too dearly for the courage and resignation which she thus obtains. Magic symbols, therefore, from penny candles to Solomon's seal, fall in modern technical language into two classes. The first contains instruments of self-suggestion, exaltation, and will direction. To this belong all spells, charms, rituals, perfumes, from the magician's vervain wreath to the youth, health, strength, which the student of New Thought repeats when she is brushing her hair in the morning. The second class contains autoscopes, i.e. material objects which focus and express the subconscious perceptions of the operator. The dowser's divining rod, fortune-teller's cards, and crystal gazer's ball are characteristic examples. Both kinds are rendered necessary rather by the disabilities of the human than by the peculiarities of the superhuman plane. And the great adept may attain heights at which he dispenses with these outward and visible signs. Ceremonies being, as we have said, artificial methods of creating certain habits of the will, they cease to be necessary when these habits have become fixed. These facts, now commonplaces of psychology, have long been known and used by students of magic. Those who judge the philosophy by the apparent absurdity of its symbols and ceremonies should remember that the embraces, gestures, grimaces, and other ritual acts by which we all concentrate, liberate, or express love, wrath, or enthusiasm will ill endure the cold revealing light of a strictly rational inquiry. 3. The dogmas of the astral light or universal agent and the power of the will are completed by a third, the doctrine of analogy, of an implicit correspondence between appearance and reality, the microcosm of man and the macrocosm of the universe, the seen and the unseen worlds. In this, occultism finds the basis of its transcendental speculations. Quod superius sicut quod inferius, the first words of that emerald table, which was once attributed to Hermes Trismegistus himself, is an axiom which must be agreeable to all Platonists. It plays a great part in the theory of mysticism, which, whilst maintaining an awed sense of the total otherness and incomprehensibility of the divine, has always assumed that the path of the individual soul towards loving union with the Absolute is somehow analogous with the path on which the universe moves to its consummation in God. The notion of analogy ultimately determines the religious concepts of every race and resembles the verities of faith in the breadth of its application. It embraces alike the appearances of the visible world, which thus become the mirrors of the invisible, the symbols of religion, the tiresome arguments of Butler's analogy, the allegories of the Kabbalah and the spiritual alchemists, and that childish doctrine of signatures on which much of the medieval science was built. Analogy, says Levi, is the last word of science and the first word of faith, the sole possible mediator between the visible and the invisible, between the finite and the infinite. Here magic clearly defines her own limitations, stepping incautiously from the useful to the universal, and laying down a doctrine which no mystic could accept, which, carried to its logical conclusion, would turn the adventure of the infinite into a guessing game. The argument by analogy is carried by the occultists to lengths which cannot be described here. Armed with this torch, they explore the darkest, most terrible mysteries of life, and do not hesitate to cast the grotesque shadows of these mysteries upon the unseen world. The principle of correspondence is no doubt sound, so long as it works within reasonable limits. It was admitted into the system of the Kabbalah, though that profound and astute philosophy was far from giving to it the importance which it assumes in Hermetic science. It has been eagerly accepted by many of the mystics. Boehm and Swedenborg availed themselves of its method in presenting their intuitions to the world. It is implicitly acknowledged by thinkers of many other schools. Its influence permeates the best periods of literature. Sir Thomas Browne spoke for more than himself when he said, in a well-known passage of the Religio Medici, "The severe schools which shall never laugh me out of the philosophy of Hermes, i.e. Trismegistus, that this visible world is but a picture of the invisible, wherein, as in a portrait, things are not truly, but in equivocal shapes, and as they counterfeit some real substance in that invisible framework." Such a sense of analogy, whatever the severe schools may say, is indeed the foundation of every perfect work of art. Intuitive perception of the hidden analogies of things, says Hazlitt in English Novelists, or, as it may be called, his instinct of the imagination, is perhaps what stamps the character of genius on the productions of art more than any other circumstance. The central doctrine of magic may now be summed up thus. 1. That a supersensible and real cosmic medium exists, which interpenetrates, influences, and supports the tangible and apparent world, and is amenable to the categories of both philosophy and of physics. 2. That there is an established analogy and equilibrium between the real and unseen world, and the illusory manifestations which we call the world of sense. 3. That this analogy may be discerned, and this equilibrium controlled, by the disciplined will of man, which thus becomes master of itself and of fate. We must now examine in more detail the third of these propositions, that which ascribes abnormal powers to the educated and disciplined will. For this assumption lies at the root of all magical practices, old and new. Magical operations, says Eliphas Levi, are the exercise of a power which is natural, but superior to the ordinary powers of nature. They are the result of a science, and of habits which exalt the human well above its usual limits. This power of the will is now recognized as playing an important part both in the healing of the body and the healing of the soul. For our most advanced theories on these subjects are little more than the old wine of magic in new bottles. The ancient occultists owed much of their power, and also of their evil reputation, to the fact that they were psychologists before their time. Effective methods of suggestion, recipes for the alteration and exaltation of personality and enhancement of willpower, the artificial production of hypnotic states, photisms, automatism, and ecstasy, with the opening up of the subliminal field which accompanies these phenomena, concealed from the profane by a mass of confusing allegories and verbiage, form the backbone of all genuine occult rituals. Their authors were aware that ceremonial magic has no objective importance, but depends solely on its effect upon the operator's mind. That this effect might be enhanced, it was given an atmosphere of sanctity and mystery. Its rules were strict, its higher rites difficult of attainment. These rules and rites constituted at once a test of the student's earnestness and a veil guarding the sanctuary from the profane. The long and difficult preparations, majestic phrases, and strange ceremonies of an evocation had power not over the spirit of the dead, but over the consciousness of the living, who was thus caught up from the world of sense to a new plane of perception. Thus, according to its apologists, the education of the genuine occult student tends to awaken in him a new view and a new attitude. It adjusts the machinery of his cinematograph to the registering of new intervals in the stream of things, which passed it by before, and thus introduces new elements into that picture by which ordinary men are content to know and judge the, or rather their, universe. So much for the principles which govern occult education. Magic therapeutics, or as it is now called, mental healing, is but the application of these principles upon another plane. It results, first, from a view of humanity which sees a difference only of degree between diseases of body and of soul, and can state seriously and in good faith that moral maladies are more contagious than physical, and there are some triumphs of infatuation and fashion which are comparable to leprosy or cholera. Secondly, it is worked by that enhancement of willpower, that ability to alter and control weaker forms of life, which is claimed as the reward of the occult discipline. All the power of the occult healer lies in his conscious will, and all his art consists in producing faith in the patient. This simple truth was in the possession of occult thinkers at a time when church and state saw no third course between the burning or beautification of its practitioners. Now, under the polite names of mental hygiene, suggestion, and psychotherapeutics, it is steadily advancing to the front rank of medical shibboleths. Yet it is still the same magic art which has been employed for centuries, with varying ritual accompaniments, by the adepts of occult science. The methods of Brother Hilarion Tissot, who is described as curing lunacy and crime by the unconscious use of the magnetism of Paracelsus, who attributed his cases either to disorder of the will or to the perverse influence of external wills, and would regard all crimes as acts of madness and treat the wicked as diseased, anticipated, in many respects, those of the most modern psychologists. The doctrine of magic, which has here been described, shows us the secret wisdom at its best and sanest. But even on these levels, it is dogged by the defects which so decisively separate the occultist from the mystic. The chief of these is the peculiar temper of mind, the cold intellectual arrogance, the intensely individual point of view which occult studies seem to induce by their conscious quest of exclusive power and knowledge, their implicit neglect of love. At bottom, every student of occultism is striving towards a point at which he may be able to touch the button and rely on the transcendental world springing to do the rest. In this hard-earned acquirement of the power over the many, he tends to forget the one. In Levi's words, too deep a study of the mysteries of nature may estrange from God the careless investigator, in whom mental fatigue paralyzes the ardors of the heart. When he wrote this sentence, Levi stood, as the greater occultists have often done, at the frontiers of mysticism. The best of the Hermetic philosophers, indeed, are hardly ever without such mystical hankerings, such flashes of illumination, as if the transcendental powers of man, once roused from sleep, cannot wholly ignore the true end for which they were made. In Levi's case, as is well known, the discord between the occult and mystical ideals was resolved by his return to the Catholic Church. Characteristically, he read into Catholicism much that the Orthodox would hardly allow, so that it became for him, as it were, a romantic gloss on the occult tradition. He held that the Christian Church, nursing mother of the mystics, was also the heir of the Magi, and that popular piety and popular magic veiled the same ineffable truths. He had more justification than at first appears probable for this apparently wild and certainly heretical statement. Religion, as we have seen, can never entirely divorce herself from magic, for her rituals and sacraments must have, if they are to be successful in their appeal to the mind, a certain magical character. All persons who are naturally drawn towards the ceremonial aspect of religion are acknowledging the strange power of subtle rhythms, symbolic words and movements over the human will. An impressive service conforms exactly to the description which I have already quoted of a magical rite. It is a tremendous forcing-house of the latent faculties of man's spiritual nature. Sacraments, too, however simple their beginnings, always tend, as they evolve, to assume upon the phenomenal plane a magical aspect, a fact which does not invalidate their claim to be the vehicles of supernatural grace. Those who have observed with understanding, for instance, the Roman rite of baptism, with its spells and exorcisms, its truly hermetic employment of salt, anointing chrism, and ceremonial lights, must have seen in it a ceremony far nearer to the operations of white magic than to the simple lustrations practised by St. John the Baptist. There are obvious objections to the full working out of this subject in a book which is addressed to readers of all shades of belief. But any student who is interested in this branch of religious psychology may easily discover for himself the occult elements in the liturgies of the Christian, or indeed any other, church. There are invocative arrangements of the names of God, which appear alike in grimoire and in missal. Sacred numbers, ritual actions, perfumes, purifications, words of power are all used, and rightly used by institutional religion in her work of opening up the human mind to the messages of the suprasensible world. Certain minor observances and charm-like prayers, We seem to stand on the very borderland between magician and priest. It is surely inevitable that this should be so. The business of the Church is to appeal to the whole man as she finds himself living in the world of sense. She would hardly be adequate to this task did she neglect the powerful weapons which the occultist has developed for his own ends. She who takes the simplest and most common gifts of nature and transmutes them into heavenly food, takes also every discovery which the self has made concerning its own potentialities, and turns them to her own high purposes. Founding her external system on sacraments and symbols, on rhythmic invocations and ceremonial acts of praise, insisting on the power of the pure and self-denying will, and the magic chain of congregational worship, she does but join hands with those magi whose gold, frankincense, and myrrh were the first gifts that she received. But she pays for this. Sharing some of the limitations of the system with her Catholic nature has compelled her to absorb. It is true, of course, that she purges it of all its baser elements, its arrogance, its curiosity. True also that she is bound to adopt it, because it is the highest common measure which she can apply to the spirituality of that world to which she is sent. But she cannot, and her great teachers have always known that she cannot, extract finality from a method which does not really seek after ultimate things. This method may and does teach men goodness, gives them happiness and health. It can even induce in them a certain exaltation in which they become aware, at any rate for a moment, of the existence of the supernatural world, a stupendous accomplishment. But it will not of itself make them citizens of that world, give to them the freedom of reality. The work of the Church in the world, says Patmore, is not to teach the mysteries of life, so much as to persuade the soul to that arduous degree of purity at which God himself becomes her teacher. The work of the Church ends when the knowledge of God begins. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. End of Part 1.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. Part 2. The Mystic Way. As the pilgrim passes while the country permanent remains, so men pass on, but the states remain permanent forever. Blake, Jerusalem. Chapter 1. Introductory. We are now to turn from general principles and study those principles in action, to describe the psychological process, or mystic way, by which that peculiar type of personality, which is able to set up direct relations with the Absolute, is usually developed. The difficulty of this description will lie in the fact that all mystics differ one from another, as all the individual objects of our perception, living or not living, do. The creative impulse in the world, so far as we are aware of it, appears upon ultimate analysis to be free and original, not bound and mechanical, to express itself, in defiance of the determinists, with a certain artistic spontaneity. Man, when he picks out some point of likeness as a basis on which to arrange its productions in groups, is not discovering its methods, but merely making for his own convenience an arbitrary choice of one or two, not necessarily characteristic, qualities, which happen to appear in a certain number of different persons or things. Hence the most scientific classification is a rough and ready business at the best. When we come to apply such classification to so delicate and elusive a series of psychological states as those which accompany the contemplative life, all the usual difficulties are increased. No one mystic can be discovered in whom all the observed characteristics of the transcendental consciousness are resumed,
and who can on that account be treated as typical. Mental states which are distinct and mutually exclusive in one case exist simultaneously in another. In some, stages which have been regarded as essential are entirely omitted. In others, their order appears to be reversed. We seem at first to be confronted by a group of selves which arrive at the same end without obeying any general law. Take, however, a number of such definitely mystical selves and make of them, so to speak, a composite portrait, as anthropologists do when they wish to discover the character of a race. From this portrait we may expect a type to emerge, in which all the outstanding characteristics contributed by the individual examples are present together, and minor variations are suppressed. Such a portrait will of course be conventional, but it will be useful as a standard which can be constantly compared with and corrected by isolated specimens. The first thing we notice about this composite portrait is that the typical mystic seems to move towards his goal through a series of strongly marked oscillations between states of pleasure and states of pain. The existence and succession of these states, sometimes broken and confused, sometimes crisply defined, can be traced to a greater or less degree in almost every case of which we possess anything like a detailed record. Girans girando radi spiritus. The soul, as it treads the ascending spiral of its road towards reality, experiences alternately the sunshine and the shade. These experiences are constants of the transcendental life. The spiritual states of the soul are all eternal, said Blake, with the true mystical genius for psychology. The complete series of these states, and it must not be forgotten that few individuals present them all in perfection, whilst in many instances several are blurred or appear to be completely suppressed, will be, I think, most conveniently arranged under 5 heads. This method of grouping means, of course, the abandonment of the time-honoured threefold division of the mystic way, and the apparent neglect of St. Teresa's equally celebrated 7 degrees of contemplation. But I think that we shall gain more than we lose by adopting it. The groups, however, must be looked upon throughout as diagrammatic, and only as answering loosely and generally to experiences which seldom present themselves in so rigid and unmixed a form. These experiences, largely conditioned as they are by surroundings and by temperament, exhibit all the variety and spontaneity which are characteristic of life in its highest manifestations, and, like biological specimens, they lose something of their essential reality in being prepared for scientific investigation. Taken altogether, they constitute phases in a single process of growth, involving the movement of consciousness from lower to higher levels of reality, the steady remaking of character in accordance with the independent spiritual world. But as the study of physical life is made easier for us by an artificial division into infancy, adolescence, maturity, and old age, so a discreet indulgence of the human passion for map-making will increase our chances of understanding the nature of the mystic way. Here, then, is the classification under which we shall study the phases of the mystical life. 1. The awakening of the self to consciousness of divine reality. This experience, usually abrupt and well marked, is accompanied by intense feelings of joy and exaltation. 2. The self, aware for the first time of divine beauty, realizes by contrast its own finiteness and imperfection, the manifold illusions in which it is immersed, the immense distance which separates it from the One. Its attempts to eliminate by discipline and mortification all that stands in the way of its progress towards union with God constitute purgation, a state of pain and effort. 3. When purgation, the self, has become detached from the things of sense and acquired those virtues which are the ornaments of the spiritual marriage, its joyful consciousness of the transcendent order returns in an enhanced form. Like the prisoners in Plato's cave of illusion, It has awakened to knowledge of reality, has struggled up the harsh and difficult path to the mouth of the cave. Now it looks upon the sun. This is illumination, a state which includes in itself many of the stages of contemplation, degrees of horizon, visions and adventures of the soul described by St. Teresa and other mystical writers. These form, as it were, a way within the way, a moyen de parvenir, a training devised by experts which will strengthen and assist the mounting soul. They stand, so to speak, for education, whilst the way proper represents organic growth. Illumination is the contemplative state par excellence. It forms, with the two preceding states, the first mystic life. Many mystics never go beyond it, and, on the other hand, many seers and artists, not usually classed amongst them, have shared to some extent the experiences of the illuminated state. Illumination brings a certain apprehension of the Absolute, a sense of the divine presence, but not true union with it. It is a state of happiness. 4. In the development of the great and strenuous seekers after God, this is followed, or sometimes intermittently accompanied, by the most terrible of all the experiences of the mystic way, the final and complete purification of the self, which is called by some contemplatives the mystic pain or mystic death, by others the purification of the spirit or dark night of the soul. The consciousness which had in illumination sunned itself in the sense of the divine presence now suffers under an equally intense sense of the divine absence, learning to dissociate the personal satisfaction of mystical vision from the reality of mystical life. As in purgation, the senses were cleansed and humbled, and the energies and interests of the self were concentrated upon transcendental things. So now the purifying process is extended to the very centre of I-hood, the will. The human instinct for personal happiness must be killed. This is the spiritual crucifixion, so often described by the mystics, the great desolation in which the soul seems abandoned by the divine. The self now surrenders itself, its individuality, and its will completely. It desires nothing, asks nothing, is utterly passive, and is thus prepared for 5. Union, the true goal of the mystic quest. In this state, the absolute life is not merely perceived and enjoyed by the self as an illumination, but is one with it. This is the end towards which all the previous oscillations of consciousness have tended. It is a state of equilibrium, of purely spiritual life, characterized by peaceful joy, by enhanced powers, by intense certitude. To call this state, as some authorities do, by the name of ecstasy, is inaccurate and confusing, since the term ecstasy has long been used both by psychologists and ascetic writers to define that short and rapturous trance, a state with well-marked physical and psychical accompaniments, in which the contemplative, losing all consciousness of the phenomenal world, is caught up to a brief and immediate enjoyment of the divine vision. Ecstasies of this kind are often experienced by the mystic in illumination, or even on his first conversion. They cannot therefore be regarded as exclusively characteristic of the unitive way. In some of the greatest mystics, St. Teresa is an example, the ecstatic trance seems to diminish rather than increase in frequency after the state of union has been attained, whilst others achieve the heights by a path which leaves on one side all abnormal phenomena. Union must be looked upon as the true goal of mystical growth, that permanent establishment of life upon transcendent levels of reality, of which ecstasies give a foretaste to the soul. Intense forms of it, described by individual mystics, under symbols such as those of mystical marriage, deification, or divine fecundity, all prove on examination to be aspects of this same experience seen through a temperament. It is right, however, to state here that Oriental mysticism insists upon a further stage beyond that of union, which stage it regards as the real goal of the spiritual life. This is the total annihilation or reabsorption of the individual soul in the infinite. Such an annihilation is said by the Sufis to constitute the 8th stage of progress, in which alone they truly attain to God. Thus stated, it appears to differ little from the Buddhist nirvana, and is the logical corollary of that pantheism to which the Oriental mystic always tends. Thus Jalaluddin, "O let me not exist, for non-existence proclaims in organ tones, to him we shall return." It is at least doubtful, however, whether the interpretation which has been put by European students upon such passages as this be correct. The language in which Al-Ghazali attempts to describe the 8th stage is certainly more applicable to the unitive life as understood by Christian contemplatives than to the Buddhistic annihilation of personality. The end of Sufism, he says, is total absorption in God. This is at least the relative end to that part of their doctrine which I am free to reveal and describe. But in reality it is but the beginning of the Sufi life, for those intuitions and other things which precede it are, so to speak, but the porch by which they enter. In this state some have imagined themselves to be amalgamated with God, others to be identical with him, others again to be associated with him, but all this is sin. The doctrine of annihilation as the end of the soul's ascent, whatever the truth may be as to the Muslim attitude concerning it, is decisively rejected by all European mystics, though a belief in it is constantly imputed to them by their enemies, for their aim is not the suppression of life, but its intensification, a change in its form. This change, they say in a paradox which is generally misunderstood, consists in the perfecting of personality by the utter surrender of self. It is true that the more orientally minded amongst them, such as Dionysius the Areopagite, do use language of a negative kind, which seems almost to involve a belief in the annihilation rather than the transformation of the self in God. But this is because they are trying to describe a condition of supersensible vitality, from the point of view of the normal consciousness to which it can only seem a nothing, a dark, a self-loss. Further, it will be found that this language is often an attempt to describe the conditions of transitory perception, not those of permanent existence. The characteristics, that is to say, of the ecstatic trance, in which, for a short time, the whole self is lifted to transcendent levels, and the absolute is apprehended by a total suspension of the surface consciousness. Hence the divine dark, the nothing, is not a state of non-being to which the mystic aspires to attain. It is rather a paradoxical description of his experience of that undifferentiated Godhead, that supernal light whence he may, in his ecstasies, bring down fire from heaven to light the world. In the mystics of the West, the highest forms of divine union impel the self to some sort of active rather than of passive life, and this is now recognized by the best authorities as the true distinction between Christian and non-Christian mysticism. The Christian mystics, says Delacroix, move from the infinite to the definite. They aspire to infinitize life and to define infinity. They go from the conscious to the subconscious and from the subconscious to the conscious. The obstacle in their path is not consciousness in general, but self-consciousness, the consciousness of the ego. The ego is the limitation, that which opposes itself to the infinite. The states of consciousness free from self, lost in a vaster consciousness, may become modes of the infinite, and states of the divine consciousness. So Starbuck, the individual learns to transfer himself from a centre of self-activity into an organ of revelation of universal being, and to live a life of affection for and oneness with the larger life outside. Hence the ideal of the great contemplatives, the end of their long education, is to become modes of the infinite, filled with an abounding sense of the divine life, of ultimate and adorable reality, sustaining and urging them on, They wish to communicate the revelation, the more abundant life which they have received. Not spiritual marriage, but divine fecundity is to be their final state. In a sense, Saint Teresa in the seventh habitation, Suso, when his great renunciation is made, have achieved the quest. Yet there is nothing passive in the condition to which they have come. Not Galahad, but the Grail-bearer is now their type. And in their life, words or works, they are impelled to exhibit that hidden treasure which desires to be found. You may think, my daughters, says Saint Teresa, that the soul in this state of union should be so absorbed that she can occupy herself with nothing. You deceive yourselves. She turns with greater ease and ardour than before to all that which belongs to the service of God, and when these occupations leave her free again, she remains in the enjoyment of that companionship. No temperament is less slothful than the mystical one, and the quiet to which the mystics must school themselves in the early stages of contemplation is often the hardest of their tasks. The abandonment of bodily and intellectual activity is only undertaken in order that they may, in the words of Plotinus, energize enthusiastically upon another plane. Work they must, but this work may take many forms, forms which are sometimes so wholly spiritual that they are not perceptible to practical minds. Much of the misunderstanding and consequent contempt of the contemplative life comes from the narrow and superficial definition of work which is set up by a muscular and wage-earning community. All records of mysticism in the West, then, are also the records of supreme human activity, not only of wrestlers in the spirit, but also of great organizers such as Saint Teresa and Saint John of the Cross, of missionaries preaching life to the spiritually dead such as Saint Francis of Assisi, Saint Ignatius Loyola, Eckhart, Suso Tola, Fox, of philanthropists such as Saint Catherine of Genoa or Saint Vincent de Paul, poets and prophets such as Mechtild of Magdeburg, Jacopone da Todi and Blake. Finally, of some immensely virile souls whose participation in the absolute life has seemed to force on them a national destiny. Of this St. Bernard, St. Catherine of Siena, and St. Joan of Arc are the supreme examples. "The soul enamoured of my truth," said God Voice to St. Catherine of Siena, "never ceases to serve the whole world in general." Utterly remade in the interest of reality, exhibiting that dual condition of fruition and activity which Rusbroek described as the crowning stage of human evolution, the supreme summit of the inner life. All these lived, as it were, with both hands towards the finite and towards the infinite, towards God and man. It is true that in nearly every case such great actives have first left the world, as a necessary condition of establishing communion with that absolute life which reinforced their own. For a mind distracted by the many cannot apprehend the one. Hence something equivalent to the solitude of the wilderness is an essential part of mystical education. But, having established that communion, reordered their inner lives upon transcendent levels, being united with their source not merely in temporary ecstasies, but in virtue of a permanent condition of the soul, they were impelled to abandon their solitude, and resumed in some way their contact with the world in order to become the medium whereby that life flowed out to other men. To go up alone into the mountain and come back as an ambassador to the world has ever been the method of humanity's best friends. This systole and diastole motion of retreat as the preliminary to return remains the true ideal of Christian mysticism in its highest development. Those in whom it is not found, however great in other respects they may be, must be considered as having stopped short of the final stage. Thus St. Catherine of Siena spent 3 years in hermit-like seclusion in the little room which we still see in her house in the Via Benincasa, entirely cut off from the ordinary life of her family. Within her own house, says the legend, she found the desert, and a solitude in the midst of people. There Catherine endured many mortifications, was visited by ecstasies and visions, passed, in fact, through the states of purgation and illumination which existed in her case side by side. This life of solitude was brought to an abrupt end by the experience which is symbolized in the vision of the mystic marriage, and the voice which then said to her, "Now will I wed thy soul, which shall ever be conjoined and united to me." Catherine, who had during her long retreat enjoyed illumination to a high degree, now entered upon the unitive state in which the whole of her public life was passed. Its effect was immediately noticeable. She abandoned her solitude, joined in the family life, went out into the city to serve the poor and sick, attracted and taught disciples, converted sinners, and began that career of varied and boundless activity which has made her name one of the greatest in the history of the 14th century. Nor does this mean that she ceased to live the sort of life which is characteristic of mystical consciousness, to experience direct contact with the transcendental world, to gaze into the abyss of love divine. On the contrary, her practical genius for affairs, her immense power of ruling men, drew its strength from the long series of visions and ecstasies which accompanied and supported her labors in the world. She descended into the Valley of Lilies to make herself more fruitful, says her legend. The conscious vehicle of some power not herself, she spoke and acted with an authority which might have seemed strange enough in an uneducated daughter of the people, were it not justified by the fact that all who came into contact with her submitted to its influence. Our business, then, is to trace from its beginning a gradual and complete change in the equilibrium of the self. It is a change whereby that self turns from the unreal world of sense in which it is normally immersed, first to apprehend, then to unite itself with absolute reality. Finally, possessed by and wholly surrendered to this transcendent life, becomes a medium whereby the spiritual world is seen in a unique degree operating directly in the world of sense. In other words, we are to see the human mind advance from the mere perception of phenomena through the intuition, with occasional contact, of the absolute, under its aspect of divine transcendence, to the entire realization of, and union with, absolute life under its aspect of divine immanence. The completed mystical life, then, is more than intuitional. It is theopathetic. In the old, frank language of the mystics, it is the deified life. End of Part 2, Chapter 1.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, a study in nature and development of spiritual consciousness, by Evelyn Underhill. First half of Part 2, Chapter 2, The Awakening of the Self. First in the sequence of the mystic states, we must consider that decisive event, the awakening of the transcendental consciousness. This awakening, from the psychological point of view, appears to be an intense form of the phenomenon of conversion, and closely akin to those deep and permanent conversions of the adult type, which some religious psychologists call sanctification. It is a disturbance of the equilibrium of the self, which results in the shifting of the field of consciousness from lower to higher levels, with a consequent removal of the centre of interest from the subject to an object now brought into view, the necessary beginning of any process of transcendence. It must not, however, be confused or identified with religious conversion as ordinarily understood, the sudden and emotional acceptance of theological beliefs which the self had previously either rejected or treated as conventions dwelling upon the margin of consciousness and having no meaning for her actual life. The mechanical process may be much the same, but the material involved, the results attained, belong to a higher order of reality. Conversion, says Starbuck, in words which are really far more descriptive of mystical awakening than of the revivalistic phenomena encouraged by American Protestantism, is primarily an unselfing. The first birth of the individual is into his own little world. He is controlled by the deep-seated instincts of self-preservation and self-enlargement, instincts which are, doubtless, a direct inheritance from his brute ancestry. The universe is organized around his own personality as a center. Conversion, then, is the larger world consciousness now pressing in on the individual consciousness. Often it breaks in suddenly and becomes a great new revelation. This is the first aspect of conversion. The person emerges from a smaller, limited world of existence into a larger world of being. His life becomes swallowed up in a larger whole. All conversion entails the abrupt or gradual emergence of intuitions from below the threshold, the consequent remaking of the field of consciousness, an alteration in the self's attitude to the world. It is, says Pratt, a change of taste, the most momentous one that ever occurs in human experience. But in the mystic, this process is raised to the nth degree of intensity, for in him it means the first emergence of that passion for the absolute which is to constitute his distinctive character, an emergence crucial in its effect on every department of his life. Those to whom it happens, often enough, are already religious, sometimes deeply and earnestly so. Ralman Werserin, St. Catherine of Genoa, George Fox, Lucy Christine, all these had been bred up in piety and accepted in its entirety the Christian tradition. They were none the less conscious of an utter change in their world when this opening of the soul's eye took place. Sometimes the emergence of the mystical consciousness is gradual, unmarked by any definite crisis. The self slides gently, almost imperceptibly, from the old universe to the new. The records of mysticism, however, suggest that this is exceptional, that travail is the normal accompaniment of birth. In another type, of which George Fox is a typical example, there is no conversion in the ordinary sense, but a gradual and increasing lucidity, of which the beginning has hardly been noticed by the self, intermittently accompanies the pain, misery of mind, and inward struggles characteristic of the entrance upon the way of purgation. Conversion and purification then go hand in hand, finally shading off into the serenity of the illuminated state. Fox's journal of the year 1647 contains a vivid account of these showings or growing transcendental perceptions of a mind not yet at one with itself, and struggling towards clearness of sight. Though my exercises and troubles, he says, were very great, yet were they not so continual but I had some intermissions, and was sometimes brought into such a heavenly joy that I thought I had been in Abraham's bosom. Thus in the deepest miseries, and in the greatest sorrows and temptations that many times beset me, the Lord in his mercy did keep me. I found that there were two thirsts in me, the one after the creatures to get help and strength there, and the other after the Lord, the Creator. It was so with me that there seemed to be two pleadings in me. One day when I had been walking solitarily abroad and was come home, I was wrapped up in the love of God, so that I could not but admire the greatness of his love. While I was in that condition, it was opened unto me by the eternal light and power, and I saw clearly therein. But oh, then did I see my troubles, trials, and temptations more clearly than ever I had done. The great oscillations of the typical mystic between joy and pain are here replaced by a number of little ones. The two thirsts of the superficial and spiritual consciousness assert themselves by turns. Each step towards the vision of the real brings with it a reaction. The nascent transcendental powers are easily fatigued, and the pendulum of self takes a shorter swing. I was swept up to thee by thy beauty, and torn away from thee by my own weight, says St. Augustine, crystallizing the secret of this experience in an unforgettable phrase. Commonly, however, if we may judge from those first-hand accounts which we possess, mystic conversion is a single and abrupt experience, sharply marked off from the long, dim struggles which precede and succeed it. It usually involves a sudden and acute realization of a splendor and adorable reality in the world, or sometimes of its obverse, the divine sorrow at the heart of things, never before perceived. Insofar as I am acquainted with the resources of language, there are no words in which this realization can be described. It is of so actual a nature that in comparison the normal world of past perception seems but twilight at the best. Consciousness has suddenly changed its rhythm, and a new aspect of the universe rushes in. The teasing mists are swept away and reveal, if only for an instant, the sharp outline of the everlasting hills. He who knows this will know what I say, and will be convinced that the soul has then another life. In most cases, the onset of this new consciousness seems to the self so sudden, so clearly imposed from without rather than developed from within, as to have a supernatural character. The typical case is, of course, that of St. Paul. The sudden light, the voice, the ecstasy, the complete alteration of life. We shall see, however, when we come to study the evidence of those mystics who have left a detailed record of their pre-converted state, that the apparently abrupt conversion is really, as a rule, the sequel and the result of a long period of restlessness, uncertainty, and mental stress. The deeper mind stirs uneasily in its prison, and its emergence is but the last of many efforts to escape. The temperament of the subject, his surroundings, the vague but persistent apprehensions of a supersensual reality which he could not find yet could not forget, all these have prepared him for it. When, however, the subconscious intuitions, long ago quickened, are at last brought to birth and the eyes are opened on new light, and it is significant that an actual sense of blinding radiance is a constant accompaniment of this state of consciousness. The storm and stress, the vague cravings and oscillations of the past life are forgotten. In this abrupt recognition of reality, all things are made new. From this point the life of the mystic begins. Conversion of this sort has, says De Sanctis, three marked characteristics: a sense of liberation and victory, a conviction of the nearness of God, a sentiment of love towards God. We might describe it as a sudden, intense, and joyous perception of God immanent in the universe, of the divine beauty and unutterable power and splendor of that larger life in which the individual is immersed, and of a new life to be lived by the self in correspondence with this now dominant fact of existence. Suddenly, says French contemplative Lucy Christine of the beginning of her mystical life, I saw before my inward eyes these words, God only. They were at the same time a light, an attraction, and a power. A light which showed me how I could belong completely to God alone in this world, and I saw that hitherto I had not well understood this. An attraction by which my heart was subdued and delighted, a power which inspired me with a generous resolution and somehow placed in my hands the means of carrying it out. I will here set down for comparison a few instances of such mystical conversion, quoting where this is available the actual description left by the subject of his own experience, or in default of it, the earliest authentic account. In these cases, when grouped together, we shall see certain constant characteristics from which it may be possible to deduce the psychological law to which they owe their peculiar form. First in point of time, and perhaps also in importance, amongst those I have chosen, is the case of that great poet and contemplative, that impassioned lover of the Absolute, St. Francis of Assisi. The fact that St. Francis wrote little and lived much, that his actions were of unequalled simplicity and directness, long blinded his admirers to the fact that he is a typical mystic, the only one, perhaps, who forced the most trivial and sordid circumstances of sensual life to become perfect expressions of reality. Now the opening of St. Francis' eyes, which took place in A.D. 1206, when he was 24 years old, had been preceded by a long, hard struggle between the life of the world and the persistent call of the spirit. His mind, in modern language, had not unified itself. He was a high-spirited boy, full of vitality, a natural artist, with all the fastidiousness which the artistic temperament involves. War and pleasure both attracted him, and upon them, says his legend, he miserably squandered and wasted his time. Nevertheless, he was vaguely dissatisfied. In the midst of festivities he would have sudden fits of abstraction, abortive attempts of the growing transcendental consciousness, still imprisoned below the threshold, but aware of and in touch with the real, to force itself to the surface and seize the reins. Even in ignorance, says Thomas of Solano again, he was being led to perfect knowledge. He loved beauty, for he was by nature a poet and a musician, and shrank instinctively from contact with ugliness and disease. But something within ran counter to this temperamental bias, and sometimes conquered it. He would then associate with beggars, tend the leprous, perform impulsive acts of charity and self-humiliation. When this divided state, described by the legend as the attempt to flee God's hand, had lasted for some years, it happened one day that he was walking in the country outside the gates of Assisi, and passed the little church of St. Damiano, the which, I again quote from Thomas of Solano's Second Life, was almost ruinous and forsaken of all men. And being led by the Spirit he went in to pray, and he fell down before the crucifix in devout supplication, and having been smitten by unwonted visitations, found himself another man than he who had gone in. Here, then, is the first stage of conversion. The struggle between two discrepant ideals of life has attained its term. A sudden and apparently irrational impulse to some decisive act reaches the surface consciousness from the seething deeps. The impulse is followed, and the swift emergence of the transcendental sense results. This unwanted visitation effects an abrupt and involuntary alteration in the subject's consciousness, whereby he literally finds himself another man. He is as one who has slept and now awakes. The crystallization of this new, at first fluid apprehension of reality in the form of vision and audition, the pointing of the moral, the direct application of truth to the awakened self follow. And whilst he was thus moved, straightway a thing unheard of for long ages, the painted image of Christ crucified, spoke to him from out its pictured lips. And calling him by his name, "Francis," it said, "go repair my house, the which as thou seest is falling into decay." And Francis trembled, being utterly amazed, and almost as it were carried away by these words. And he prepared to obey, for he was wholly set on the fulfilling of this commandment. But forasmuch as he felt that the change he had undergone was ineffable, it becomes us to be silent concerning it. From this time he gave untiring toil to the repair of that church. For though the words which were said to him concerned that divine church which Christ bought with his own blood, he would not hasten to such heights, but little by little from things of the flesh would pass to those of the spirit. In a moment of time, Francis's whole universe had suffered complete rearrangement. There are no hesitations, no uncertainties. The change which he cannot describe he knows to be central for life. Not for a moment does he think of disobeying the imperative voice which speaks to him from a higher plane of reality and demands the sacrifice of his career. Compare now with the experience of St. Francis that of another great saint and mystic who combined as he did the active with the contemplative life. Catherine of Genoa, who seems to have possessed from childhood a religious nature, was prepared for the remaking of her consciousness by years of loneliness and depression, the result of an unhappy marriage. She, like St. Francis, but in sorrow rather than in joy, had oscillated between the world which did not soothe her and a religion which helped her no more. At last she had sunk into a state of dull wretchedness, a hatred alike of herself and of life. Her emancipation was equally abrupt. In the year 1474, she being 26 years old, the day after the feast of St. Benedict, at the instance of her sister that was a nun, Catherine went to make her confession to the confessor of that nunnery, but she was not disposed to do it. Then said her sister, "At least go and recommend yourself to him, because he is a most worthy religious." And in fact he was a very holy man. And suddenly, as she knelt before him, she received in her heart the wound of the unmeasured love of God, with so clear a vision of her own misery and her faults, and of the goodness of God, that she almost fell upon the ground. and by these sensations of infinite love, and of the offences that had been done against this most sweet God, she was so greatly drawn by purifying affection away from the poor things of this world that she was almost beside herself, and for this she cried inwardly with ardent love, "No more world! No more sin!" And at this point, if she had possessed 1,000 worlds, she would have thrown all of them away. And she returned home, kindled and deeply wounded with so great a love of God, the which had been shown her inwardly, with the sight of her own wretchedness, that she seemed beside herself. And she shut herself in a chamber, the most secluded she could find, with burning sighs. And in this moment she was inwardly taught the whole practice of orison. But her tongue could say naught but this, "O love, can it be that thou hast called me with so great a love, and made me to know in one instant that which worlds cannot express?" This intuition of the Absolute was followed by an interior vision of Christ bearing the cross, which further increased her love and self-abasement, and she cried again, "O love, no more sins, no more sins!" And her hatred of herself was more than she could endure. Of this experience von Hugel says, "If the tests of reality in such things are their persistence and large and rich spiritual applicability and fruitfulness, then something profoundly real and important took place in the soul of that sad and weary woman of 26, within that convent chapel, at that Annunciation tide." It is certain that for St. Catherine, as for St. Francis, an utterly new life did, literally, begin at this point. The centre of interest was shifted and the field of consciousness remade. She knew in an instant that which words cannot express. Some veil about her heart was torn away so abruptly that it left a wound behind. For the first time she saw and knew the love in which life is bathed, and all the energy and passion of a strong nature responded to its call. The conversion of Madame Guyon to the mystic life, as told by herself in the 8th chapter of Part 1 of her autobiography, how a holy religious caused her to find God within her heart, with admirable results, is its characteristic title, is curiously like a dilute version of this experience of St. Catherine's. It, too, followed upon a period of mental distress, also the result of an uncongenial marriage. But since Madame Guyon's unbalanced, diffuse, and sentimental character entirely lacks the richness and dignity, the repressed ardours and exquisite delicacy of St. Catherine's mind, so too her account of her own interior processes is marred by a terrible and unctuous interest in the peculiar graces vouchsafed to her. Madame Guyon's value to the student of mysticism partly consists in this feeble quality of her surface intelligence, which hence had little or no modifying or contributory effect upon her spiritual life, and makes her an ideal laboratory specimen for the religious psychologist. True to her great principle of passivity or quiet, it lets the uncriticized interior impulses have their way. Thus we are able to observe their workings uncomplicated by the presence of a vigorous intellect or a disciplined will. The wind that bloweth where it listeth whistles through her soul, and the response which she makes is that of a weathercock rather than a windmill. She moves to every current. She often mistakes a draught for the divine breath. She feels her gyrations to be of enormous importance. But in the description of her awakening to the deeper life, even her effusive style acquires a certain dignity. Madame Guyon had from her childhood exhibited an almost tiresome taste for pious observances. At 12 years old she studied Saint François de Sales and Saint Jean-François de Chantal, begged her confessor to teach her the art of mental prayer, and when he omitted to do so, tried to teach herself, but without result. She wished at this time to become a nun of the Visitation, as St. Catherine at the same age wanted to be an Augustinian canoness. But as the longings of little girls of 12 for the cloister are seldom taken seriously, we are not surprised to find the refusal of her parents' consent chronicled in the chapter which is headed Diverses croix chez Monsieur son Père. Growing up into an unusually beautiful young woman, she went into society, and for a short time enjoyed life in an almost worldly way. Her marriage with Jacques Guyon, however, a marriage of which she signed the articles without even being told the bridegroom's name, put an end to her gaiety. The whole town was pleased by this marriage, and in all this rejoicing only I was sad. Hardly was I married when the remembrance of my old desire to be a nun overcame me. Her early married life was excessively unhappy. She was soon driven to look for comfort in the practices of religion. Made to love much and finding nothing to love around her, she gave her love to God, says Goerrier tersely. But she was not satisfied. Like most of her fellow contemplatives, she was already vaguely conscious of something that she missed, some vital power unused, and identified this something with the horizon of quiet, the practice of the presence of God, which mystically minded friends had described to her. She tried to attain to it deliberately, and naturally failed. I could not give myself by multiplicity that which thou thyself givest, and which is only experienced in simplicity. When these interior struggles had lasted for nearly 2 years, and Madame Guyon was 19, the long-desired, almost despaired of, apprehension came, as it did to St. Catherine, suddenly, magically almost, and under curiously parallel conditions. It was the result of a few words spoken by a Franciscan friar, whom a secret force acting in her interest had brought into the neighbourhood, and whom she had been advised to consult. He was a recluse, who disliked hearing the confessions of women, and appears to have been far more pleased by her visit, an annoyance which he afterwards attributed to her fashionable appearance, which filled him with apprehension. He hardly came forward, and was a long time without speaking to me. I, however, did not fail to speak to him, and to tell him in a few words my difficulties on the subject of horizon. He at once replied, "Madame, you are seeking without that which you have within. Accustom yourself to seek God in your own heart, and you will find him." Having said this, he left me. The next morning he was greatly astonished when I again visited him, and told him the effect which these words had had upon my soul, for indeed they were as an arrow which pierced my heart through and through. I felt in this moment a profound wound, which was full of delight and of love, a wound so sweet that I desired that it might never heal. These words had put into my heart that which I sought for so many years, or rather, they caused me to find that which was there. Oh, my Lord, you were within my heart, and you asked of me only that I should return within, in order that I might feel your presence. O infinite goodness, you were so near, and I running here and there to seek you, found you not. She too, like St. Catherine, learned in this instant the long-sought practice of horizon, or contemplation. From the moment of which I have spoken, my horizon was emptied of all form, species, and images. Nothing of my horizon passed through the mind, but it was an horizon of joyous possession in the will, where the taste for God was so great, pure, and simple that it attracted and absorbed the 2 other powers of the soul in a profound recollection without action or speech. Take now the case of a less eminent mystic, who has also left behind him a vivid, personal description of his entrance upon the mystic way. Roman Merswin was a wealthy, pious, and respected merchant of Strasbourg. In the year 1347, when he was about 36 years old, he retired from business in order that he might wholly devote himself to religious matters. It was the time of that spiritual revival within the Catholic Church in Germany which, largely influenced by the great Rhenish mystics Suso and Toller, is identified with the Friends of God, and Merswin himself was one of Toller's disciples. One evening, in the autumn which followed his retirement, about the time of Martinmas, he was strolling in his garden alone. Meditating as he walked, a picture of the crucifix suddenly presented itself to his mind. In such an imaginary vision as this, there is nothing, of course, that we can call abnormal. The thoughts of a devout Catholic, influenced by Toller and his school, must often have taken such a direction during his solitary strolls. This time, however, the mental image of the cross seems to have released subconscious forces which had long been gathering way. Mercerine was abruptly filled with a violent hatred of the world and of his own free will. Lifting his eyes to heaven, he solemnly saw that he would utterly surrender his own will, person, and goods to the service of God. This act of complete surrender, releasing as it were the earth-bound self, was at once followed by the onset of pure mystical perception. The reply from on high came quickly. A brilliant light shone about him. He heard in his ears a divine voice of adorable sweetness. He felt as if he were lifted from the ground and carried several times completely round his garden. Optical disturbance, auditions, and the sense of levitation are of course frequent physical accompaniments of these shiftings of the level of consciousness. There are few cases in which one or other is not present, and in some we find all. Coming to himself after this experience, Mercerine's heart was filled by a new consciousness of the divine, and by a transport of intense love towards God, which made him undertake with great energy the acts of mortification which he believed necessary to the purification of his soul. From this time onwards his mystical consciousness steadily developed. That it was a consciousness wholly different in kind from the sincere piety which had previously caused him to retire from business in order to devote himself to religious truth, is proved by the name of conversion which he applies to the vision of the garden, and by the fact that he dates from this point the beginning of his real life. End of first half of Part 2, Chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, a study in nature and development of spiritual consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. Second half of Part 2, Chapter 2. The conversion of Mercerine's greater contemporary, Suso, seems to have been less abrupt. Of its first stage he speaks vaguely at the beginning of his autobiography, wherein he says that he began to be converted when in the 18th year of his age. He was at this time, as St. Francis had been, restless, dissatisfied, vaguely conscious of something essential to his peace as yet unfound. His temperament, at once deeply human and ardently spiritual, passionately appreciative of sensuous beauty, yet unable to rest in it, had not unified itself. Nor did it do so completely until after a period of purgation, which is probably unequalled for its austerity in the history of the mysticism of the West. He was kept of God in this, that when he turned to those things that most enticed him, he found neither happiness nor peace therein. He was restless, and it seemed to him that something which was as yet unknown could alone give peace to his heart, and he suffered greatly of this restlessness. God at last delivered him by a complete conversion. His brothers in religion were astonished by so quick a change, for the event took them unawares. Some said of it one thing and some another, but none could know the reason of his conversion. It was God who, by a hidden light, had caused this return to himself. This secret conversion was completed by a more violent uprush of the now awakened and active transcendental powers. Suso, whom one can imagine as a great and highly nervous artist if his genius had not taken the channel of sanctity instead, was subject all his life to visions of peculiar richness and beauty. Often these visions seemed to have floated up, as it were, from the subliminal region without disturbing the course of his conscious life, and to be little more than pictorial images of his ardour towards and intuition of divine realities. The great ecstatic vision, or rather apprehension, with which the series opens, however, is of a very different kind, and represents the characteristic experience of ecstasy in its fullest form. It is described with a detail and intensity which make it a particularly valuable document of the mystical life. It is doubtful whether Suso ever saw more than this. The course of his long education rather consisted in an adjustment of his nature to the reality which he then perceived. In the first days of his conversion it happened upon the feast of St. Agnes, when the convent had breakfasted at midday, that the servitor went into the choir. He was alone, and he placed himself in the last stall on the prior's side. And he was in much suffering, for a heavy trouble weighed upon his heart, and being there alone and devoid of all consolations, no one by his side, no one near him, of a sudden his soul was wrapped in his body, or out of his body. Then did he see and hear that which no tongue can express. That which the servitor saw had no form, neither any manner of being, yet he had of it a joy such as he might have known in the seeing of the shapes and substances of all joyful things. His heart was hungry yet satisfied, his soul was full of contentment and joy. His prayers and hopes were all fulfilled, and the friar could do naught but contemplate this shining brightness, and he altogether forgot himself and all other things. Was it day or night? He knew not. It was, as it were, a manifestation of the sweetness of eternal life in the sensations of silence and of rest. Then he said, "If that which I see and feel be not the kingdom of heaven, I know not what it can be. For it is very sure that the endurance of all possible pains were but a poor price to pay for the eternal possession of so great a joy." The physical accompaniments of ecstasy were also present. This ecstasy lasted from half an hour to an hour, and whether his soul were in the body or out of the body he could not tell. But when he came to his senses, it seemed to him that he returned from another world, and so greatly did his body suffer in this short rapture, that it seemed to him that none, even in dying, could suffer so greatly in so short a time. The servitor came to himself moaning, and he fell down upon the ground like a man who swoons. And he cried inwardly, heaving great sighs from the depth of his soul, and saying, "O my God, where was I, and where am I?" And again, "O my heart's joy, never shall my soul forget this hour." He walked, but it was but his body that walked, as a machine might do. None knew from his demeanour that which was taking place within, but his soul and his spirit were full of marvels. Heavenly lightnings passed and repassed in the deeps of his being, and it seemed to him that he walked on air. And all the powers of his soul were full of these heavenly delights. He was like a vase from which one has taken a precious ointment, but in which the perfume long remains. Finally, the last phrases of the chapter seem to suggest the true position of this exalted pleasure state, as a first link in the long chain of mystical development. This foretaste of the happiness of heaven, he says, the which the servitor enjoyed for many days, excited in him a most lively desire for God. Mystical activity, then, like all other activities of the self, opens with that sharp stimulation of the will, which can only be obtained through the emotional life. Suso was a scholar and an embryo ecclesiastic. During the period which elapsed between his conversion and his description of it, he was a disciple of Meister Eckhart, a student of Dionysius and St. Thomas Aquinas. His writings show familiarity with the categories of mystical theology, and naturally enough this circumstance, and also the fact that they were written for purposes of edification, may have dictated to some extent the language in which his conversion ecstasy is described. As against this, I will give two first-hand descriptions of mystical conversion, in which it is obvious that theological learning plays little or no part. Both written in France within a few years of one another, they represent the impact of reality on two minds of very different calibre. One is the secret document in which a great genius set down, in words intended only for his own eyes, the record of a 2 hours' ecstasy. The other is the plain, unvarnished statement of an uneducated man of the peasant class. The first is, of course, the celebrated memorial or amulet of Pascal. The second is the relation of Brother Lawrence. The memorial of Pascal is a scrap of parchment on which, round a rough drawing of the flaming cross, there are written a few strange phrases, abrupt and broken words. All we know about one of the strangest ecstatic revelations chronicled in the history of the mystic type.
After Pascal's death, a servant found a copy of this little document, now lost, sewn up in his doublet. He seems always to have worn it upon his person, a perpetual memorial of the supernal experience, the initiation into reality which it describes. Though Bremond has shown that the opening of Pascal's spiritual eyes had begun, on his own declaration 11 months earlier, d'une manière douce et obligeante, the conversion thus prepared was only made actual by this abrupt illumination, ending a long period of spiritual stress, in which indifference to his ordinary interests was counterbalanced by an utter inability to feel the attractive force of that divine reality which his great mind discerned as the only adequate object of desire. The memorial opens thus: L'an de grâce 1654, lundi 25 novembre, jour de Saint Clément, pape et martyr, d'autres au martyrologe, veille de Saint Roseron, martyr et d'autres depuis environ 10h30 du soir jusqu'à environ minuit et demi, feu. From 10:30 till 12:30, fire. That is all so far as description is concerned, but enough apparently to remind the initiate of all that passed. The rest tells us only the passion of joy and conviction which this nameless revelation, this long blazing vision of reality, brought in its train. It is but a series of amazed exclamations, crude, breathless words, placed there helter-skelter, the artist in him utterly in abeyance, the names of the overpowering emotions which swept him one after the other, as the fire of love disclosed its secrets, evoked an answering flame of humility and rapture in his soul. Dieu d'Abraham, Dieu d'Isaac, Dieu de Jacob, nom des philosophes et des savants, certitude, certitude, sentiment, joy, paix. Not the God of all philosophers and of scholars, cries in amazement this great scholar and philosopher abruptly turned from knowledge to love. Oubli du monde et de tout hormis Dieu, he says again, seeing his universe suddenly swept clean of all but this transcendent fact. Then, le monde ne t'a point connu, mais je t'ai connu. Joy, 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 pleurs de joy. Compare with the classic style, the sharp and lucid definition of the pensée, the irony and glitter of the Provinciale, these little broken phrases, this childlike stammering speech, in which a supreme master of language has tried to tell his wonder and his delight. I know few things in the history of mysticism at once more convincing, more poignant than this hidden talisman, upon which the brilliant scholar and stylist, the merciless disputant, has jotted down in hard, crude words, which yet seem charged with passion, the inarticulate language of love, a memorial of the certitude, the peace, the joy, above all, the reiterated all-surpassing joy, which accompanied his ecstatic apprehension of God. Mon Dieu, me quitterez-vous, he says again, the fire apparently beginning to die down, the ecstasy drawing to an end. Que je n'en sois pas séparé éternellement. Are you going to leave me? Oh, let me not be separated from you forever. The one unendurable thought which would, said Aquinas, rob the beatific vision of its glory, were we not sure that it can never fade. But the rhapsody is over, the vision of the fire has gone, and the rest of the memorial clearly contains Pascal's meditations upon his experience, rather than a transcript of the experience itself. It ends with the watchword of all mysticism, surrender. Renonciation totale et douce, in Pascal's words, the only way, he thinks, in which he can avoid continued separation from reality. Pascal's vision of light, life, and love was highly ecstatic, an indescribable, incommunicable experience, which can only be suggested by his broken words of certitude and joy. By his simple contemporary, Brother Lawrence, that transcendent reality who is not the God of philosophers and scholars, was perceived in a moment of abrupt intuition, peculiarly direct, unecstatic, and untheological in type,
but absolutely enduring in its results. Lawrence was an uneducated young man of the peasant class, who first served as a soldier and afterwards as a footman in a great French family, where he annoyed his masters by breaking everything. When he was between 50 and 60 years of age, he entered the Carmelite order as a lay brother, and the letters, spiritual maxims, and conversations belonging to this period of his life were published after his death in 1691. He told me, says the anonymous reporter of the conversations, supposed to be Monsieur Beaufort, who was about 1660 Grand Vicar to the Cardinal de Noailles, that God had done him a singular favour in his conversion at the age of 18, that in the winter, seeing a tree stripped of its leaves, and considering that within a little time the leaves would be renewed, and after that the flowers and fruit appear, he received a high view of the providence and power of God, which has never since been effaced from his soul. That this view has set him perfectly loose from the world, and kindled in him such a love for God that he could not tell whether it had increased in above 40 years that he had lived since. Such use of visible nature as the stuff of ontological perceptions, the medium whereby the self reaches out to the absolute, is not rare in the history of mysticism. The mysterious vitality of trees, the silent magic of the forest, the strange and steady cycle of its life, possess in a peculiar degree this power of unleashing the human soul, are curiously friendly to its cravings, minister to its inarticulate needs. Unsullied by the corroding touch of consciousness, that life can make a contact with the great life of the all, and through its mighty rhythms man can receive a message concerning the true and timeless world of all that is and was and evermore shall be. Plant life of all kinds, indeed, from the flower in the crannied wall to the woods of Westermain, can easily become, for selves of a certain type, a mode of the infinite. So obvious does this appear when we study the history of the mystics, that Steiner has drawn from it the hardly warrantable inference that plants are just those natural phenomena whose qualities in the higher world are similar to their qualities in the physical world. Though the conclusion be not convincing, the fact remains. The flowery garment of the world is for some mystics a medium of ineffable perception, a source of exalted joy, the veritable clothing of God. I need hardly add that such a state of things has always been found incredible by common sense. The tree which moves some to tears of joy, says Blake, who possessed in an eminent degree this form of sacramental perception, is in the eyes of others only a green thing that stands in the way. Such a perception of the divine in nature, of the true and holy meaning of that rich, unresting life in which we are immersed, is really a more usual feature of illumination than of conversion. All the most marked examples of it must be referred to that state, and will be discussed when we come to its consideration. Sometimes, however, as in the case of Brother Lawrence, the first awakening of the self to consciousness of reality does take this form. The uncreated light manifests itself in and through created things. This characteristically immanental discovery of the absolute occurs chiefly in two classes: in unlettered men who have lived close to nature, and to whom her symbols are more familiar than those of the churches or the schools, and in temperaments of the mixed or mystical type, who are nearer to the poet than to the true contemplative, for whom as a rule the absolute hath no image. It was like entering into another world, a new state of existence, says a witness quoted by Starbuck, speaking of his own conversion. Natural objects were glorified. My spiritual vision was so clarified that I saw beauty in every material object in the universe. The woods were vocal with heavenly music. Oh, how I was changed! Everything became new. My horses and hogs and everybody became changed, exclaims with naive astonishment another in the same collection. When I went in the morning into the fields to work, says a third, the glory of God appeared in all his visible creation. I well remembered we reaped oats, and how every straw and head of the oats seemed, as it were, arrayed in a kind of rainbow glory, or to glow, if I may so express it, in the glory of God. Amongst modern men,
Walt Whitman possessed in a supreme degree the permanent sense of this glory, the light, rare, untellable, lighting the very light. But evidences of its existence and the sporadic power of apprehending it are scattered up and down the literature of the world. Its discovery constitutes the awakening of the mystical consciousness in respect of the world of becoming, a sharp and sudden break with the old and obvious way of seeing things. The human cinematograph has somehow changed its rhythm, and begins to register new and more real aspects of the external world. With this, the self's first escape from the limitations of its conventional universe, it receives an immense assurance of a great and veritable life surrounding, sustaining, explaining its own. Thus Richard Jefferies says of the same age as that at which Suso and Brother Lawrence awoke to sudden consciousness of reality, "I was not more than 18 when an inner and esoteric meaning began to come to me from all the visible universe. I now became lost and absorbed into the being or existence of the universe, and losing thus my separateness of being, came to seem like a part of the whole. I feel on the margin of a life unknown, very near, almost touching it, on the verge of powers which, if I could grasp, would give men an immense breadth of existence." What was this life unknown but the life known to the great mystics, which Richard Jefferies apprehended in these moments of insight, yet somehow contrived to miss? Such participation in the deep realities of the world of becoming, the boundless existence of a divine whole, which a modern psychologist has labelled and described as cosmic consciousness, whilst it is not the final object of the mystic's journey, is a constant feature of it. It may represent one half of his characteristic consciousness, an entrance into communion with the second of the triune powers of God, the Word which is through all things everlastingly. Jefferies stood, as so many mystically minded men have done, upon the verge of such a transcendental life. The heavenly door, as Roll calls it, was ajar but not pushed wide. He peeped through it to the greater world beyond, but, unable to escape from the bonds of his selfhood, he did not pass through to live upon the independent spiritual plane. Roll, Jefferies' fellow countryman, and his predecessor by close upon 600 years in the ecstatic love and understanding of natural things, shall be our last example of the mystical awakening. He, like his spiritual brother St. Francis and other typical cases, had passed through a preliminary period of struggle and oscillation between worldly life and a vague but growing spirituality, between the superficial and the deeper self. My youth was fond, my childhood vain, my young age unclean. But when I should flourish unhappily, and youth of wakeful age has now come, the grace of my Maker was near, the which lust of temporal shape restrained, and unto ghostly supplications turned my desires, and the soul from low things lifted to heaven was born. The real life-changing, however, was sharply and characteristically marked off from his preparatory state. Roll associates it with the state which he calls heat, the form in which his ardour of soul was translated to the surface consciousness. Heat soothly I call when the mind truly is kindled in love everlasting, and the heart on the same manner to burn not hopingly but verily is felt. The heart truly turned into fire gives feeling of burning love. This burning heat is not merely a mental experience. In it we seem to have an unusual but not unique form of psychophysical parallelism, a bodily expression of the psychic travail and distress accompanying the new birth. More have I marvelled than I show, forsooth, he says in his prologue, when I first felt my heart wax warm, and truly, not imaginingly, but as it were with a sensible fire, burned. I was forsooth marvelled, as this burning burst up in my soul, and of an unwonted solace. For in my ignorance of such healing abundance, oft have I groped my breast, seeing whether this burning were of any bodily cause outwardly. But when I knew that only it was kindled of ghostly cause inwardly, and this burning was naught of fleshly love or desire, in this I conceived it was the gift of my Maker. Further on he gives another and more detailed account. From the beginning, forsooth, of my life changing and of my mind, to the opening of the heavenly door which thy face showed, that the heart might behold heavenly things, and see by what way its love it might seek and busily desire. 3 years are run except 3 months or 4. The door, forsooth, biding open, a year nearby I passed unto the time in which the heat of love everlasting was verily felt in heart. I sat, forsooth, in a chapel, and whilst with sweetness of prayer and meditation greatly I was delighted, suddenly in me I felt a merry heat and unknown. But at first I wondered, doubting of whom it should be. But a long time am assured that not of the creature, but of my Maker it was, for more hot and gladder I found it. To this we must add a passage which I cannot but think one of the most beautiful expressions of spiritual joy to be found in mystical literature. Based though it certainly is upon a passage of St. Augustine, for the nightingale's not a Yorkshire bird. Its sketch of the ideal mystic life, to the cultivation of which he then set himself, reveals in a few lines the most charming aspect of Roll's spirituality, its poetic fervour, its capacity for ardent love. In the beginning truly of my conversion and singular purpose, I, though I would be like the little bird that for love of her lover longs, but in her longing she is gladdened when he comes that she loves. And joying she sings, and singing she longs, but in sweetness and heat. It is said the nightingale to song and melody all night is given, that she may please him to whom she is joined. How much more with greatest sweetness to Christ my Jesus should I sing, that is spouse of my soul by all this present life, that is night in regard of clearness to come. Glancing back at the few cases here brought together, we can see in them, I think, certain similarities and diversities which are often of great psychological interest and importance, and have their influence upon the subsequent development of the mystic life. We see in particular at this point, before purification or the remaking of character begins, the reaction of the natural self, its heart and its mind, upon that uprush of new truth which operates mystical conversion. This reaction is highly significant, and gives us a clue not only to the future development of the mystic, but to the general nature of man's spiritual consciousness. We have said that this consciousness in its full development seems to be extended not in one but in 2 directions. These directions, these 2 fundamental ways of apprehending reality, may be called the eternal and temporal, transcendent and immanent, absolute and dynamic aspects of truth. They comprise the twofold knowledge of a God who is both being and becoming, near and far, pairs of opposites which the developed mystical experience will carry up into a higher synthesis. But the first awakening of the mystic sense, the first breaking in of the suprasensible upon the soul, commonly involves the emergence of one only of these complementary forms of perception. One side always wakes first, the incoming message always choosing the path of least resistance. Hence mystical conversion tends to belong to one of 2 distinctive types, tends also, as regards its expression, to follow that temperamental inclination to objectivize reality as a place, a person, or a state, which we found to govern the symbolic systems of the mystics. There is first, then, the apprehension of a splendour without, an expansive, formless, ineffable vision, a snatching up of the self, as it were, from knowledge of this world to some vague yet veritable knowledge of the next. The veil parts, and the Godhead is perceived as transcendent to, yet immanent in, the created universe. Not the personal touch of love transfiguring the soul, but the impersonal glory of a transfigured world, is the dominant note of this experience, and the reaction of the self takes the form of awe and rapture rather than of intimate affection. Of such a kind was the conversion of Suso, and in a less degree of Brother Lawrence. Of this kind also were the light which Roman Mersman saw, and the mystical perception of the being of the universe reported by Richard Jefferies and countless others.
This experience, if it is to be complete, if it is to involve the definite emergence of the self from the prison of I-hood, its setting out upon the mystic way, requires an act of concentration on the self's part as the complement of its initial act of expansion. It must pass beyond the stage of metaphysical rapture or fluid splendor and crystallize into a willed response to the reality perceived. A definite and personal relation must be set up between the self and the absolute life. To be a spectator of reality is not enough. The awakened subject is not merely to perceive transcendent life, but to participate therein, and for this a drastic and costly life-changing is required. In Geoffrey's case, this crystallization, this heroic effort towards participation, did not take place, and he never therefore laid hold of the glory that has been revealed. In Suso's it did, exciting in him a most lively desire for God. In most cases, this crystallization, the personal and imperative concept which the mind constructs from the general and ineffable intuition of reality, assumes a theological character. Often it presents itself to the consciousness in the form of visions or voices, objective as the crucifix which spoke to St. Francis, or mental as the visions of the cross experienced by Roman Merswin and St. Catherine of Genoa. Nearly always, this concept, this intimate realization of the divine, has reference to the love and sorrow at the heart of things, the discord between perfect love and an imperfect world. Whereas the complementary vision of transcendence strikes a note of rapturous joy. The beatings of the heart of God sounded like so many invitations which thus spake, "Come and do penance, come and be reconciled, come and be consoled, come and be blessed. Come, my love, and receive all that the beloved can give to his beloved. Come, my bride, and enjoy my Godhead." It is to this personal touch, to the individual appeal of an immediate presence, not to the great light and the beatific vision, that the awakened self makes its most ardent, most heroic response, not because he was rapt from himself, but because the figure on the cross called him by name, saying, "Repair my church," did St. Francis, with that simplicity, that disregard of worldly values which constituted his strength, accept the message in a literal sense, and set himself instantly to the work demanded, bringing stones and, in defiance alike of comfort and convention, building up with his own hands the crumbling walls. In many conversions to the mystic life, the revelation of external splendor, the shining vision of the transcendent spiritual world, is wholly absent. The self awakes to that which is within, rather than to that which is without, to the immanent, not the transcendent God, to the personal, not the cosmic relation. Where those who look out receive the revelation of divine beauty, those who look in receive rather the wound of divine love. Another aspect of the triple star. Emotional mystics such as Richard Rolle and Madame Guyon give us this experience in an extreme form. We find in St. Catherine of Genoa a nobler example of the same type of response. That inward revelation in its anguish and abruptness, its rending apart of the hard tissues of I-hood and vivid disclosures of the poverty of the finite self, seemed, says the legend of St. Catherine, the wound of unmeasured love, an image in which we seem to hear the very accents of the saint. A wound full of delight, says the effusive Madame Guyon. I wished that it might never heal. Rolle calls this piercing rapture a great heat, the heat which is to light the fire of love. As it were if the finger were put in fire, it should be clad with feeling of burning, so the soul with love, as aforesaid, set afire, truly feels most very heat. Love, passionate and all-dominant, here takes the place of that joyous awe which we noticed as the characteristic reaction upon reality in conversions of the transcendent type. In the deep and strong temperaments of the great mystics, this love passes quickly, sometimes instantly, from the emotional to the volitional stage.
Their response to the voice of the Absolute is not merely an effusion of sentiment, but an act of will, an act often of so deep and comprehensive a kind as to involve the complete change of the outward, no less than of the inward life. Divine love, says Dionysius, draws those whom it seizes beyond themselves, and this so greatly that they belong no longer to themselves, but wholly to the object loved. Mercewin's oath of self-surrender, St. Catherine of Genoa's passionate and decisive "No more world, no more sins," St. Francis's naive and instant devotion to church restoration in its most literal sense. These things are earnests of the reality of the change. They represent, symbolize as well as they can upon the sensual plane, the spontaneous response of the living organism to a fresh external stimulus, its first effort of adjustment to the new conditions which that stimulus represents. They complete the process of conversion, which is not one-sided, not merely an infusion into the surface consciousness of new truth, but rather the beginning of a life process, a breaking down of the old and building up of the new. A never-to-be-ended give and take is set up between the individual and the Absolute. The spirit of life has been born, and the first word it learns to say is Abba, Father. It aspires to its origin, to life in its most intense manifestation. Hence all its instincts urge it to that activity which it feels to be inseparable from life. It knows itself a member of that mighty family in which the stars are numbered, the family of the sons of God, who, free and creative, sharing the rapture of a living, striving cosmos, shout for joy. So even in its very beginning, we see how active, how profoundly organic, how deeply and widely alive is the true contemplative life. How truly on the transcendent as on the phenomenal plane, the law of living things is action and reaction, force and energy. The awakening of the self is to a new and more active plane of being, new and more personal relations with reality, hence to a new and more real work which it must do. End of Part 2, Chapter 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness by Evelyn Underhill. First half of Part 2, Chapter 3, The Purification of the Self. Here, then, stands the newly awakened self, aware for the first time of reality, responding to that reality by deep movements of love and of awe. She sees herself, however, not merely to be thrust into a new world, but set at the beginning of a new road. Activity is now to be her watchword, pilgrimage the business of her life. That a quest there is, and an end is the single secret spoken. Under one symbol or another, the need of that long, slow process of transcendence, of character building, whereby she is to attain freedom, become capable of living upon high levels of reality, is present in her consciousness. Those in whom this growth is not set going are no mystics, in the exact sense in which that word here is used, however great their temporary illumination may have been. What must be the first step of the self upon this road to perfect union with the Absolute? Clearly a getting rid of all those elements of normal experience which are not in harmony with reality, of illusion, evil, imperfection of every kind. By false desires and false thoughts, man has built up for himself a false universe. As a mollusk, by the deliberate and persistent absorption of lime and rejection of all else, can build up for itself a hard shell which shuts it from the external world, and only represents in a distorted and unrecognizable form the ocean from which it was obtained. This hard and wholly unnutritious shell, this one-sided secretion of the surface consciousness, makes, as it were, a little cave of illusion for each separate soul. A literal and deliberate getting out of the cave must be, for every mystic, as it was for Plato's prisoners, the first step in the individual hunt for reality. In the plain language of old-fashioned theology, man's sin is stamped upon man's universe. We see a sham world because we live in a sham life. We do not know ourselves, hence do not know the true character of our senses and instincts, hence attribute wrong values to their suggestions and declarations concerning our relation to the external world. That world, which we have distorted by identifying it with our own self-regarding arrangements of its elements, has got to reassume for us the character of reality, of God. In the purified sight of the great mystics, it did reassume this character. Their shells were opened wide, they knew the tides of the eternal sea. This lucid apprehension of the true is what we mean when we speak of the illumination which results from a faithful acceptance of the trials of the purgative way. That which we call the natural self as it exists in the natural world, the old Adam of St. Paul, is wholly incapable of supersensual adventure. All its activities are grouped about a centre of consciousness whose correspondences are with the material world. In the moment of its awakening, it is abruptly made aware of this disability. It knows itself finite. It now aspires to the infinite. It is encased in the hard crust of individuality. It aspires to union with a larger self. It is fettered. It longs for freedom. Its every sense is attuned to illusion. It craves for harmony with the absolute truth. God is the only reality, says Patmore, and we are real only as far as we are in his order and he is in us. Whatever form, then, the mystical adventure may take it, must begin with a change in the attitude of the subject, a change which will introduce it into the order of reality, and enable it to set up permanent relations with an object which is not normally part of its universe. Therefore, though the end of mysticism is not adequately defined as goodness, it entails the acquirement of goodness. The virtues are the ornaments of the spiritual marriage, because that marriage is union with the good no less than with the beautiful and the true. Primarily, then, the self must be purged of all that stands between it and goodness, putting on the character of reality instead of the character of illusion or sin. It longs ardently to do this from the first moment in which it sees itself in the all-revealing radiance of the uncreated light. When love openeth the inner eyes of the soul for to see this truth, says Hilton, with other circumstances that come withal, then beginneth the soul forsooth to be vastly meek. For then by the sight of God it feeleth and seeth itself as it is, and then doth the soul forsake the beholding and leaning to itself. So, with Dante, the first terrace of the Mount of Purgatory is devoted to the cleansing of pride and the production of humility, the inevitable, one might almost say mechanical, result of a vision, however fleeting, of reality, and an undistorted sight of the earth-bound self. All its life that self has been measuring its candlelight by other candles. Now, for the first time, it is out in the open air and sees the sun. This is the way, said the voice of God to St. Catherine of Siena in ecstasy. If thou wilt arrive at a perfect knowledge and enjoyment of me, the eternal truth, thou shouldst never go outside the knowledge of thyself. And by humbling thyself in the valley of humility, thou wilt know me and thyself, from which knowledge thou wilt draw all that is necessary. In self-knowledge, then, thou wilt humble thyself, seeing that in thyself thou dost not even exist. The first thing that the self observes when it turns back upon itself in that awful moment of lucidity, enters, as St. Catherine says, into the cell of self-knowledge, is the horrible contrast between its clouded contours and the pure sharp radiance of the real, between its muddled faulty life, its perverse self-centred drifting, and the clear onward sweep of that becoming in which it is immersed. It is then that the outlook of rapture and awe receives the countersign of repentance. The harbinger of that new self which must be born appears under the aspect of a desire, a passionate longing to escape from the suddenly perceived hatefulness of selfhood and to conform to reality, the perfect which it has seen under its aspect of goodness, of beauty, or of love, to be worthy of it, in fact, to be real. This showing, says Gerlach Peterson of that experience, is so vehement and so strong that the whole of the interior man, not only of his heart but of his body, is marvellously moved and shaken, and faint within itself, unable to endure it. And by this means his interior aspect is made clear without any cloud, and conformable in its own measure to him whom he seeks. The lives of the mystics abound in instances of the vehemence of this showing, of the deep-seated sense of necessity which urges the newly awakened self to a life of discomfort and conflict, often to intense poverty and pain, as the only way of replacing false experience by true. Here the transcendental consciousness, exalted by a clear intuition of its goal, and not merely counting, but perceiving the world to be obviously well lost for such a prize, takes the reins. It forces on the unwilling surface mind a sharp vision of its own disabilities, its ugly and imperfect life, and the thirst for perfection which is closely bound up with the mystic temperament makes instant response. "No more sins!" was the first cry of St. Catherine of Genoa in that crucial hour in which she saw by the light of love her own self-centred and distorted past. She entered forthwith upon the purgative way, in which for 4 years she suffered under a profound sense of imperfection, endured fasting, solitude, and mortification, and imposed upon herself the most repulsive duties in her efforts towards that self-conquest which should make her conformable in her own measure to the dictates of that pure love which was the aspect of reality that she had seen. It is the inner conviction that this conformity, this transcendence of the unreal, is possible and indeed normal, which upholds the mystic during the terrible years of purgation, so that not only without heaviness, but with a joy unmeasured, he cast back all things that made him let. To the true lover of the Absolute, purgation no less than illumination is a privilege, a dreadful joy. It is an earnest of increasing life. "Let me suffer or die," said St. Teresa. A strange alternative in the ears of common sense, but a forced option in the spiritual sphere. However harsh its form, however painful the activities to which it spurs him, the mystic recognizes in this break-up of his old universe an essential part of the great work, and the act in which he turns to it is an act of loving desire no less than an act of will. Burning of love into a soul truly taken all vices purgeth, for whilst the true lover with strong and fervent desire into God is born, all things him displease that from the sight of God withdrawn. His eyes once opened, he is eager for that costly ordering of his disordered loves which alone can establish his correspondences with transcendental life. "Teach me, my only joy," cries Suso, "the way in which I may bear upon my body the marks of thy love. Come, my soul, depart from outward things, and gather thyself together into a true interior silence, that thou mayst set out with all thy courage, and bury and lose thyself in the desert of a deep contrition." It is in this torment of contrition, this acute consciousness of unworthiness, that we have the first swing back of the oscillating self from the initial state of mystic pleasure to the complementary state of pain. It is, so to speak, on its transcendental side, the reflex action which follows the first touch of God. Thus we read that Woolman Merswin, swept away by the transports of divine love, did not surrender himself to the passive enjoyment of this first state of absolute being, but was impelled by it to diligent and instant self-criticism. He was seized with a hatred of his body, and inflicted on himself such hard mortifications that he fell ill. It is useless for lovers of healthy-mindedness to resent this and similar examples of self-examination and penance, to label them morbid or medieval. The fact remains that only such bitter knowledge of wrongness of relation, seen by the light of ardent love, can spur the will of man to the hard task of readjustment. I saw full surely, says Julian of Norwich, that it behoveth needs to be that we should be in longing and in penance until the time that we be led so deep into God that we verily and truly know our own soul. Dante's whole journey up the Mount of Purgation is the dramatic presentation of this one truth. So too the celebrated description of purgatory attributed to St. Catherine of Genoa is obviously founded upon its author's inward experience of this purgative way. In it, she applies to the souls of the dead her personal consciousness of the necessity of purification, its place in the organic process of spiritual growth. It is, as she acknowledges at the beginning, the projection of her own psychological adventures upon the background of the spiritual world, its substance being simply the repetition after death of that eager and heroic acceptance of suffering, those drastic acts of purification which she has herself been compelled to undertake under the whip of the same psychic necessity, that of removing the rust of illusion, cleansing the mirror in order that it may receive the divine light. It is, she says, as with a covered object. The object cannot respond to the rays of the sun, not because the sun ceases to shine, for it shines without intermission, but because the covering intervenes. Let the covering be destroyed, and again the object will be exposed to the sun, and will answer to the rays which beat against it in proportion as the work of destruction advances. Thus the souls are covered by a rust, that is, by sin, which is gradually consumed away by the fire of purgatory. The more it is consumed, the more they respond to God, their true Sun. Their happiness increases as the rust falls off and lays them open to the divine ray. The instinctive tendency to seek happiness in God develops itself, and goes on increasing through the fire of love, which draws it to its end with such impetuosity and vehemence that any obstacle seems intolerable, and the more clear its vision, the more extreme its pain. Mos fratene la via di gire al monte, cry the souls of the nearly dead in Dante's vision, pushed by that instinctive tendency towards the purifying flames. Such a tendency, such a passionate desire, the aspiring self must have. No cool, well-balanced knowledge of the need of new adjustments will avail to set it on the purgative way. This is a heroic act, and demands heroic passions in the soul. In order to overcome our desires, says St. John of the Cross, who is the classic authority upon this portion of the mystic quest, and to renounce all those things, our love and inclination for which are wont so to inflame the will that it delights therein, we require a more ardent fire and a nobler love, that of the bridegroom. Finding her delight and strength in him, the soul gains the vigour and confidence which enable her easily to abandon all other affections. It was necessary, in her struggle with the attractive force of her sensual desires, not only to have this love for the bridegroom, but also to be filled with a burning fervour, full of anguish, if our spiritual nature were not on fire with other and nobler passions, we should never cast off the yoke of the senses, nor be able to enter on their night. Neither should we have the courage to remain in the darkness of all things, and in denial of every desire. We must be filled with a burning fervour, full of anguish. Only this deep and ardent passion for a perceived object of love can persuade the mystic to those unnatural acts of abnegation by which he kills his lesser love of the world of sense, frees himself from the remora of desire, unifies all his energies about the new and higher centre of his life. His business, I have said, is transcendence, a mounting up, an attainment of a higher order of reality. Once his eyes have been opened on eternity, his instinct for the absolute roused from its sleep, he sees union with that reality as his duty no less than his joy, sees too that this union can only be consummated on a plane where illusion and selfhood have no place. The inward voice says to him perpetually, at the least seasonable moments, Dimite omnia transitoria, quaere aeterna. Hence the purgation of the senses and of the character which they have helped to build is always placed first in order in the mystic way, though sporadic flashes of illumination and ecstasy may and often do precede and accompany it. Since spiritual no less than physical existence as we know it is an endless becoming, it too has no end. In a sense, the whole of the mystical experience in this life consists in a series of purifications, whereby the finite slowly approaches the nature of its infinite source, climbing up the cleansing mountain pool by pool, like the industrious fish in Wilman Merswin's vision, until it reaches its origin. The greatest of the contemplative saints, far from leaving purgation behind them in their progress, were increasingly aware of their own inadequateness, the nearer they approached to the unitive state. For the true lover of the Absolute, like every other lover, is alternately abased and exalted by his unworthiness and his good fortune. There are moments of high rapture when he knows only that the banner over him is love. But there are others in which he remains bitterly conscious that in spite of his utmost surrender, there is within him an ineradicable residuum of selfhood, which stains the white radiance of eternity. In this sense, then, purification is a perpetual process. That which mystical writers mean, however, when they speak of the way of purgation, is rather the slow and painful completion of conversion. It is the drastic turning of the self from the unreal to the real life, a setting of her house in order, an orientation of the mind to truth. Its business is the getting rid, first of self-love, and secondly of all those foolish interests in which the surface consciousness is steeped. The essence of purgation, says Richard of St. Victor, is self-simplification. Nothing can happen until this has proceeded a certain distance, till the involved interests and tangled motives of the self are simplified, and the false complications of temporal life are recognized and cast away. No one, says another authority in this matter, can be enlightened unless he be first cleansed or purified and stripped. Purgation, which is the remaking of character in conformity with perceived reality, consists in these two essential acts: the cleansing of that which is to remain, the stripping of that which is to be done away. It may best be studied, therefore, in two parts, and I think that it will be in the reader's interest if we reverse the order which the Theologia Germanica adopts, and first consider negative purification, or self-stripping, and next positive purification, or character adjustment. These, then, are the branches into which this subject will here be split. 1. The negative aspect, the stripping or purging away of those superfluous, unreal, and harmful things which dissipate the precious energies of the self. This is the business of poverty or detachment. 2. The positive aspect, a raising to their highest term, their purest state of all that remains, the permanent elements of character. This is brought about by mortification, the gymnastic of the soul, a deliberate recourse to painful experiences and difficult tasks. 1. Detachment. Apart from the plain necessity of casting out imperfection and sin, what is the type of good character which will best serve the self in its journey towards union with the Absolute? The mystics of all ages and all faiths agree in their answer. Those three virtues which the instinct of the Catholic Church fixed upon as the necessities of the cloistered life, the great evangelical counsel of voluntary poverty with its departments, chastity, the poverty of the senses, and obedience, the poverty of the will, are also,
when raised to their highest term and transmuted by the fire of love, the essential virtues of the mystical quest. By poverty the mystic means an utter self-stripping, the casting off of immaterial as well as material wealth, a complete detachment from all finite things. By chastity he means an extreme and limpid purity of soul, cleansed from personal desire and virgin to all but God. By obedience, that abnegation of selfhood, that mortification of the will, which results in a complete self-abandonment, a holy indifference to the accidents of life. These three aspects of perfection are really one, linked together as irrevocably as the three aspects of the self. Their common characteristic is this: they tend to make the subject regard itself not as an isolated and interesting individual, possessing desires and rights, but as a scrap of the cosmos, an ordinary bit of the universal life, only important as a part of the all, an expression of the will divine. Detachment and purity go hand in hand, for purity is but detachment of the heart. And where these are present, they bring with them that humble spirit of obedience which expresses detachment of will. We may therefore treat them as three manifestations of one thing, which thing is inward poverty. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, is the motto of all pilgrims on this road. God is pure good in himself, says Eckhart, therefore will he dwell nowhere but in a pure soul. There he can pour himself out, into that he can wholly flow. What is purity? It is that a man should have turned himself away from all creatures, and have set his heart so entirely on the pure good that no creature is to him a comfort, that he has no desire for aught creaturely, save so far as he may apprehend therein the pure good which is God. And as little as the bright eye can endure aught foreign in it, so little can the pure soul bear anything in it, any stain on it that comes between it and God. To it all creatures are pure to enjoy, for it enjoyeth all creatures in God, and God in all creatures. To it all creatures are pure to enjoy. This is hardly the popular concept of the mystic, which credits him in the teeth of such examples as St. Francis, St. Mechtild of Magdeburg, Rollet, Suso, and countless others, with a hearty dread of natural things. Too many examples of an exaggerated asceticism, such as the unfortunate story told of the holy Curé d'Ars, who refused to smell a rose for fear of sin, have supported in this respect the vulgar belief. For it is generally forgotten that though most mystics have practised asceticism as a means to an end, all ascetics are not mystics. Whatever may be the case with other deniers of the senses, it is true that the soul of the great mystic, dwelling on high levels of reality, his eyes set on the transcendental world, is capable of combining with the perfection of detachment that intense and innocent joy in natural things, as veils and vessels of the divine, which results from seeing all creatures in God, and God in all creatures. Whoso knows and loves the nobleness of my freedom, said the voice of God to Mechtild of Magdeburg, cannot bear to love me alone. He must love also me in the creatures. That all-embracing love is characteristic of the illumination which results from a faithful endurance of the purgative way. For the corollary of blessed are the pure in heart is not merely a poetic statement. The annals of mysticism prove it to be a psychological law. How then is this contradiction to be resolved? That the mystic who has declared the fundamental necessity of leaving all creatures, yet finds them pure to enjoy? The answer to the riddle lies in the ancient paradox of poverty, that we only enjoy true liberty in respect of such things as we neither possess nor desire. That thou mayest have pleasure in everything, seek pleasure in nothing. That thou mayest know everything, seek to know nothing. That thou mayest possess all things, seek to possess nothing.
In detachment the spirit finds quiet and repose, for coveting nothing, nothing wearies it by elation, and nothing oppresses it by dejection, because it stands in the centre of its own humility. For as soon as it covets anything, it is immediately fatigued thereby. It is not love but lust, the possessive case, the very food of selfhood, which poisons the relation between the self and the external world and immediately fatigues the soul. Divide the world into mine and not mine, and unreal standards are set up. Claims and cravings begin to fret the mind. We are the slaves of our own property. We drag with us not a treasure but a chain. Behold, says the Theologia Germanica, on this sort we must cast all things from us, and strip ourselves of them. We must refrain from claiming anything for our own. When we do this, we shall have the best, fullest, clearest, and noblest knowledge that a man can have, and also the noblest and purest love and desire. Some there are, says Plotinus, that for all their effort have not attained the vision. They have received the authentic light. All their soul has gleamed as they have drawn near, but they come with a load on their shoulders which holds them back from the place of vision. They have not ascended in the pure integrity of their being, but are burdened with that which keeps them apart. They are not yet made one within. Accept poverty, however, demolish ownership, the verb to have, in every mood and tense, and this downward drag is at an end. At once the cosmos belongs to you and you to it. You escape the heresy of separateness, are made one, and merged in the greater life of the all. Then a free spirit in a free world, the self moves upon its true orbit, undistracted by the largely self-imposed needs and demands of ordinary earthly existence. This was the truth which St. Francis of Assisi grasped, and applied with the energy of reformer and the delicate originality of a poet to every circumstance of the inner and the outer life. This noble liberty it is which is extolled by his spiritual descendant, Jacopone da Torre, in one of his most magnificent odes. Poverte alto sapere, a nulla cosa socialchera, en desprezo possedere tutte le cose create. Dio non alberga in core stretto, tanto è grande quant'hai affetto, parvatate a sì gran petto, che ci alberga deatate. Povertate è nulla avere, e nulla cosa puoi volere, ed omne cosa possedere, en spirito de libertate. O poverty, high wisdom, to be subject to nothing, and by despising all to possess all created things. God will not lodge in a narrow heart, and it is as great as thy love. Poverty has so ample a bosom that deity itself may lodge therein. Poverty is naught to have and nothing to desire, but all things to possess in the spirit of liberty. My little sisters the birds, said St. Francis, greatest adept of that high wisdom. Brother, sun, sister water, mother earth. Not my servants, but my kindred and fellow citizens, who may safely be loved so long as they are not desired. So, in almost identical terms, the dying Hindu ascetic. O Mother Earth, Father Sky, Brother Wind, Friend Light, Sweetheart Water, here take my last salutation with folded hands, for today I am melting away into the Supreme, because my heart became pure, and all delusion vanished, through the power of your good company. It is the business of Lady Poverty to confer on her lovers this freedom of the universe, to eradicate delusion, cut out the spreading growth of claimfulness, purify the heart, and initiate them into the great life of the all. Well might St. Francis desire marriage with that enchantress, who gives back tenfold all that she takes away. Holy poverty, he said, is a treasure so high excelling and so divine that we be not worthy to lay it up in our vile vessels, since this is that celestial virtue, whereby all earthly things and fleeting are trodden under foot, and whereby all hindrances are lifted from the soul, so that freely she may join herself to God eternal. Poverty, then, prepares man's spirit for that union with God to which it aspires. She strips off the clothing which he so often mistakes for himself, transvaluates all his values, and shows him things as they are. There are, says Eckhart, 4 ascending degrees of such spiritual poverty. 1. The soul's contempt of all things that are not God. 2. Contempt of herself and her own works. 3. Utter self-abandonment. 4. Self-lost in the incomprehensible being of God. So, in the Sacrum Compertium, when the friars climbing the steeps of the hill found Lady Poverty at the summit, enthroned only in her nakedness, she, preventing them with the blessings of sweetness, said, Why hasten ye so from the vale of tears to the mount of light? If peradventure it is me that ye seek, lo, I am but as you behold, a little poor one, stricken with storms and far from any consolation. Whereto the brothers answer, Only admit us to thy peace, and we shall be saved. The same truth, the saving peace of utter detachment from everything but divine reality, a detachment which makes those who have it the citizens of the world, and enabled the friars to say to Lady Poverty, as they showed her from the hill of Assisi the whole countryside at her feet, Hoc est claustrum nostrum Domina, is taught by Meister Eckhart in a more homely parable. There was a learned man who, 8 years long, desired that God would show him a man who would teach him the truth. And once when he felt a very great longing, a voice from God came to him and said, Go to the church, and there shalt thou find a man who shall show thee the way to blessedness. And he went thence, and found a poor man whose feet were torn and covered with dust and dirt, and all his clothes were hardly worth 3 farthings. And he greeted him, saying, God give you good day. He answered, I have never had a bad day. God give you good luck. I have never had ill luck. May you be happy. But why do you answer me thus? I have never been unhappy. Pray explain this to me, for I cannot understand it. The poor man answered, Willingly. You wished me good day. I never had a bad day. For if I am hungry, I praise God. If it freezes, hails, snows, rains, if the weather is fair or foul, still I praise God. Am I wretched and despised, I praise God, and so I have never had an evil day. You wished that God would send me luck, but I never had ill luck, for I know how to live with God. And I know that what he does is best, and what God gives me or ordains for me, be it good or ill, I take it cheerfully from God as the best that can be. And so I have never had ill luck. You wished that God would make me happy. I was never unhappy, for my only desire is to live in God's will, and I have so entirely yielded my will to God's, that what God wills, I will. But if God should will to cast you into hell, said the learned man, what would you do then? Cast me into hell? His goodness forbids, but if he did cast me into hell, I should have 2 arms to embrace him. One arm is true humility, that I should lay beneath him, and be thereby united to his holy humanity, and with the right arm of love, which is united with his holy divinity, I should so embrace him that he would have to go to hell with me, and I would rather be in hell and have God, than in heaven and not have God. Then the master understood that true abandonment with utter humility is the nearest way to God. The master asked further, Whence are you come? From God. Where did you find God? When I forsook all creatures. Where have you left God? In pure hearts and in men of good will. The master asked, What sort of man are you? I am a king. Where is your kingdom? My soul is my kingdom, for I can so rule my senses inward and outward that all the desires and power of my soul are in subjection, and this kingdom is greater than a kingdom on earth. What brought you to this perfection? My silence, my high thoughts, and my union with God, for I could not rest in anything that was less than God. Now I have found God, and in God have eternal rest and peace. Poverty, then, consists in a breaking down of man's inveterate habit of trying to rest in, or take seriously, things which are less than God, i.e., which do not possess the character of reality. Such a habit is the most fertile of all causes of world-weariness, disillusion and unrest, faults, or rather spiritual diseases, which the mystics never exhibit, but which few who are without all mystic feeling can hope to escape. Hence the sharpened perceptions of contemplatives have always seen poverty as a counsel of prudence, a higher form of common sense. It was not with St. Francis, or any other great mystic, a first principle, an end in itself. It was rather a logical deduction from the first principle of their science, the paramount importance to the soul of an undistracted vision of reality. Here East and West are in agreement. Their science, says Al-Ghazali of the Sufis, who practised, like the early Franciscans, a complete renunciation of worldly goods, has for its object the uprooting from the soul of all violent passions, the extirpation from it of vicious desires and evil qualities, so that the heart may become detached from all that is not God, and give itself for its only occupation meditation upon the divine being. All those who have felt themselves urged towards the attainment of this transcendental vision have found that possessions interrupt the view, that claims, desires, attachments become centres of conflicting interests in the mind. They assume a false air of importance, force themselves upon the attention, and complicate life. Hence, in the interest of self-simplification, they must be cleared away, a removal which involves for the real enthusiast little more sacrifice than the weekly visit of the dustman. Having entirely surrendered my own free will, says Al-Ghazali of his personal experience, my heart no longer felt any distress in renouncing fame, wealth, or the society of my children. Others have reconciled self-surrender with a more moderate abandonment of outward things, for possessions take different rank for almost every human soul. The true rule of poverty consists in giving up those things which enchain the spirit, divide its interests, and deflect it on its road to God, whether these things be riches, habits, religious observances, friends, interests, distastes, or desires, not in mere outward destitution for its own sake. It is attitude, not act, that matters. Self-denudation would be unnecessary were it not for our inveterate tendency to attribute false value to things the moment they become our own. What is poverty of spirit but meekness of mind, by which a man knows his own infirmity? Says Raleigh, seeing that to perfect stableness he may not come but by the grace of God. All thing that him might let from that grace he forsakes, and only in joy of his Maker he sets his desire. And as of one root spring many branches, so of wilful poverty on this wise taken proceed virtues and marvels untrode. Not as some that change their clothes and not their souls. Riches soothly it seems these forsake, and vices innumerable they cease not to gather. If thou truly all thing for God forsake, see more what thou despisest than what thou forsakest. The poverty of the mystics, then, is a mental rather than a material state. Detachment of the will from all desire of possessions is the inner reality, of which Franciscan poverty is a sacrament to the world. It is the poor in spirit, not the poor in substance, who are to be spiritually blessed. Let all things be forsaken of me, says Gerlach Peterson, so that being poor, I may be able in great inward spaciousness, and without any hurt, to suffer want of all those things which the mind of man can desire, out of or accepting God himself. The soul, says St. John of the Cross, is not empty, so long as the desire for sensible things remains,
But the absence of this desire for things produces emptiness and liberty of soul, even when there is an abundance of possessions. Every person in whom the mystical instinct awakes soon discovers in himself certain tastes or qualities which interrupt the development of that instinct. Often these tastes and qualities are legitimate enough upon their own plane, but they are a drain upon the energy of the self, preventing her from attaining that intenser life for which she was made and which demands her undivided zest. They distract her attention, fill the field of perception, stimulate her instinctive life, making of the surface consciousness so active a thing that it can hardly be put to sleep. Where can he have that pure and naked vision of unchangeable truth whereby he see into all things, says Peterson again, who is so busied in other things, not perhaps evil, which operate upon his thoughts and imagination, and confuse and enchain his mind, that his sight of that unique one in whom all things are is overclouded. The nature of these distracting factors which confuse and enchain the mind will vary with almost every individual. It is impossible to predict what those things will be which a self must give up, in order that the transcendental consciousness may grow. It makes little difference whether a bird be held by a slender thread or by a rope. The bird is bound and cannot fly until the cord that holds it is broken. It is true that a slender thread is more easily broken. Still, notwithstanding, if it is not broken, the bird cannot fly. This is the state of a soul with particular attachments. It never can attain to the liberty of the divine union, whatever virtues it may possess. Desires and attachments affect the soul as the remora is said to affect a ship. That is but a little fish, yet when it clings to the vessel, it effectually hinders its progress. Thus each adventurer must discover and extirpate all those interests which nourish selfhood, however innocent or even useful these interests may seem in the eyes of the world. The only rule is the ruthless abandonment of everything which is in the way. When any man God perfectly desires to love, all things as well as inward as outward that to God's love are contrary, and from his love do let, he studies to do away. This may mean the prompt and utter self-stripping of St. Francis of Assisi, who cast off his actual clothing in his relentless determination to have nothing of his own. The reluctant bit-by-bit renunciations which at last set his follower Angela Foligno free, or the drastic proceedings of Antoinette Bourignon, who found that a penny was enough to keep her from God. Being one night in a most profound penitence, says the biographer of this extraordinary woman, she said from the bottom of her heart, "O my Lord, what must I do to please thee? For I have nobody to teach me. Speak to my soul, and it will hear thee." At that instant she heard, as if another had spoken within her, "Forsake all earthly things. Separate thyself from the love of the creatures. Deny thyself." From this time the more she entered into herself, the more she was inclined to abandon all. But she had not the courage necessary for the complete renunciation towards which her transcendental consciousness was pressing her. She struggled to adjust herself to the inner and the outer life, but without success. For such a character as hers, compromise was impossible. She asked always earnestly, "When shall I be perfectly thine, O my God?" And she thought he still answered her, "When thou shalt no longer possess anything, and shalt die to thyself." "And where shall I do that, Lord?" He answered, "In the desert." At last the discord between her deeper and her superficial self became intolerable. Reinforced by the miseries of an unsympathetic home, still more by a threat of approaching marriage, the impulse to renunciation got its way. She disguised herself in a hermit's dress. She was only 18, and had no one to help or advise her, and went out of her chamber about 4 a.m, taking nothing but 1 penny to buy bread for that day, and it being said to her in the going out, "Where is thy faith?"
In a penny? She threw it away. Thus she went away, wholly delivered from the heavy burden of the cares and good things of this world. End of first half, part 2, chapter 3.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. Mysticism, A Study in Nature and Development of Spiritual Consciousness, by Evelyn Underhill. Second half of Part 2, Chapter 3, The Purification of the Self. An admirable example of the mystic's attitude towards the soul-destroying division of interests, the natural but hopeless human struggle to make the best of both worlds, which sucks at its transcendental vitality, occurs in St. Teresa's purgative period. In her case, this war between the real and the superficial self extended over many years, running side by side with the state of illumination and a fully developed contemplative life. At last it was brought to an end by a second conversion, which unified her scattered interests and set her firmly and forever on the unitive way. The virile strength of Teresa's character, which afterwards contributed to the greatness of her achievement, opposed the invading transcendental consciousness, disputed every inch of territory, resisted every demand made upon it by the growing spiritual self. Bit by bit it was conquered, the sphere of her deeper life enlarged, until the moment came in which she surrendered, once for all, to her true destiny. During the years of inward stress, of penance and growing knowledge of the infinite, which she spent in the convent of the Incarnation, and which accompanied this slow remaking of character, Teresa's only self-indulgence, as it seems a sufficiently innocent one, was talking to the friends who came down from Avila to the convent parlour and spoke to her through the grille. Her confessors, unaccustomed to the education of mystical genius, saw nothing incompatible between this practice and the pursuit of a high contemplative life. But as her transcendental consciousness, her states of horizon grew stronger, Teresa felt more and more the distracting influence of these glimpses of the outer world. They were a drain upon the energy which ought to be wholly given to that new, deep, more real life which she felt stirring within her, and which could only hope to achieve its mighty destiny by complete concentration upon the business in hand. No genius can afford to dissipate his energies, the mystic genius least of all. Teresa knew that so long as she retained these personal satisfactions, her life had more than one focus. She was not whole-hearted in her surrender to the Absolute. But though her inward voices, her deepest instincts, urged her to give them up, for years she felt herself incapable of such a sacrifice. It was round the question of their retention or surrender that the decisive battle of her life was fought. The devil, says her great Augustinian eulogist, Fray Louis de Lyon, in his vivid account of these long interior struggles, put before her those persons most sympathetic by nature, and God came, and in the midst of the conversation discovered himself aggrieved and sorrowful. The devil delighted in the conversation and pastime, but when she turned her back on them and betook herself to prayer, God redoubled the delight and favours, as if to show her how false was the lure which charmed her at the grating, and that his sweetness was the veritable sweetness, so that these two inclinations warred with each other in the breast of this blessed woman, and the authors who inspired them each did his utmost to inflame her most, and the oratory blotted out what the grating wrote, and at times the grating vanquished and diminished the good fruit produced by prayer, causing agony and grief, which disquieted and perplexed her soul. For though she was resolved to belong entirely to God, she knew not how to shake herself free from the world, and at times she persuaded herself that she could enjoy both, which ended mostly, as she says, in complete enjoyment of neither. For the amusements of the locutorio were embittered and turned into wormwood by the memory of the secret and sweet intimacy with God. And in the same way, when she retired to be with God, and commenced to speak with him, the affections and thoughts which she carried with her from the grating took possession of her. Compare with these violent oscillations between the superficial and mystical consciousness, characteristic of Teresa's strong volitional nature, which only came to rest after psychic convulsions, which left no corner of its being unexplored. The symbolic act of renunciation under which Antoinette Bourguignon's interior self vanquished the surface intelligence and asserted its supremacy. Teresa must give up her passionate delight in human friendship. Antoinette, never much tempted in that direction, must give up her last penny. What society was to Teresa's generous, energetic nature, prudence was to the temperamentally shrewd and narrow Antoinette. A distraction, a check on the development of the all-demanding transcendental genius, an unconquered relic of the lower life. Many a mystic, however, has found the perfection of detachment to be consistent with a far less drastic renunciation of external things than that which these women felt to be essential to their peace. The test, as we have seen, does not lie in the nature of the things which are retained, but in the reaction which they stimulate in the self. Absolute poverty is thine, says Torla, when thou canst not remember whether anybody has ever owed thee or been indebted to thee for anything, just as all things will be forgotten by thee in the last journey of death. Poverty in this sense may be consistent with the habitual and automatic use of luxuries which the abstracted self never even perceives. Thus we are told that St. Bernard was reproached by his enemies with the inconsistency of preaching evangelical poverty whilst making his journeys from place to place on a magnificently caparisoned mule, which had been lent to him by the Cluniac monks. He expressed great contrition, but said that he had never noticed what it was that he rode upon. Sometimes the very activity which one's self has rejected as an impediment becomes for another the channel of spiritual perception. I have mentioned the Curé d'Ars, who, among other inhibitions, refused to allow himself to smell a rose. Yet St. Francis preached to the flowers, and ordered a plot to be set aside for their cultivation when the convent garden was made, in order that all who saw them might remember the eternal sweetness. So too we are told of his spiritual daughter, St. Ducheline, that out of doors one day with her sisters she heard a bird's note. "What a lovely song!" she said, and the song drew her straightway to God. Did they bring her a flower, its beauty had a like effect. To look on trees, water, and flowers, says St. Teresa of her own beginnings of contemplation, helped her to recollect the presence of God. Here we are reminded of Plato. The true order of going is to use the beauties of earth as steps along which one mounts upwards for the sake of that other beauty. This too is the true order of holy poverty, the selfless use, not the selfish abuse, of lovely and natural things. To say that some have fallen short of this difficult ideal and taken refuge in mere abnegation is but to say that asceticism is a human, not a superhuman art, and is subject to the frailty of the creature. But on the whole, these excesses are mainly found amongst saintly types who have not exhibited true mystic intuition. This intuition, entailing as it does communion with intensest life, gives to its possessors a sweet sanity, a delicate balance, which guards them, as a rule, from such conceptions of chastity as that of the youthful saint who shut himself in a cupboard for fear he should see his mother pass by, from the obedience which identifies the voice of the director with the voice of God, from detachment, such as that exhibited by the blessed Angela Foligno, who, though a true mystic, viewed with almost murderous satisfaction the deaths of relatives who were impediments. The detachment of the mystic is just a restoration to the liberty in which the soul was made. It is a state of joyous humility in which he cries, "Naught I am, naught I have, naught I lack." To have arrived at this is to have escaped from the tyranny of selfhood, to be initiated into the purer air of that universe which knows but one rule of action,
that which was laid down once for all by St. Augustine, when he said, in the most memorable and misquoted of epigrams, "Love and do what you like." 2. Mortification. By mortification, I have said, is to be understood the positive aspect of purification, the remaking in relation to reality of the permanent elements of character. These elements, so far, have subserved the interests of the old self, worked for it in the world of sense. Now they must be adjusted to the needs of the new self and to the transcendent world in which it moves. Their focal point is the old self, the natural man, and his self-regarding instincts and desires. The object of mortification is to kill that old self, break up his egoistic attachments and cravings, in order that the higher centre, the new man, may live and breathe. As St. Teresa discovered when she tried to reconcile the claims of worldly friendships and contemplation, one or other must go. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Who hinders thee more, says Thomas à Kempis, than the unmortified affections of thy own heart? If we were perfectly dead unto ourselves, and not entangled within our own breasts, then should we be able to taste divine things, and to have some experience of heavenly contemplation. In psychological language, the process of mortification is the process of setting up new paths of neural discharge. That is to say, the mystic life has got to express itself in action, and for this new paths must be cut and new habits formed, all in spite of the new self's enthusiasm against the grain, resulting in a complete sublimation of personality. The energy which wells up incessantly in every living being must abandon the old road of least resistance and discharge itself in a new and more difficult way. In the terms of the Hormic psychology, the carnation drive of the psyche must be concentrated on new objectives, and the old paths, left to themselves, must fade and die. When they are dead, and the new life has triumphed, mortification is at an end. The mystics always know when this moment comes. Often an inner voice then warns them to lay their active penances aside. Since the greater and stronger the mystic, the stronger and more stubborn his character tends to be, this change of life and turning of energy from the old and easy channels to the new is often a stormy matter. It is a period of actual battle between the inharmonious elements of the self, its lower and higher springs of action, of toil, fatigue, bitter suffering, and many disappointments. Nevertheless, in spite of its etymological associations, the object of mortification is not death, but life, the production of health and strength, the health and strength of the human consciousness, viewed sub specie aeternitatis. In the truest death of all created things, the sweetest and most natural life is hidden. This dying, says Tauler again, has many degrees, and so has this life. A man might die 1,000 deaths in one day, and find at once a joyful life corresponding to each of them. This is as it must be. God cannot deny or refuse this to death. The stronger the death, the more powerful and thorough is the corresponding life. The more intimate the death, the more inward is the life. Each life brings strength, and strengthens to a harder death. When a man dies to a scornful word, bearing it in God's name, or to some inclination inward or outward, acting or not acting against his own will, be it in love or grief, in word or act, in going or staying, if he denies his desires of taste or sight, or makes no excuses when wrongfully accused, or anything else, whatever it may be, to which he has not yet died, it is harder at first to one who is unaccustomed to it and unmortified than to him who is mortified. A great life makes reply to him who dies in earnest even in the least things, a life which strengthens him immediately to die a greater death, a death so long and strong that it seems to him hereafter more joyful, good, and pleasant to die than to live, for he finds life in death and light shining in darkness. No more than detachment, then, is mortification an end in itself.
It is a process, an education directed towards the production of a definite kind of efficiency, the adjustment of human nature to the demands of its new life. Severe and to the outsider apparently unmeaning, like their physical parallels, the exercises of the gymnasium, its disciplines, faithfully accepted, do release the self from the pull of the lower nature, establish it on new levels of freedom and power. Mortification, says the Benedictine contemplative Augustine Baker, tends to subject the body to the spirit and the spirit to God, and this it does by crossing the inclinations of sense, which are quite contrary to those of the divine spirit. By such crossing and afflicting of the body, self-love and self-will, the poison of our spirits, are abated, and in time, in a sort, destroyed. And instead of them, there enter into the soul the divine love and divine will, and take possession thereof. This transformation accomplished, mortification may end, and often does, with startling abruptness. After a martyrdom which lasted 16 years, says Suso, speaking as usual in the third person of his own experience, on a certain Whitsunday a heavenly messenger appeared to him, and ordered him in God's name to continue it no more. He at once ceased, and threw all the instruments of his sufferings, irons, nails, hair shirt, etc., into a river. From this time onward, austerities of this sort had no part in Suso's life. The Franco-Flemish mystic who wrote, and the English contemplative who translated, The Mirror of Simple Souls, have between them described and explained in bold and accurate language the conditions under which the soul is enabled to abandon that hard service of the virtues which has absorbed it during the purgative way. The statement of the French book is direct and uncompromising, well calculated to startle timid piety. "Virtues, I take leave of you for evermore," exclaims the soul. "Now shall mine heart be more free and more in peace than it hath been before. I wot well your service is too travailous. Sometime I laid mine heart in you without any dissevering. You wot well this, I was in all things to you obedient. Oh, I was then your servant, but now I am delivered out of your thraldom." To this astounding utterance the English translator has added a singularly illuminating gloss. "I am stirred here," he says, "to say more to the matter as thus. First, when a soul giveth her to perfection, she laboureth busily day and night to get virtues, by counsel of reason, and striveth with vices at every thought, at every word and deed that she perceiveth cometh of them, and busily searcheth vices, them to destroy. Thus the virtues be mistresses, and every virtue maketh her to war with its contrary, the which be vices. Many sharp pains and bitterness of conscience feeleth the soul in this war, but so long one may bite on the bitter bark of the nut, that at last he shall come to the sweet kernel. Right so, ghostly to understand, it fareth by these souls that come be to peace. They have so long striven with vices and wrought by virtues, that they be come to the nut kernel, that is, to the love of God, which is sweetness. And when the soul hath deeply tasted this love, so that this love of God worketh, and hath his usages in her soul, then the soul is wondrous light and gladsome. Then is she mistress and lady over the virtues, for she hath them all within herself. And then this soul taketh leave of virtues, as of the thraldom and painful travail of them that she had before, and now she is lady and sovereign, and they be subjects. Jacopone da Todi speaks to the same effect. La guerra è terminata della virtù battaglia, della mente travaglia, cosa nulla contende. Thus St. Catherine of Genoa, after a penitential period of 4 years, during which she was haunted by a constant sense of sin, and occupied by incessant mortifications, found that all thought of such mortifications was in an instant taken from her mind, in such a manner that, had she even wished to continue such mortifications, she would have been unable to do so. The sight of her sins was now taken from her mind, so that henceforth she did not catch a glimpse of them. It was as though they had all been cast into the depths of the sea, In other words, the new and higher centre of consciousness, finally established, asserted itself and annihilated the old. La guerra è terminata. All the energy of a strong nature flows freely in the new channels, and mortification ceases, mechanically, to be possible to the now unified, sublimated, or regenerated self. Mortification takes its name from the reiterated statement of all ascetic writers that the senses, or body of desire, with the cravings which are excited by different aspects of the phenomenal world, must be mortified or killed, which is, of course, a description of psychological necessities from their special point of view. All those self-regarding instincts, so ingrained that they have become automatic, which impel the self to choose the more comfortable part, are seen by the awakened intuition of the embryo mystic as gross infringements of the law of love. This is the travail that a man behoveth, to draw out his heart and his mind from the fleshly love and the liking of all earthly creatures, from vain thoughts and from fleshly imaginations, and out from the love and the vicious feeling of himself, that his soul should find no rest in no fleshly thought nor earthly affection. The rule of poverty must be applied to the temper of normal consciousness, as well as to the tastes and possessions of the self. Under this tonic influence, real life will thrive, unreal life will wither and die. This mortifying process is necessary, not because the legitimate exercise of the senses is opposed to divine reality, but because those senses have usurped a place beyond their station, become the focus of energy, steadily drained the vitality of the self. The dogs have taken the children's meat. The senses have grown stronger than their masters, monopolized the field of perception, dominated an organism which was made for greater activities, and built up those barriers of individuality which must be done away if true personality is to be achieved, and with it some share in the boundless life of the One. It is thanks to this wrong distribution of energy, this sedulous feeding of the cuckoo in the nest, that in order to approach the Absolute, mystics must withdraw from everything, even themselves. The soul is plunged in utter ignorance when she supposes that she can attain to the higher state of union with God before she casts away the desire of all things, natural and supernatural, which she may possess, says St. John of the Cross, because the distance between them and that which takes place in the state of pure transformation in God is infinite. Again, until the desires be lulled to sleep by the mortification of sensuality, and sensuality itself be mortified in them, so that it shall war against the spirit no more, the soul cannot go forth in perfect liberty to union with the Beloved. The death of selfhood, in its narrow individualistic sense, is, then, the primary object of mortification. All the twisted elements of character which foster the existence of this unreal yet complex creature are to be pruned away. Then, as with the trees of the forest, so with the spirit of man, strong new branches will spring into being, grow towards air and light. I live, yet not I, is to be the declaration of the mystic who has endured this bodily death. The self that is to be will live upon a plane where her own prejudices and preferences are so uninteresting as to be imperceptible. She must be weaned from these nursery toys, and weaning is a disagreeable process. The mystic, however, undertakes it as a rule without reluctance, pushed by his vivid consciousness of imperfection, his intuition of a more perfect state, necessary to the fulfilment of his love. Often his entrance upon the torments of the purgative way, his taking up of the spiritual or material instruments of mortification, resembles an ardour and abruptness that heroic plunge into purgatory of the newly dead when it perceives itself in the light of love divine, which is transcribed in the treatise of St. Catherine of Genoa as its nearest equivalent. As she, plunged in the divine furnace of purifying love, was united to the object of her love, and satisfied with all he wrought in her, so she understood it to be with the souls in purgatory. This divine furnace of purifying love demands from the ardent soul a complete self-surrender and voluntary turning from all impurity, a humility of the most far-reaching kind, and this means the deliberate embrace of active suffering, a self-discipline in dreadful tasks, as gold in the refiner's fire, so burning of love into a soul truly taken all vices purgeth. Detachment may be a counsel of prudence, a practical result of seeing the true values of things, but the pain of mortification is seized as a splendid opportunity, a love token timidly offered by the awakened spirit to that all-demanding lover from whom St. Catherine of Siena heard the terrible words, "I, fire, the acceptor of sacrifices, ravishing away from them their darkness, give the light." Suffering is the ancient law of love, says the eternal wisdom to Suso. There is no quest without pain. There is no lover who is not also a martyr. Hence it is inevitable that he who would love so high a thing as wisdom should sometimes suffer hindrances and griefs. The mystics have a profound conviction that creation, becoming, transcendence, is a painful process at the best. Those who are Christians point to the Passion of Christ as a proof that the cosmic journey to perfection, the path of the eternal wisdom, follows of necessity the way of the cross. That law of the inner life which sounds so fantastic and yet is so bitterly true, no progress without pain, asserts itself. It declares that birth pangs must be endured in the spiritual as well as in the material world, that adequate training must always hurt the athlete. Hence the mystic's quest of the absolute drives them to an eager and heroic union with the reality of suffering as well as with the reality of joy. This divine necessity of pain, this necessary sharing in the travail of a world of becoming, is beautifully described by Toller in one of those internal conversations between the contemplative soul and its God, which abound in the works of the mystics, and are familiar to all readers of The Imitation of Christ. "A man once thought," says Toller, "that God drew some men even by pleasant paths, while other were drawn by the path of pain. Our Lord answered him thus, What think ye can be pleasanter or nobler than to be made most like unto me? That is by suffering. Mark, to whom was ever offered such a troubled life as to me? And in whom can I better work in accordance with my true nobility than in those who are most like me? They are the men who suffer. Learn that my divine nature never worked so nobly in human nature as by suffering, and because suffering is so efficacious, it is sent out of great love. I understand the weakness of human nature at all times, and out of love and righteousness I lay no heavier load on man than he can bear. The crown must be firmly pressed down that is to bud and blossom in the eternal presence of my heavenly Father. He who desires to be wholly immersed in the fathomless sea of my Godhead must also be deeply immersed in the deep sea of bitter sorrow. I am exalted far above all things, and work supernatural and wonderful works in myself. The deeper and more supernaturally a man crushes himself beneath all things, the more supernaturally will he be drawn far above all things. Pain, therefore, the mystics always welcome, and often court, sometimes in the crudely physical form which Suso describes so vividly and horribly in the 16th chapter of his life, more frequently in those refinements of torture which a sensitive spirit can extract from loneliness, injustice, misunderstanding, above all from deliberate contact with the repulsive accidents of life. It would seem from a collation of the evidence that the typical mystical temperament is by nature highly fastidious. Its passionate apprehension of spiritual beauty, its intuitive perception of divine harmony, is counterbalanced by an instinctive loathing of ugliness, a shrinking from the disharmonies of squalor and disease. Often its ideal of refinement is far beyond the contemporary standards of decency, a circumstance which is alone enough to provide ample opportunity of wretchedness. This extreme sensitiveness, which forms part of the normal psychophysical make-up of the mystic, as it often does of the equally highly strung artistic type, is one of the first things to be seized upon by the awakened self as a disciplinary instrument. Then humility's axiom, naught is too low for love, is forced to bear the less lovely gloss, naught must be too disgusting. Two reasons at once appear for this. One is the contempt for phenomena, nasty as well as nice, the longing to be free from all the fetters of sense, which often goes with a passion for invisible things. Those mystics to whom the attractions of earth are only illusion are inconsistent if they attribute a greater reality to the revolting and squalid incidents of life. St. Francis did but carry his own principles to their logical conclusion when he insisted that the vermin were as much his brothers as the birds. Real detachment means the death of preferences of all kinds, even of those which seem to other men the very proofs of virtue and fine taste. The second reason is nobler. It is bound up with that principle of self-surrender which is the mainspring of the mystic life. To the contemplative mind, which is keenly conscious of unity and multiplicity, of gods in the world, all disinterested service is service of the Absolute which he loves, and the harder it is, the more opposed to his self-regarding and aesthetic instincts, the more nearly it approaches his ideal. The point to which he aspires, though he does not always know it, is that in which all disharmony, all appearance of vileness, is resolved in the concrete reality which he calls the love of God. Then, he feels dimly, everything will be seen under the aspect of a cosmic and charitable beauty, exhibiting through the woof of corruption the web of eternal life. It is told of St. Francis of Assisi, in whom the love of lovely things was always paramount, how he forced himself to visit the lepers whose sight and smell disgusted him, how he served them and even kissed them. Then, as he departed, in very truth that which had aforetime been bitter unto him, to wit the sight and touch of lepers, now changed into sweetness. For, as he confessed, the sight of lepers had been so grievous unto him, that he had been minded to avoid not only seeing them, but even going nigh their dwelling. And if at any time he chanced to pass their abodes or to see them, albeit he were moved by compassion to do them an alms through another person, yet always would he turn aside his face, stopping his nostrils with his hand. But through the grace of God he became so intimate a friend of the lepers, that even as he recorded in his will, he did sojourn with them and did humbly serve them. Also, after his great renunciation of all property, he, once a prosperous young man who had been dainty in his father's home, accustomed himself to take a bowl and beg scraps of food from door to door. And here too, as in the case of the lepers, that which at first seemed revolting became to him sweet. And when he would have eaten that medley of various meats, says the legend, at first he shrank back, for that he had never been used willingly even to see, much less to eat, such scraps. At length, conquering himself, he began to eat, and it seemed to him that in eating no rich syrup had he ever tasted aught so delightsome. The object, then, of this self-discipline is, like the object of all purgation, freedom. Freedom from the fetters of the senses, the remora of desire, from the results of environment and worldly education, from pride and prejudice, preferences and distaste, from selfhood in every form. Its effect is a sharp reaction to the joy of self-conquest. The very act that had once caused in the enchained self a movement of loathing becomes not merely indifferent, but an occasion of happiness. So Marjorie Kempe had great mourning and sorrowing if she might not kiss a leper when she met them in the way for the love of our Lord, which was all contrary to her disposition in the years of her youth and prosperity, for then she abhorred them most. I spare the sensitive reader a detailed account of the loathsome ordeals by which St. Catherine of Genoa and Madame Guyon strove to cure themselves of squeamishness and acquire this liberty of spirit. They, like St. Francis, St. Elizabeth of Hungary, and countless other seekers for the real, sought out and served with humility and love the sick and the unclean, deliberately associated themselves with life in its meanest forms, compelled themselves to contact with the most revolting substances, and mortified the senses by the traditional ascetic
expedient of deliberately opposing all, even their most natural and harmless inclinations. In the first 4 years after she received the sweet wound from her Lord, says the life of St. Catherine Genoa, she made great penances, so that all her senses were mortified. And first, so soon as she perceived that her nature desired anything at once, she deprived it thereof, and did so that it should receive all those things that it abhorred. She wore harsh hair, ate no meat nor any other thing that she liked, ate no fruit, neither fresh nor dried, and she lived greatly submitted to all persons, and always sought to do all those things which were contrary to her own will, in such a way that she was always inclined to do more promptly the will of others than her own. And while she worked such and so many mortifications of all her senses, it was several times asked of her, "Why do you do this?" And she answered, "I do not know, but I feel myself drawn inwardly to do this, and I think it is God's will." St. Ignatius Loyola, in the world a highly bred Spanish gentleman of refined personal habits, found in those habits an excellent opportunity of mortification. As he was somewhat nice about the arrangement of his hair, as was the fashion of those days and became him not ill, he allowed it to grow naturally, and neither combed it nor trimmed it, nor wore any head covering by day or night. For the same reason he did not pare his finger or toenails, for on these points he had been fastidious to an extreme. Madame Guyon, a delicate girl of the leisured class, accustomed to the ordinary comforts of her station, characteristically chose the most crude and immoderate forms of mortification in her efforts towards the acquirement of indifference. But the peculiar psychic constitution which afterwards showed itself in the forms of automatism and clairvoyance seems to have produced a partial anesthesia. Although I had a very delicate body, the instruments of penitence tore my flesh without, as it seemed to me, causing pain. I wore girdles of hair and of sharp iron. I often held wormwood in my mouth. If I walked, I put stones in my shoes. These things, my God, thou didst first inspire me to do, in order that I might be deprived even of the most innocent satisfactions. In the earlier stages of their education, a constant aguerre contre, even in apparently indifferent things, seems essential to the mystics, till the point is reached at which the changes and chances of mortal life are accepted with a true indifference, and do not trouble the life of the soul. This established ascendancy of the interior man, the transcendental consciousness, over sensitive nature, the self in its reactions to the ups and downs and manifold illusions of daily life, is the very object of purgation. It is, then, almost impossible that any mystic, whatever his religion, character, or race, should escape its battles. For none at the beginning of their growth are in a position to dispense with good offices. Neoplatonists and Mohammedans, no less than the Christian ascetics, are acquainted with the purgative way. All realize the first law of spiritual alchemy, that you must tame the green lion before you give him wings. Thus in Attar's allegory of the valleys, the valley of self-stripping and renunciation comes first. So too Al-Ghazali, the Persian contemplative, says of the period immediately following his acceptance of the principles of Sufism and consequent renunciation of property. I went to Syria, where I remained more than 2 years, without any other object than that of living in seclusion and solitude, conquering my desires, struggling with my passions, striving to purify my soul, to perfect my character, and to prepare my heart to meditate upon God. At the end of this period of pure purgation, circumstances forced him to return to the world, much to his regret, since he had not yet attained to the perfect ecstatic state, unless it were in 1 or 2 isolated moments. Such gleams of ecstatic vision, distributed through the later stages of purification, seem to be normal features of mystical development. Increasing control of the lower centres, of the surface intelligence and its scattered desires, permits the emergence of the transcendental perceptions. We have seen that Fox in his early stages displayed just such an alternation between the light and shade of the mystic way. So too did that least ascetic of visionaries, Jacob Boehme. Finding within myself a powerful contrarium, namely the desires that belong to the flesh and blood, he says, I began to fight a hard battle against my corrupted nature, and with the aid of God, I made up my mind to overcome the inherited evil will, to break it, and to enter wholly into the love of God. This, however, was not possible for me to accomplish, but I stood firmly by my earnest resolution, and fought a hard battle with myself. Now, while I was wrestling and battling, being aided by God, a wonderful light arose within my soul. It was a light entirely foreign to my unruly nature, but in it I recognized the true nature of God and man, and the relation existing between them, a thing which heretofore I had never understood, and for which I would never have sought. In these words, Boehme bridges the gap between purgation and illumination, showing these two states or ways as coexisting and complementary one to another, the light and dark sides of a developing mystic consciousness. As a fact, they do often exist side by side in the individual experience, and any treatment which exhibits them as sharply and completely separated may be convenient for purposes of study, but becomes at best diagrammatic if considered as a representation of the mystic life. The mystical consciousness, as we have seen, belongs, from the psychological point of view, to that mobile or unstable type in which the artistic temperament also finds a place. It sways easily between the extremes of pleasure and pain in its gropings after transcendental reality. It often attains for a moment to heights in which it is not able to rest, is often flung from some rapturous vision of the perfect to the deeps of contrition and despair. The mystics have a vivid metaphor by which to describe that alternation between the onset and the absence of the joyous transcendental consciousness, which forms, as it were, the characteristic intermediate stage between the bitter struggles of pure purgation and the peace and radiance of the illuminative life. They call it ludus amoris, the game of love, which God plays with the desirous soul. It is the game of chess, says St. Teresa, in which game humility is the queen, without whom none can checkmate the divine king. Here, says Martensen, God plays a blessed game with the soul. The game of love is a reflection in consciousness of that state of struggle, oscillation, and unrest which precedes the first unification of the self. It ceases when this has taken place and the new level of reality has been attained. Thus St. Catherine of Siena, that inspired psychologist, was told in ecstasy, "With the souls who have arrived at perfection, I play no more the game of love, which consists in leaving and returning again to the soul, though thou must understand that it is not, properly speaking, I, the immovable God, who thus elude them, but rather the sentiment that my charity gives them of me." In other terms, it is the imperfectly developed spiritual perception which becomes tired and fails, throwing the self back into the darkness and aridity whence it has emerged. So we are told of Woolman Merswan, that after the period of harsh physical mortification which succeeded his conversion, came a year of delirious joy, alternating with the most bitter physical and moral sufferings. It is, he says, the game of love which the Lord plays with his poor sinful creature. Memories of all his old sins still drove him to exaggerated penances, morbid temptations, made me so ill that I feared I should lose my reason. These psychic storms reacted upon the physical organism. He had a paralytic seizure, lost the use of his lower limbs, and believed himself to be at the point of death. When he was at his worst, however, and all hope seemed at an end, an inward voice told him to rise from his bed. He obeyed and found himself cured. Ecstasies were frequent during the whole of this period. In these moments of exaltation he felt his mind to be irradiated by a new light, so that he knew intuitively the direction which his life was bound to take,
and recognized the inevitable and salutary nature of his trials. God showed himself by turns harsh and gentle. To each access of misery succeeded the rapture of supernatural grace. In this intermittent style, torn by these constant fluctuations between depression and delight, did Merstman, in whom the psychic instability of the artistic and mystic types is present in excess, pass through the purgative and illuminated states. They appear to have coexisted in his consciousness, first one and then the other emerging and taking control. Hence he did not attain the peaceful condition which is characteristic of full illumination and normally closes the first mystic life, but passed direct from these violent alternations of mystical pleasure and mystical pain to the state which he calls the school of suffering love. This, as we shall see when we come to its consideration, is strictly analogous to that which other mystics have called the dark night of the soul, and opens the second mystic life, or unitive way. Such prolonged coexistence of alternating pain and pleasure states in the developing soul, such delay in the attainment of equilibrium, is not infrequent, and must be taken into account in all analyses of the mystic type. Though it is convenient for the purposes of study to practice a certain dissection, and treat as separate states which are, in the living subject, closely intertwined, we should constantly remind ourselves that such a proceeding is artificial. The struggle of the self to disentangle itself from illusion and attain the absolute is a life struggle. Hence it will and must exhibit the freedom and originality of life, will as a process obey artistic rather than scientific laws. It will sway now to the light and now to the shade of experience. Its oscillations will sometimes be great, sometimes small. Mood and environment, inspiration and information will all play their part. There are in this struggle three factors. 1. The unchanging light of eternal reality, that pure being which ever shines and naught shall ever dim. 2. The web of illusion, here thick, there thin, which hems in, confuses, and allures the sentient self. 3. That self, always changing, moving, struggling, always, in fact, becoming, alive in every fibre, related at once to the unreal and to the real, and, with its growth in true being, ever more conscious of the contrast between them. In the ever-shifting relations between these three factors, the consequent energy engendered, the work done, we may find a cause of the innumerable forms of stress and travail, which are called in the objective form the purgative way. One only of the three is constant, the absolute to which the soul aspires. Though all else may fluctuate, that goal is changeless, that beauty so old and so new, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning, which is the one of Plotinus, the all of Eckhart and St. John of the Cross, the eternal wisdom of Suso, the unplumbed abyss of Rusbroek, the pure love of St. Catherine Genoa, awaits yesterday, today, and forever the opening of its creature's eyes. In the moment of conversion those eyes were opened for an instant, obtained as it were a dazzling and unforgettable glimpse of the uncreated light. They must learn to stay open, to look steadfastly into the eyes of love, so that in the beautiful imagery of the mystics the faithful servant may become the secret friend. Then it is, says Boehm, that the divine glimpse and beam of joy ariseth in the soul, being a new eye, in which the dark, fiery soul conceiveth the ends and essence of the divine light. So hard an art is not at once acquired in its perfection. It is in accordance with all that we know of the conditions of development that a partial achievement should come first, bewildering moments of lucidity, splendid glimpses whose brevity is due to the weakness of the newly opened and unpractised eye which looks upon eternity, the yet undisciplined strength of the eye which looks upon time. Such is that play of light and dark, of exaltation and contrition, which often bridges the gap between the purgative and the illuminative states. Each by turn takes the field and ousts the other, for these two eyes of the soul of man cannot both perform their work at once.
To use another and more domestic metaphor, that divine child which was, in the hour of the mystic conversion, born in the spark of the soul, must learn like other children to walk. Though it is true that the spiritual self must never lose its sense of utter dependence on the invisible, yet within that supporting atmosphere, and fed by its gifts, it must find its feet. Each effort to stand brings first a glorious sense of growth, and then a fall. Each fall means another struggle to obtain the difficult balance which comes when infancy is past. There are many eager trials, many hopes, many disappointments. At last, as it seems suddenly, the moment comes. Tottering is over, the muscles have learnt their lesson, they adjust themselves automatically, and the new self suddenly finds itself, it knows not how, standing upright and secure. That is the moment which marks the boundary between the purgative and the illuminative states. The process of this passage of the new or spiritual man from his awakening to the illuminated life has been set out by Jacob Boehme in language which is at once poetic and precise. When Christ the cornerstone, i.e. the divine principle latent in man, stirreth himself in the extinguished image of man in his hearty conversion and repentance, he says, then Virgin Sophia appeareth in the stirring of the Spirit of Christ in the extinguished image, in her virgin's attire before the soul, at which the soul is so amazed and astonished in its uncleanness, that all its sins immediately awaken it, and it trembleth before her. For then the judgment passeth upon the sins of the soul, so that it even goeth back in its unworthiness, being ashamed in the presence of its fair love, and entereth into itself, feeling and acknowledging itself utterly unworthy to receive such a jewel. This is understood by those who are of our tribe, and have tasted of this heavenly gift, and by none else. But the noble Sophia draweth near in the essence of the soul, and kisseth it in friendly manner, and tinctureth its dark fire with her rays of love, and shineth through it with her bright and powerful influence. Penetrated with the strong sense and feeling of which, the soul skippeth in its body for great joy, and in the strength of this virgin love exalteth, and praiseth the great God for his blessed gift of grace. I will set down here a short description how it is when the bride thus embraceth the bridegroom, for the consideration of the reader, who perhaps hath not yet been in this wedding chamber. It may be he will be desirous to follow us, or to enter into the inner choir, where the soul joineth hands and danceth with Sophia, or the divine wisdom. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, The Purification of the Self.